너희들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys 난 맡아 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my time 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바닥에서 네 몫을 내못다 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool Ladies night tonight girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or she 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말하자면 내가 bad chug, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the art, brought the chug, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my boy said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my boy said don't do it, I said bop. Call you up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Bring it up, can you keep up? Play follow the leader, big queso. I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come payload. I've been on what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch and that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Chill it with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot.
Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This round I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, turn it 2 to 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're on for life. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're on for life. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard.
Hello everybody and welcome to VALORANT Challengers Day 2 here. It's the playoffs and we have everybody still intact just for now. We are going to be getting rid of a team very, very shortly. It's going to be incredibly exciting. Every team has just been so wonderful so far, but we've got plenty of VALORANT left to play. I'm Twiggy and your host, and I am joined once again by my good friend Echo and another good friend of mine who I'm sure you're all very familiar with, Zesht. How are you guys doing? Zesht, were you watching yesterday? How's your weekend been?
My weekend has been like 5 days ago. My weekend has been great. My week with watching the games has been quite interesting. Yesterday was, I would say, surprising and not surprising at all. It left us with question marks. It left us with no surprises, and it left us with situations where we thought, should have that really been the case?
That is a good point. I mean, here's the bracket. Echo, I'll go to you as well. Like, look. It was a very jam-packed day, right? 2 best-of-3 series that went the length. How are you feeling after that one? Did you get some good sleep, I hope?
Got some good sleep, but I was up for quite a while thinking about how MDR and Misa were both so close to winning, and they just could not get it over the line. It was one of those, both of them, with those series where you're watching them and it's like you can see the win conditions for mandatory for Misa, but they just couldn't grasp it enough. And I mean, today now one of them's for elimination. That's never fun.
Yeah, no, it's gonna. Oh, so I don't know, but go ahead.
All good. No, I just wanted to say it absolutely isn't fun, and it's lovely that you touch on it, considering conditions, because it feels like those two couldn't have had more different win conditions. They are a totally different spectrum on how they could have won this series. One was absolutely in the start, and the actual one was actually in the game, which made those games so interesting.
Yeah, we're going to start with the lower bracket match today. It's going to be mandatory versus Misa Esports. We're unfortunately going to have to say goodbye to one of those teams, and that really does feel like a massive thing, right? Every one of these 4 teams in the playoffs so far dominated their groups in the group stage, and therefore it just feels a bit weird that we're saying goodbye to one of them so early on, but we do have to. And our second game today, of course, will be the upper bracket of UCAM versus Enterprise, both well-deserved in their positions. One of them, however, is going to have to scrounge their way back from the lower bracket. One of them will get themselves a ticket to the grand finals, of course, in fashion. And I mean, look, Enterprise Esports, they're no stranger to that kind of position. Hopefully they can get it done today. UCAM, however, are going to be standing in their way. But I have to give things over to you, Zesh, because apparently you have something ready for us, and I have to take a back seat, and that's terrifying to me because it's my job to keep everything intact, and I can't be. So go ahead.
I am captain now, so let me have this. It's time. You know, I'm here, and you know what that means. It's good old time for a quiz. And you two, I don't know if you two are capable of this. I don't know if you two are actually in a position to manage those questions. So I need 2 experts, 2 professionals, 2 people who actually know what they're doing. Where are they? Can I please have Pavlos? Can I please have MP?
I'm so nervous, man. I'm so nervous, dude. We just found out about this like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, true.
Production. No audio and Vincent. Okay. Speak again, Vincent. Okay, there we go.
Hello?
Okay.
Test.
From the scrap.
We good?
Cool.
Yeah, I said,
we're
you
back.
know, this is all
back.
a big test. You should have learned for this. Wada, wada, wada. You know, it's all the same story. Guys, if you haven't, this goes in your final grade. Okay? If you have to repeat class, you have to repeat the year. It is what it is. Right? So you better know those things. So we better start. Are you ready to? Are you two ready?
Sure. Yes.
I'm scared,
okay,
but I'm ready.
We're starting easy, guys, easy. Number 1. In every Challengers playoffs, we always saw one region consistently send a team into those playoffs. Which region was it?
Do we
You
buzzer
can
this?
say it.
Did
Say
someone
it.
answer
Just
first?
do it. Just push
Turkey.
it. Push it. Go for it.
Turkey, easy.
A.
Northeast.
What? MP, what are you
Did I pass?
saying?
Did I pass?
It is Turkey. Of
Did I
course
pass?
it's Turkey. MP. What makes you think it was
He just wanted to be different. I get it. He just wants to be different.
Northeast on
I get
top.
it.
Northeast. Of course you guys are delusional. Okay, of course it was Turkey. In case you haven't missed it, somehow 2 teams, 1 ascension from Turkey. So 1 + 1, quick maths. Anyway, you two can just shout in the question if you know. We're gonna do it like this, so you have to fight. You have to like maybe physically fight if you want, but we can try it verbally. And this one is more complicated. Which one of those teams did not win their regional league at least 5 times? Which one?
Did not win their regional league at least 5 times.
Is it Apex, CGen,
So
or
they won
Rest
more
in
than
Peace
5
Desire?
times.
No.
Less.
Which
Other
one of
way
the following
around.
teams did not win their...
Maybe.
Okay,
I'll go see because it was Dynasty after that.
Okay. I'm listening. I just want to hear your opinion, Pavlos, because
the thing, I'm getting mixed up with the wording of the question, Vincent.
Oh,
So
Jesus
what am I
Christ.
exactly looking for here?
okay, less than 5 times, 1 national
Okay.
league. Who
Okay,
of those
less than
3?
5 times. Apex definitely won more than 5. CGN, I feel like that's a safe one. I'd say this
No.
is close. I'm gonna go CGN here because it's
Okay,
painful.
our production is gonna kill me. Of course, none of those. It's of course Apex. What are you talking about? CGN 5 times, Desire 5, maybe even 6. CGN less than 5. Where are we? Come on. Of course it's
How many
Apex.
times was it for
Next
Apex?
one. 4.
4?
No. Because you have to count
there
in
were
they
2
also didn't have too much off
There were 2
season.
splits.
You
So
are
4.
reading my mind.
Oh my God.
Smart man. There you go.
Continue.
Okay. None of this is actually going according to plan, but one team arrived to this tournament with 0 players from the actual region they came from. Which one is it? Is it GNG Amazic, UCAM, or Focus?
I think it's UCAM. Yeah, UCAM, because they've got no Spanish players. Yeah.
No way. No way there is.
You two are insane.
is?
Are
we that bad?
Who consists of Spain? Which countries? Which is Spanish league?
Oh yeah, because there's also Portugal, Italy in there.
Yeah,
Portugal.
Portugal.
Zero
Portugal.
is from
Yeah.
Portugal. Of
Yeah.
course,
Okay.
both of you are
Yeah,
wrong
sorry.
again. It's
My bad.
Focus. Thank you. Next one. Jesus Christ. Guys, you are
God,
worse
what
than
a
I
bait.
thought.
He knows what he's doing, guys. He knows what he's doing.
This is horrible.
Oh,
This is
come
always
on.
going much worse than I
This is bait.
expected. Okay, the next one is really hard. I'm gonna give you this one. Considering the following thing, we have all global challengers leagues, and tell me, for all the countries where there is a teams actually participating in challengers, which has the lowest population density? Which of those three is it? Kazakhstan, Mongolia, or Australia? And all of them have a team, of course, with those players from that country playing in the Challengers League.
No, I know this for sure. Australia.
You
Okay.
answer?
Australia,
You're gonna go
for sure.
Australia.
It's such a big country, surely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Mongolia is very sparse population density-wise, but I don't know about having a team in challenges.
I swear to God,
so
it's
I'll go
Mongolia. Of course,
I
it's
said it,
Mongolia. 2.2 people per square kilometer without the capital, even 1 person per square kilometer. MP is right, though. It's like 3 point something for Australia, so not far off, but it's Mongolia.
Bro.
San Beno, Team Trinity. And the last one, most difficult question. I swear to God, you're not going to get this. If Twiggy is the first evolution stage of Twiggy, what is the second evolution stage of Twiggy? Is it Trunky? Is it Branchy? Or is it Stumpy? What do you think, guys? What could be the answer to this one? You also have so many smart answers so far. Which one is it for this one?
I mean, I need to get one right.
It's got to be branchy, right? Because from a twig you turn into
say
a branch.
branchy?
I don't know, maybe. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Could be. I'll go with a different one.
I feel like
I'll go
Twiggy needs to answer
Trunky.
this.
Okay.
I'll go Trunky.
And you know what? We're gonna ask Twiggy. Guys, thank you very much for coming by, and we let our wonderful host figure out what the actual truth is. You've done great. See you guys later. Love you. And this brings us back to Twiggy. What's the answer, Twiggy?
What is going on?
What's the answer? What's true?
Wait, I get to pick. What did they say?
I don't know. I forgot already.
I know Zesh said branchy. What were the other ones?
What do you
Stumpy
say?
and Trunky?
Stumpy and Trunky, yeah.
Yeah.
I like Stumpy. I think that's cool.
Zero, both of them were horrible. Let's continue this desk. Twiggy, it's all you.
Make them both wrong.
Twiggy, it's
Let's go.
all you. I'm sorry for doubting you guys. Let's go into this.
Okay. Thank God. Finally, we can take back control. I was so worried. For context, I didn't know what was going to be on that quiz. I just knew one of the questions was something to do with me, and I was terrified this whole time. And that did not make it any better. Anyway, today, our first game, Misa Esports versus Mandatory. Well, both of these teams, I think, had difficulty with their veto. Is kind of a point that we mentioned on stream last time. We'll start out with Misa for now. And, I mean, they played well, right? They were so close to being able to get something out of Enterprise Esports. Again, a team that has really barely had any problems apart from on Pearl in the group stage. Well, when I say apart from Pearl, literally they lost maximum 5 rounds other than Pearl in any of their games in the group stage. But Misa made them bleed, not quite enough to get the win, Echo.
Yeah, I think to me, this is the thing. We're looking at Misa here, and I feel like they have so much potential, right? You watch a player like Burzy and how incredible he is at anchoring a site just completely solo. And the rest of the team, obviously, they're all from BBL, right? We know these players so well, but it feels like there was something missing yesterday. They weren't able to fully grasp what they needed to push on forward and take the victory.
It's super fascinating. I mean, this team in general, I mean, you just said it, right? This is always the thing about Turkey. They always come in with some kind of magic, which you can't grasp. The way they play is always not focused on making everything too fancy and insane, but to play great fundamental way of Valorant. And, you know, when talking to Nero, their coach, he said, like, you know, with those players who all have been in VCT, it is unfinished business. It's like them coming in and winning the Turkish league with a 4-man core that has been on top. Sure, that BBL was not World Championship BBL, but they have been not bad at all, always so close to making it playoffs. And the 4 guys that you might have seen already, if you're a Vivid and you're a very big fan of VCT, then you kind of recall that there has been a core existing in this team that was already somehow playing on the big stage, and there you see them. It's been a long time till we've witnessed that, but this was when BBL was actually Turkish.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a roster that is just filled with, I mean, it's not even potential. They've already realized that potential at some point in their careers, right? And just looking to get back to that stage and hoping that Burzy can help them out with that. definitely did. I mean, like, what a performance last time around, especially on Abyss, right? Specifically, Abyss gave Enterprise so many troubles by anchoring on site, by staying alive so often. And it was really, really good. But we do actually have a little, as far as I'm aware, a little head-to-head, right? A head-to-head to look at between Buzzy and Elite. So talk me through this one, Echo.
Yeah, I mean, like, you look at both of these players and they are both just incredible in these clutches. That's like the biggest thing to pull away here. They're both winning their 1v1s a significant amount of the time, but other than that, they are just still individually incredible.
It's remarkable because, especially as you talked about on the defending side, those are your more anchor kind of individuals that need to bring home the round when things are going down south. And both of them are capable of it. It's on the one hand great if your players are this great in clutches, this great in 1v1s. I mean, winning 2 out of 3 1v1s is insane. However, it can also be interpreted a different way. Do we need to go that far that we always need clutches and need to put it that high? It is unfortunately the case sometimes with this Misa team. However, having those kind of individuals that take the lead and take the steering wheel in their hand to close out such a round, this is something we hardly have in any other of the teams participating, and this makes them very, very dangerous towards the end of the round.
Yeah, I mean, like, Bozy had 15 2Ks in yesterday's series alone, 4 3Ks, right? Like, he is just so unstoppable when he's kind of got that momentum, got that fire under him. He's just so scary to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the defenders side, Zesht. How about you take us through the other side of their gameplay?
Please, let us do so, and I find it super fascinating. Let me check real quick if we're on the working side. We are on the working side of things. Misa has this play style on the attacker side where they're taking their time. It's this old school kind of Valorant where what we're doing is building ourselves in a type of 1-3-1 kind of setup, and we're just gonna chill and play with giving nearly 0 signals. What does that mean? This means we're not giving you too many opportunities to first kill us. We're not giving you too many opportunities to shut us down. We're prodding and poking and making step by step, but we always have those kind of players who are capable of basically making your insert in one of the main positions, B main or A main, much easier. So this is the kind of style Misa is aiming for. Some teams have a problem with this because Misa is giving you so little on, we're going here, we're going there, that they might be able to really catch you off guard. This can work very well because they contact, and you see it right here, how close they go and go and go. Use no util until they actually explode on site. This can be really good if your opponent is committed on site. And this is what we're seeing right here work so well against the Team Liquid Academy. Yesterday versus Enterprise, we've seen one thing that Enterprise did so well when they defended. They gave them nothing. They gave them 0, and this can be a problem. What we saw here was a great round by Misa, getting as close as possible and succeeding. But if your opponent is giving you nothing, then they are going to struggle. But I don't know if Mandatory is fully ready for that, to stand this deep and give them 0 opportunities. We're going to see that. This was a great round to show. This was a great round to witness for you guys. And maybe you're going to see that in the game. Who knows? I don't know about you, Echo, but this was one of the things that I noticed, especially, that Enterprise did really good against them. Give them nothing.
Yeah, and I think for me, Mandatory, when we're looking at them specifically, whether or not they're going to be able to give them nothing, because typically they like to go for these contact plays on their defense as well, right? Exploring down mid or on opposite main, trying to take back some space. We see this on their Abyss specifically, which will be very interesting if we do end up going there. But overall, Mandatory, they like to go for these contact plays, and I feel like that might just give Misa the advantage in those fights.
Mandatory started out, obviously, a very similar story, I feel like, to Misa, where the Veto, again, we noted right at the start of the broadcast when it came out, we were like, this is a little interesting coming out of this team. We didn't think it would work. It didn't quite work out. I mean, the first map, again, was so close, but then the second map, it did not go their way whatsoever, a 13-4 scoreline. And from there on, it was kind of just always going to be that uphill battle for Mandatory, just not quite able to eke out any kind of victory out of that series. And again, you know, are going to be fighting tooth and nail for their spot further on, and that's how much just one kind of mistake in the playoffs can send you into a position where you're up against a team like Misa Esports, and that's just such a difficult position to be in.
It is a very difficult position to be in. I think Echo said it perfectly. You know, the proactivity on the defender side is going to be very interesting to see how this is going to work against this Turkish team. However, the interesting thing about mandatory, when we take a look at them, is it is good and bad at the same time that this team is lacking a star, so to say. And you might be saying, hold on, I'm looking the star. I mean, have you seen Takas play yesterday, how he plays? Yeah, this is true. They have great players, no doubt. But when we, for example, take a look at all the Challengers teams that have participated here and the entire 2026 performance, not even a single player of mandatory ends up in the top 10. Sure, there are weaker leagues and some people farmed their stats, whatever. It still is a very interesting thing that there's, let's say, no GSR, no Kazi, no Line, none of this kind of caliber that can really get you out of those situations. It's good because the team level is very solid, but it can also be dangerous when you don't have this one guy stepping up.
And I think like you could really see that even regionally, right? Mandatory has never won a non-off-season event. They've come second, they've come third, they've come fourth, but they just don't win. Job life have been such an issue for them this year. You can see that all of their losses until yesterday were against Job life. That's it, right?
Yeah.
And that's because they don't have that star power to overcome what we thought was going to be a good team in Job Life. Now they're here, Job Life's not, and we're up against Misa, who we've already discussed. Misa are shooters. They can fight individually. That's where Mandatory really need to step up today.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's take another look back at that Veto, because we do have an opportunity just to bring that up and remind ourselves of what happened, where it went wrong for Mandatory, right? Picking Corone as their first map, and it really took them to the wire, right? It was a difficult win for them, but that allowed UCAM to be able to pick Bind against them. UCAM, in the interview afterwards, said, I don't know why they let us pick it. And, you know, we're very happy that we got that one against them. It was such an easy reset for UCAM in that map to be able to get back into the series session.
To this day, I mean, look, when you take a look at it from a team perspective, I can tell you that there must have been something that they believe they can be good enough on Bind, or that they say we're good enough on Pearl to tank the loss that we're going to have on Bind. That must have been good pracs. That must have been them really afraid that Abyss doesn't go their way, which, at least from what we have seen from the side of UCAM, I cannot understand why this is their decision. There must have been something. Sure, they had a vision. But I think it really, really, really led in the wrong direction. And I just want to see a conservative Veto from them today. Not any big experiments.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is, again, yesterday's Veto. We will now get on to today's Veto, hopefully very, very shortly. So a wonderful, wonderful segue there. So just a reminder of what happened there yesterday, and now we can look at today's one. What is the expectation, right? Is there going to be an adaptation, Echo, or do you think we're going to run into the same kind of... I mean, these are two teams who had a suboptimal, I would say, Veto for themselves. Is it just going to bash heads in this one?
I think it's a very interesting one to look at, because both of these teams typically ban Bind, right? And they both typically pick Haven first. Not always, you know, we've seen some differences yesterday and, you know, in the later stages of groups, but typically that's what happens. So they're both at this interesting point of, do we just not ban Bind because we don't think the other team is going to pick it? And if Mandatory do end up floating Bind, is Misa going to pick it because they saw how rough it was? It's a bit risky because we've not seen it from them in a very long time, but maybe they do. And it really puts up this kind of game of chicken, I think, of do we ban Bind or not? And do we pick Haven or not? Which is going to be a very interesting one to see how they deal with it.
It's
right into things.
I said before the show, it's going to be the second ban, because the split one is interesting in terms of, sure, it's Misa who lost in a tight fashion, let's say, against Enterprise, played good against Team Liquid, against Frankfurt, and here the Corrode coming out. I think this is not too much of a surprise, is it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think both teams, again, as you mentioned, Echo, like a game of chicken, right? I think both teams know what the weaknesses of the other team are, and therefore maybe there's a situation where neither of them are just like, oh, we'll just leave fine for now. It's absolutely fine. There's the Haven pick that we expected from both teams being quite good on this one. But what do you expect next, Echo?
I mean, Misa at this point, if I'm them, I'm probably looking over towards maybe Pearl or Abyss. I think it's a really difficult one though, because Haven is a great map for both of these teams. Realistically, it is slightly better for Mandatory, so that's no surprise. But it's Breeze. Okay, we've not seen this in Challengers from Misa, so this is the first time we're seeing it at this level. This is an interesting one.
It's super fascinating considering, you know, you could have hovered and said, hey, Misa, you pick Heaven for us, so we can choose something you're less comfortable at. But when you took a look at the map pool, this opportunity doesn't exist so much. The corrode ban really did the job. We're ending up on Pearl again, which was so close last time around when we think about it from the side of Mandatory. I have to say, I think this slightly favors Misa, because as you said, Haven is a great map for the Turkish squad as well. It's not really putting a dent in that first two maps where they're like, oh, this cannot be a 2-0 for Misa because they're so bad on this one map. This is not the case.
Yeah, it has been a little while since Misa have played Breeze, but they did play it in the grand finals of the Turkey kickoff. And actually, it was the stage that they won that grand finals on 13-5, in fact. So definitely there is a case to be made that Misa are good on this map. I'm not sure why they have kept it in the tank up until now. I don't believe it has been banned against, or no, it was banned against them first against Enterprise. Never mind. So maybe it was just in the wings waiting to be picked up until now, and that's why they bring it out now. Zesh, it looks like you have something to say about that.
Against Team Liquid Academy, it was a decider, so they're comfortable on leaving it in. They could have decided to get it out. Bind and Haven were in the pool there in the end, and sure, Bind they went out, so Breeze is in. I'm not too surprised, and it's one of those things. It's a bit like Abyss yesterday that we witnessed, where you could have said, "Oh, this is a big surprise," but you know, the guys from Enterprise never had a chance to play Abyss, so now we can play it. And I feel like it's the same here with Breeze.
Yeah, I do hope to see that out of them. And look, it does look like it's a good map for them on paper as well. So again, yeah, it does look like for Mandatory, this is another situation where I don't know what's going on in the comms. We haven't had an opportunity to talk to them. Obviously, they lost their game yesterday. But is there a situation, Echo, where you feel like, I don't know. I don't want to make sweeping generalizations about a team, but like, do you think that there is something going on where they're just kind of ignoring the opposite team and doing their own pick, and therefore that's coming back to bite them, maybe? Or what do you think is happening?
I think they have identified a weakness here potentially for Misa, specifically in Misa's retakes. They're not very good on them on Haven. It's one of their weaker points. Usually they're okay. You know, they can flood in pretty well usually, but especially heading over towards C, they often flood in a little bit too early or a little bit too late and get destroyed themselves before they can even get that retake done. So this might be for Mandatory a bit of anti-strat specifically against the CT side of Misa.
Okay. Well, it's on to Agent Select, and this is where things, I think, have started to set themselves in stone. Are there any surprises for you here, Sesh?
No. I mean, we're seeing everything as standard as it can be. We haven't had any changes. There's no big surprises. We're sticking to the single duelist on the Mandatory side, which, for me, you know, they love to play that control over there, and it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense with the players they have on Mandatory. For me, this is just I think it's going to be a very slow game. This is going to be a very long and a very slow game without too much explosions. There's going to be some at Mandatory rush rounds, but other than this, you can sit down. This is going to take some time.
Boy. Well, I mean, yesterday took some time. I'll tell you that one. A lot of long games and a lot of long series. So maybe we'll see the exact same thing today. You'll get plenty of Valorant. Maybe not action, but Valorant nonetheless. I'm sure there will be personal highlights for the players. I think that is a lot of the strengths of the teams that we have, as well as that, you know, those highlight plays and everything like that. So many 3Ks yesterday. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. I do feel a little bit bad for the voices of MP and Pavlos, who will be giving it over to in just a little bit. But Echo, anything before we get into the game? Any predictions from you?
Predictions. I think Haven is going to decide the series, right? I think if Misa end up winning Haven, they're probably going to win this in a 2-0. I think it's pretty safe to say that. But you got to see something special from Mandatory, right? They're starting out on the attack side. Like Zesh said, it's going to be slow rounds from them. But if they can manipulate the rotates of Misa enough, if they can kind of force them to use their TPs early from the Euros so they can't get the quick rotates in, that should put Mandatory in a very good spot to take Haven in the first half at the very least.
All right, Zesh, your opinion on the matter?
I don't believe anything anymore after yesterday's veto. It's all very odd. It's all very ungraspable, if that's even a word. So therefore, I'm with you. You know, Echo, I think you're absolutely in the right direction, but I cannot get my head around this. I just want to see. Just give me the game. I just want to see. I have strong opinions, but I want to see.
Start game, casters. Come on.
Yeah, please.
Come on, casters. Let's get going with things. Why are we taking so long? It's
Horrible.
obviously MP and Pavlos's fault that we're not getting into the game. That's how
They've
it
done
always
so
is,
bad at
right?
the quiz. You have no idea how that went back. It's insane.
Well,
it's
exactly.
insane.
I personally made sure that they did as badly as possible at the end as well. So
I'm so upset.
I'm quite glad to have had a part to play in that. Did you have an expectation for what I would have said for that end of the quiz?
No, zero. I just put something.
Zero.
I just put something down a Google Doc and hoped it would stick. It did. That's all I did. Nothing else I would do.
It did. So that quiz, in your opinion, that was a success.
Big success, major success. It was insane. I loved
success.
it. I loved it. It was great. We all learned something. I had another question up for grabs, but it was too many German-related questions. So.
I see. What would it have been? We have a little bit of time.
Who's the only German player to play in 2 VCT leagues? So different parts of the continent of the world, you know? Oh, write it in the comments if you know. Let us know.
Put it in Twitch chat.
We'll let you know next episode.
It's
callback.
We'll let you know next split. We'll give the answers.
It's callback.
Goes onto something.
He's not even German. It makes it even crazier.
That's a good
there
point.
we go. That would have been it. Yeah.
Has he played yet, though?
I didn't hear you, Frozen.
He didn't.
Yeah, so he's not played yet, though. So I don't know if it really counts.
Yeah, but he's signed. He's signed.
He's signed and he should be playing, but he's not played.
Exactly. Because China hasn't started. So, you know, you gotta give him a week. This is more important.
Yeah. I regret to announce that despite the fact that we rushed, probably because of the fact that we rushed all the way through the pre-show, you are going to have to listen to our voices for a few more minutes. A little bit of a delay getting going with the game, so unfortunately we're going to have to be here. We're going to have to come up with something else. We talk so much in depth about the teams. I mean, what else is there? Yeah?
I got you.
What you got?
So far there has only been a single nation, a single region that has beat... No, sorry, 2.
No.
Hold on. I just wanted to say, for Christ's sake, that France is one of the few that actually was able to beat a Turkish team in the Challengers League we had so far. That was mandatory last time around in 2025 when they were actually able to beat BBL and get out of a group with Enterprise and BBL. It was a very, very insane effort they have put in there.
I remember that.
You do. So it was at the time when BBL got themselves come back out and he played a Gentlemates. What a shame. And they got themselves Lovers Rockin', if I remember correctly. It was a very, very interesting time to be alive. It was a very interesting time to watch those games. But yeah, they are actually one of the few that were able to take down Turkish teams.
Do you think that's happening again today, Echo? I mean, we already gave predictions, but like...
Yeah, well, we've already given predictions. I'm not going to go back on that, right?
No, okay. All right. So
no,
history will not repeat
I think it's going to be a tough road for Mandatory to take this series, especially seeing how the veto went. I think when we get down to Pearl, it's really going to be like, if we get to Pearl, it's going to come down to essentially how that first half goes. I think the momentum is going to be so important there for both these teams, because I think we saw quite a few mental timeouts yesterday from both teams when they were like down in rounds a fair bit. It felt like some of the timeouts came up relatively early compared to what you might do strategically, which means it was probably more mental based. And to me, that means if we're looking here, if we're looking at this series, if it goes to 3 maps, the mental resilience is going to be a key player in how that third map goes. I mean, like, we saw neither of these teams, but specifically Misa. Misa's very happy to be aggressive and boastful, let's say.
All right. Well, thank you, you two, for helping me fill out that time. We're finally ready to get into the game, so I'll throw you over now to our wonderful casters, Pavlos and MP.
Thank you very much, guys, and thank you very much, you guys at home watching, for your patience. It's time to get going for our match, and we've entered do or die territory. We're down to the lower bracket, where either the French or Turkish representatives will be leaving after this series. MP, I'm excited about this one because the first map we're playing, the first map we're seeing these two titans clash, is on a map that neither of them have lost a series, a map on this year.
impressive record for both of them, and it's not just because they haven't played this map or they have played only few maps of Haven. No, 8 repetitions for Misa and 10 for mandatory. Quite hefty record right there as well. We saw Misa obviously play yesterday against Enterprise Esports, and Misa pushed Enterprise Esports quite hard on that map. Impressive game for them. They won out that map to push it all the way to 3 maps. A lot of entries gathered for the side of Misa, and I think that was one of the roughest situations for Enterprise Esports, who are usually quite good in these entries, that Misa were able to grab them most of the time, and spearheading that was elite most of the time. 6 entries and only 1 first kill lost. Elite. I think you have to follow him in this matchup
sure.
once again.
100%. Undeniable individual capabilities on both sides of the table today. And indeed, Elite has got to be someone we do look at for this one. Mandatory, though, have already found their all-too-known contact push here onto C. Elite sticking around, but I think this is where he falls. Instantly receives a bullet to the side of the head. Ear ripped off. And with that, Mandatory take up so much space. C is all to themselves as Para and Kushner look to play catch-up. Not too far off from this. Kushner has already approached, but a high-low does seem to be a bit too tough to deal with. Para finds another couple. And sure, the HP bars for Mandatory are not full for a couple of the players. They will stack up. They've got all the information they need. And with Para swinging, they've given them isolated fights. Wait, what's going on here? This shouldn't be happening. Para actually has a chance, but he needs to move quick because that spike is ticking. And he may be able to defuse halfway because Attack has to swing widely. Now Para has information, has to get the kill. Unable to get it by the final mark. This round had no right to be this close, but Mandatory can breathe a sigh of relief after that one.
Oh, wow. Elite just overwhelmed on site. It looked like it was done and dusted in the first 30 seconds. But somehow Poorer getting hopes up for Misa, getting some confidence up. I mean, that could have been a whole different setup for the start of this map. If Pora got that down, that could have brought the mentality of Mandatory all the way down. I'm sure they have to be careful here. Not to get too overzealous in those situations. I think it was quite poorly handled, especially in that 3 versus 1 situation. Pora being able to isolate all of the duels.
And am I right in assuming, MP, that we expect each of the teams to try and gain a strong foothold over their attacking side, right? I feel like that's what their comps are sort of looking to do, especially Misa, having that double duelist, being able to play their brute force, play style on the map. I feel like Attack is very much a zone where you hope to find most of your success, really.
Absolutely. And you highlight the double duelist composition, but then again, the double controller allows Shin to go for these lurks through A, lobby, all the way to sewers, establish that control as well, make it quite hard for Misa to actually fight against that A lobby control.
30
yeah, I mean,
left.
You call the Viper a controller. It's basically a pseudo-sentinel, right, in a way?
Yeah.
The amount of ways Viper has to, in a kit, to delay teams, and you often see the anchors playing them. And there you go. This is pretty damn smooth from the Mandatory squad. I imagine this time they'll think twice before going on individual journeys to try and take down Para, but there's no need. No gun found, no gun to upgrade to either. But Para will see this one to the end, hoping he doesn't give any more orbs away to the other side. Min-maxing. Thin margins this game, and I think the analyst desk mentioned it nicely as well. There's not much in this. It could go either way. Sure, there are some favorites. Sure, there are some expectations. But the fact that these two teams have got such different play styles, anything can truly happen. You've got to take every small advantage you can get.
And I love the idea of these teams having or been playing this composition throughout this year. They haven't switched their composition at all. Both of these teams very familiar with their own individual play styles, their compositions. I'm sure they have faced similar compositions to their enemies. Only 2 agents separate these two composition. It's a Cypher and Yoru on the side of Misa. Mandatory going with the Killjoy. Viper, more defensive heavy, but also brings quite a lot of control, firepower for the side of Misa.
Absolutely. I do have some information as well for the folks watching at home. The reason we have a technical pause is because Netank's game crashed. I'm not sure if it was the game or the computer, but they will be reconnecting very shortly. So bear with us. We'll be getting this one online soon. But yeah, MP, we were also discussing yesterday that there's massive clutch success rates for the teams in playoffs. Now, it was obviously seen a lot from the Misa side of the equation. We saw it from some of the other teams, Enterprise and UCAM, that have made it to the upper end, but Mandatory no slouches either, right? We saw Takas have so many successful clutch rates yesterday.
And I think that was from the both of the games that we saw yesterday.
Sure.
Many clutches. Takas starting that in Corrode, on the forefront of that. Even got a highlight on Twitter as well. Many likes on that. I mean, that was a trigger discipline. Individual prowess from Takas. Being able to just hold steady through that tough situation. Not quite enough to bring them all the way to the upper finals. Now they're fighting for the elimination. But once again, these players, they have another chance to show what they're made of.
Yeah, I'm glad they get another chance, because those 2 series they played in the upper bracket were very, very close. All of them required a third map, Burzy with First Blood. And you can see a couple of players from Mandatory exploring to the center of the map. Now, attention is turned towards them. I think Kushner has been able to shoulder peek this and figure out what is happening. Calling for reinforcements, giving them the space, but in the meantime, Brave has created himself an opportunity. Lovely luck. And now Shin stuck between a rock and a very, very hard place. And that place is Braves' barrel.
Tough situation. Trying to isolate those duels. Great try. Mandatory, they will get the spike down. Once again, it's Takas.
You think it? He could do. Oh, there is a world when he doubled up there. Yeah, but the flash as well is too good. Prevents Cadaver's vision. And there you go. Misa, as soon as they get guns on the board, they're able to make him work flawlessly at that.
So now that we get into our gun rounds, our actual rounds, I'm wondering if Misa will keep up the pace that they had yesterday, then being able to find those entries time and time again, then being proactive, especially in the later stages of that defensive half, absolutely demolishing anything that Enterprise had through mid. Sure, Mandatory, they're kind of looking in a different way here. Right now, don't want to play that mid too much, focusing their sights towards C.
Drop the spike. Time to jump.
Just trying to gather some information. Destroy utility from Elite. Not quite successful on that.
Yeah, no major movements coming in from the defensive side. Alice did point out quite correctly that Misa does tend to go for these early explorations, trying to force their opponent's hand, gain information, disrupt any setups. But they've been on the down low for this one, sort of asking Mandatory to be the ones to do something about it. They're happy. Stick to their guns. 50 seconds and not a thing has been shown by Mandatory. Only breaking a trip down mid. Other than that, it's been complete silence. Fox's screen to disallow vision from Para. Cross into
Similar
A,
look from
Misa
yesterday.
have been spooked. That is good. The strong paranoia catches both players holding out onto the A side, but is there follow-up? Takas gets a nice spray across. Hunter's Fury to assist the take now as Para takes on the sidelines. It doesn't matter though, as somehow Mandatory are able to split the site in two and isolate the players one by one. 14 seconds. Now the spike plant is crucial, but Kuchina is completely disallowing it, trying to stay in control of the site. Attack though will be the last man standing. Holy moly, that was close.
Mandatory once again. They run the clock down. That was the thing yesterday from Corrode. Mandatory, they were really comfortable in playing in those last 30 seconds. Not have any control of the map. Just start building up the ground. And that could have ended badly, but Takas just being the movement master there with Neon. Taking all of the control of that map. Great idea from Misa. Instantly shut down though.
I mean, it's pretty much a consensus at this point that the best counter to a Neon is another Neon. You know, there's a Neon that just goes running around and, you know, causes trouble. You just throw some stun at them, at their feet, and there's not much they could do because you're covering a lot of area in front of them. And that's exactly what Brave had to face this time around.
Look at Kushner. So deep with the operator. Misa, they're convinced that the attack is gonna come towards B.
Yeah, but Mandatory have made the right call. The least defended site is where they choose to pounce. Still not impossible for Misa, but they don't really have that much available to them for the push. They do have a flash from the likes of Kushner and the paranoia from Burzy. Para crucially also has a recon that could send in, and getting that pick stabilizes things before they enter. Low HP bars, Kadabra barely standing, somehow able to shoot his gun, but that is not for long. Para, Burzy, joint to the hip, will take this one down. Toe to toe already, MP.
Para on fire. 3 Ps to take on that retake.
Move in after
I think Pavlos were picking up where we set the stage yesterday. Even close games. OTs. 2 rounds to separate the winner and the loser. Sure, we saw one dominant map as well from UCAM. Mandatory being on the opposing end of that. This is exactly what we want to see from the top 4, especially in the elimination match. Getting close, even matches. Mandatory having the goal for a save. Hero Guardian on the hands of Severe.
Enemy mark.
And this shorty in the hands of Takas could be scary.
I'm out of here.
It's the Guardian though from Severe that they were hoping would do quite a bit, but it will not find that opening. Instead, Mandatory will find strength in numbers and friendship as they bunch up all together, holding hands, looking to enter this A site. Misa have created quite a fortress, though, having 3 players around. You know there's at least one around. You know there's a second now with Taka swinging out. The tank, a bit of trade back. And Power's spray transfer is glorious. Makes quick work out of his opponent's pistols.
Misa's forming. I think 2 away from the Hunter's Fury once again. It was just 2 rounds ago, I think, when Pora used that for the first time. Mandatory back on a full buy. Misa yesterday, they were really quick to rotate. Enterprise, I think they were playing that kind of playstyle as well, that you have to go for those quick rotates. It's gonna be some fakes here and there.
Time to jump.
Quite defensive. Lockdown.
Yeah. And look how Misa have responded. They've sent 4 players to the back of the site as well. So they're just saying, yeah, come to us. Lockdown, we don't care. Off position? Nah, not quite the case. One-way block on the A-long as well. Back to the drawing board for Mandatory.
To me, that's a weird call. Maybe Mandatory had a different read about the round. Probably thinking that Kushner is going to be positioned in the sewers, so they want to play him out with the lockdown, get ground there, and think that A is going to be free to walk in. But no, that side was stacked.
Right here.
Now they have to look for different avenues. Look at the spike. Still staying towards mid.
30 seconds left.
Bit of a risk that, isn't it? But Kadavra will slowly walk away. They'll find C open, but crucially, Elite hasn't used his cam yet, so no information and knowledge of it. Now he'll know. Knows where all 3 players are, all 3 accounted for. So the team can quickly rotate over.
I'll handle this.
Oh, dimensional drift. No corners cut here from Misa. They want to know exactly how they want to take this on. And the information that everybody is out on long is there for them. But maybe where you add chaos to the mix, something could go your way. If you find your shots through the smoke, if you're able to avoid your opponent's bullets at the same time, it could be what you need, but it's not quite enough. Misa just have too many bodies, too many guns turned in your direction. So now it's the Turkish representative to gain the lead.
I'm out of here.
Great timeout call from Mandatory. I think this is exactly what you need to do, especially against these Turkish teams that can gain momentum, especially in the individual prowess. Hora already getting, what, 3 different multi-kills. That includes 2 3Ks and 1 4K, if I'm not mistaken. I think my math is correct. But then again, you have Verzi, who was showing up yesterday, Elite in this exact map. You don't want to get these players online too quickly. You don't want to get them snowballed. If you do that, you're left with no agency in the game, pretty much. Mandatory at the moment, they have 2 great ultimates to make a stand, even though that the economy situation is not the best.
That's true. That's very true. It's a bit of a statement picking up Haven up against Misa. You're both very good at this map, that is certain. A brilliant track record across the year, undefeated as of yet. You're playing up against each other,
Yeah.
I mean, one of you will lose. Yeah, Mandatory took a gamble going for this, putting more faith into their strengths. So they better back it up with results. Timeout coming in to slow down expectations, perhaps. This one is a half investment. Potentially, you know, damage can be dealt here. We saw a lot of ecos take place and be successful yesterday. So why not give it your best go in this one? It doesn't have to be a wasted round.
Sorry. Getting some ground. They're exactly where they want it to be. In close quarters.
Here we go. Attack us up first. These trips are doing so much. Interrupts the push. They put a lot of faith in that overdrive, finding its impact, but no. It's so crazy how quickly Misa can converge onto his side. 3 players survived by the end, but it felt like every single one of the Misa players were on the case very, very quickly, and nothing Mandatory could do to get that spike down.
Quick rotates. I mean, that's exactly what you need, especially when you have all of the information from Mandatory. This probably plays for Mandatory to actually start lurking and put Shin working around mid, maybe around A, to have Misa slow down those rotations. It feels like an impossible task to go onto a site where Misa is able to rotate freely, and then you have a Cutioner with Operator in hand.
And you were relying on Takas to gain a lot of space here so the rest of the team can follow up. So Severe is taking up that task himself, successfully I might add. Shin is able to catch Elite as he's distracted by his teammate. And now with a Viper's Pit, Mandatory have created the best chance we've seen in a good while. Kushina is able to thread the needle. Shin and the tank in trouble. Buzzy trying to use the height to his advantage. But his opponents lurk below. Swimming in the toxins. Shin realizes where Kushina is, but is unable to find the headshot first. It's all down to the tank, but Power's turnaround is just too damn slick. Misa shut down yet another buy round from their opponent.
Shin needed that. It's a great play. Almost gets the timing perfectly right. But Kushiner, he's the one to take this round in the end as well. He started it, found the first pick with the Operator. And that's the struggle for Mandatory. That's exactly the first kills, the entries that I was talking about. Mandatory, they've been pretty decent in those entries in this tournament. But Misa, they're just way too far up ahead of them. I think they had 10 more entries to Enterprise yesterday in this map. Such a dominant result as well. Especially in those entry frag department.
Oh yeah. I feel like when you look at stats for the players across both of the teams, you'll only get impressed.
Portal closed.
But we knew this was going to be a very hard playoffs bracket. All teams having some very solid performers.
Deploying drone. Enemy mark.
Mandatory slowing things down once again. Oh, Power, that's a tough mistake. This is the place where Mandatory found the success. Playing the clock late. 30 seconds. That's where they shine. At least it's what it seems like.
Ooh, Kushina, we're not used to seeing him miss like that. But the thing is, his teammate's got his back. It doesn't matter. And he's found himself another angle to work with here. Mandatory, I've left the spike behind. Kadabra trying to pick it up, but it's just not easy. It's not fair either. Just bullets flying across the other side of the smoke. They can just shoot in a general direction now that they have the comfort of holding down the right chokehold. Mandatory are not allowed access, finding red tape wherever they go.
I think the adjustment from Mandatory was a little bit too late. They had all 4 players from Misa onto A side. But once Mandatory were ready to attack onto B, look at the map right now. There's already 3 players. Kushner, it doesn't matter if he misses. Elite is already there to support him. Once again, having to highlight the rotations from Misa. I think Kushner is gonna go for it. No.
Feels like it, right? Oh, this is... Yeah, just goes in for info. Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Sounds about right. You've got all the information needed for to throw in your rotations. Already players circulating all across the site, staying within it as well, but finding Mandatory able to isolate one and have the advantage on the post. Not quite! Don't speak too quick because Mr. Turn things in lightning speed. Buzzy also entering, taking corners, peeking. Because he's got the confidence. Kadabra, though, brings some brilliance of his own. Power is left with an Operator. And I'm not quite sure that's the right gun for the case. You know where one is, now you need to discover the other. Switching back to the Phantom. Now the Swarm's on the ground, he'll have to deal with that. Found one and converts on the headshot for bullets. The tank on the right-hand side, that is not where Power is posted. 3 bullets, and you're running out of time. Mandatory finally will be able to win around the tank. holding on for dear life, but he has done it.
Before the switch. Last round to use our creds and abilities.
But that comes from Kadabra being able to pick up 2 kills. Look at this flick. Oh, that's just perfect. Pixel perfect. This B side, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it for anyone facing against Misa. Misa is so good onto it. Defending that side, spamming the smokes. Usually finding multiple picks through that. Oh, what an aggressive fight.
Oh, come on. They're really not giving Mandatory a chance. This is ridiculous. Misa Esports playing with their food. This is supposed to be a playoff slower bracket in Challengers EMEA. Where's the challenge, they say? Mandatory disheartened at this point. You can't lose faith. I think they're thanking their lucky stars. They were already able to win the first couple of rounds, right? Pistol and follow-up. Without it, they'd be miles behind. They've only won 2 buy rounds total.
Haven are usually discussed as an attacking-sided map.
Clearly, there's a struggle here.
Spike down
And
A.
their odds in winning this round are getting trickier by the second, losing every single player.
30 seconds left.
Okay, well, at least Severe has got something going for him this time. But you are walking into an occupied site. Replay is strong. And it's not like they don't know where this is coming from. Strong pick from the attack, and it doesn't lose much of his health either. Wait!
Okay.
The turnaround! The 2v4!
10 seconds left.
Is this doable?
Spike planted.
We did talk about the clutch rate from Elite. Has he got this? Severe up close. Can Elite pre-fire this?
Enemy remaining.
Spots him, headshot found. The tank now. Blocks entry for a little while, but gives a situation in which Elite can take down Timmy.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Cam for info. You know the approximate position. Cage, give him the illusion you've crossed onto site, or go for it all together. Which side do you swing from? This is a thinking game from a tank. A game of cat and mouse, which Elite will win every single time. No way this man keeps on clutching rounds like this. It should be illegal by now. And the worst thing about it, Mandatory have got a few seconds to think about it, as halftime is where they'll have to dwell.
Enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. Remaining. Enemy standing.
It's not easy to end the first half in a place like that for Mandatory. Elite being able to clutch out that 1 versus 2 situation. And now for Mandatory, they're facing against Misa, who is stronger usually on this attacking side. They found most of their rounds, most of their success attacking. And no wonder this double duelist comp is such a strong composition on the attacking side.
Yeah, Mandatory need to have a solution coming into this game against it. They know the comp, they know how strong Misa are going in for it, and Mandatory did select to play this map. So I guess we'll wait and see if they have an adequate solution to the problems Misa tend to create on attack on this map. But for now, they early prompted into C and now quickly maneuver into A. But it does feel like they're going for that double back, right? Back into mid, maybe garage. Maybe even B. They haven't quite pulled the trigger on the decision just yet.
They're pulling some rotations towards A. Takas going to support Kadabra. Okay.
Timing.
Once again, power. Oh.
But they still keep on winning rounds, man.
Yeah.
Let's see if that will be the case once again. Kushina can hear approaching players. Doesn't choose to overpeak. What? Even Crouch finds a headshot. Ridiculous. But still, 3v4. Playing from the back foot, but for no longer, because Brave has just brought his team right back. Takas tries to create space for his team to move into, but god damn, Misa are too good. The headshots are so damn quick. There's no way Mandatory react on time. A pistol round that it just feels like it's put Misa on the highway to success.
This goes here.
Absolutely. Mandatory not being able to find many of those gun rounds on the first half. Finding the success in pistol. This time around, it's Misa snatching that straight away from Mandatory. Great snipe from Takas. Kushner, Elite, Brave. Everyone finding some great shots there. Look at the investment from Misa. Mandatory already deep in mid.
Imagine a world where Mandatory are able to collect one of these rifles, right? Because that's the risk you take, picking up rifles in round number 2, right? Losing it and handing it to your opponents. But it doesn't feel like that's going to be happening anytime soon. Brave on the Phantom is unstoppable. Having a whole lot of fun spamming through smokes.
Go, go, go. Turn out.
And the only player they find is the one carrying the ghost.
It's choreographed, isn't it? Planned. Given some scrap, so it keeps them interested. Ding found, but it's just not good enough, right? At that distance. Phantom will take it, especially up against no shield. Takas might have an opportunity here to get a pick on one of these exits, but no, decides against it. Decides it's more important to go down to the spike explosion. And the exact same thing will happen to Shit. No surprises in this one, let's be fair. It all depends on what we see right here, right now.
And this is why Misa is so scary. If they win the pistol round, their economy, how they manage that is perfect. Look at this. 4 rifles invested. Sure, Bulldog is a rifle as well. A little lesser one. But, I mean, how can you even call this a bonus from Misa? It's nearly a full buy. No utility lacking either.
No, this is definitely a full buy. Matters not, there's a Bulldog in play. But is he out already? So Mandatory, at least they're playing with the numbers advantage, but what's the call here? They've left the spike behind. 3 players moving up long, but spike far away. They've just realized they need to recall this attack.
I think Mandatory starting to realize that they don't have all of the information that they want to. Strong will gather some.
Not ideal for Elite, but at least he keeps Severe occupied for a little longer. Brave gets zapped down to 45.
Spike planted.
But at least Spike goes down, so you can never count Misa out. But this is as good as an opportunity as any for Mandatory. They just need to walk in together. Kushina grabs one, but he can't afford to just trade his life. They need a little bit extra than that, but somehow the numbers keep dropping. Down to Para. 1v3. Coordination is utterly necessary. Paranoia connects, and Severe takes the fight. Job, it's done. Mandatory can at least breathe, but job's not done. This was just one step of potentially many.
Misa has another buy upcoming. Overdrive online as well. Great trades from the side of Mandatory. This is exactly what I want to see. Kadavra, perfect timing for that pick to trade out Natank. Maybe that's the opening for Mandatory. How can you even give 1 versus 1 duels to Misa? At this point, I don't think you can as Mandatory. You probably have to go for the trades all the time.
So slowing down the pace seems to be the idea for Misa. At least keep things quiet. Ask Mandatory to go exploring, to figure things out. And they may actually do just that in mid. The turret hits the clone. And it's so quick, so explosive. Misa have already gained full site access. And you've even got a judge at the back of the site with Elite playing post. This is crazy. Misa have what it seems to be the perfect antidote to this push. But Takas has got the elixir. This is brilliant. 3 kills, and now Elite is in no man's land. Try to play for the rotations, but those never came by him, never became relevant. At the end of that round, instead Mandatory demand to make this retake their own.
That's crazy from Zakas. He's tired of waiting right there, wanting to go in before the teammate's gone. And he works this time around, isolating that backside from any help through that C-long area. Zakas, yeah, just a sneaky little neon coming through there. Misa? It's their first time out. Trying to close out things. Brave still yet to use that overdrive. He got the positioning of, or got so deep with that judge, he didn't need to use overdrive. It seems like they're kind of going for some investment here. Not quite sure whether the call will be recalled after this timeout. Mandatory finally getting some ground here.
Yeah, it's important. Starting to pull some strings. And little by little, chipping away at Misa's lead. Now it's an interesting discussion. It might also have taken place during the timeout. How do Misa go about buying up the next round? And it does look they've chosen to go for 2 hero rifles and a judge, which means it won't quite be a full buy the next round, which is odd. I wonder if they plan, if nothing goes right, to save rifles by the end. That could be a very real possibility.
Huge investment in terms of those hero rifles, having overdrive online as well. This can be always scary, Luke, especially when you have the judge on Neon. Overdrive provides even more value. 2 players only on that C side.
Yeah, but there's still one that could approach pretty quickly. Severe is on hot pursuit. Shin at the back of the site tries to turn around on time, but Misa have exploded into the site, and there's nothing you could do about it. Takas, though, joins just as quickly. It's chaotic, it's swift. It's like watching Formula 1, everybody running around in circles, and you've got to keep up.
Kadabra.
Shin on the other side of the toxic screen. Moves back again. Brave on the judge, so it's not quite likely that he'll try and take that engagement. Waiting for Canada to join, but Brave finds an upgrade. Kadavra's been given a gift, and a duel now is what we have in our hands.
Does he go all the way? Oh, he's reading it too much.
But somehow it feels like Brave has anticipated this rotate. Potential garage push. He did look at B. But the timing here will be odd. Oh no!
Oh.
This is actually brilliant from Kadavra. No noise made. And back turned from Brave. Perfect positioning. A little bit of BM to tell the tale here. Mandatory looking to make this one a competitive affair.
Clutch.
I think where Mandatory has found some success is flooding the sides. Look at this once again. Takas being in the forefront of that. Sure, Shin is there to stall. Find those picks. Deny any extra ground from Misa. But the flooding has worked for Mandatory. Great retakes. 3 rounds in a row they have found that defuse. And now it seems like it's gonna be a Hunter's Fury play. Kadavra, I think he's completely positioned for that. A lobby push.
Who's next?
Deciding not to go for that since no information gathered.
Here.
Yeah, but the Dimensional Drift is gathering all the information you need. This is where Shin is, guys. Right on me. Wait, Natank gets a pick because of Timmy the Turret. How did that happen? In the meantime, though, Natank is going berserk. A triple kill collected. Wait. Less than half the players are now left on the server. And we still have more than a minute on the clock. But now there's Spike going down. It's a 2v2 scenario. Takas gets caught by the trip, so there's some information of where one of them is coming from. But it doesn't look like Takas is sticking to that plan. Paranoia coming through, but the camera has spotted the approach. Now, Mandatory also know where Misa are. So everyone playing on full information. And Takas doesn't need assistance, even though he takes the wide swing to help Severe jump in to help. Takas is good enough to do it by himself. It's ridiculous how quick these rounds are. Mandatory get a 4th consecutive, or is it 5th at this point, defuse. 4th.
Back to back to back to back. Takas has been the one to bring Mandatory into this game. And I think the desk highlighted that there is not really any superstars on this roster. I do disagree a little bit on that. I think Chest even highlighted. But Takas, some people will say Takas has been here. He's a great player. I do think he's in the forefront of Mandatory. Quite quick approach from Misa.
Huge shot from Kadavra, quickly flicking onto Braves' face. And Kushner revealing himself to the back of the site, creating this one a very treacherous area. This is crazy. Yet again, everybody's throwing their players in. It seems random, but there is small system to this, right? There are a couple of players that are trying to coordinate their attacks time and time again, but the lockdown will completely stop this push. It's funneled them, or at least Power, into Severe. Paranoia coming in. Shocked up doing some damage, but Severe finally gets it. So Mandatory have got the lead here. Can Kushner recover a 1v2? Ooh, cannot stay behind the turret there. Tried it. I respect it.
Great reposition.
And will this be expected? Ooh, nice jiggle pick from the tank. TP now at long. Can play the waiting game. They still don't know. Now they know. And finds a clean headshot. And the tank, is he going to stick it? He will. Oh, you naughty boy. Oh, you naughty, naughty boy. Right under Kushner's nose. Pulls off the ninja.
Nana tank. Down on the wing. That confidence to stick all the way through. Kushner trying to make everything. All the pressure for Natank to not stick it all the way. Balls of steel, I say. Balls of steel from Natank. That's exactly what Mandatory need. One more round to go to equal rounds.
Oh, come on! Oh, come on!
Oh my!
Mercy! Who's unleashed this man? Where's he been hiding for the past 5 rounds? The moment Mandatory feel they've got a belief in the game, looks to rip it right out of their hands. This is ridiculous.
Spike planted.
I jinxed it.
I feel like you have, man.
I mean, Mandatory, they cannot go for this. The economy is not the greatest, even though they won, what, 5 rounds in a row. That was such a fast round.
I feel like this entire game has been filled with quick rounds, and it's not that the rounds in terms of time. Sure, that we have some, you know, plants that happen in the first 20-30 seconds of the round. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but that's how it feels. But there are some other ones where there's a lot of quiet, a lot of feeling around, a lot of contacting, and then once the attack takes place, right, once the execute happens, that's when things get chaotic. There is no post-plant, and there is no variation. There's a lot of chaos after that.
I do agree completely. And who thrives on chaos usually? Misa, the Turkish teams, the individuals there. I gotta respect Mercy from that play, but because if you check the map, at that point there was no one to support Mercy. It was all up to him to make some kind of play to bring Misa back onto this game.
He's probably like, yo, guys, let me try something real quick. I'm just gonna give this a go. I know this hasn't really been working on the attack, so doesn't hurt, right? Just let me try something.
Next.
They might have even said no, but he still went and did it, which could be funny. Mandatory play aggressive outside of B. They gain a lot of information. No one's around, no one's home. And they'll quickly realize that the A site is under siege. I don't know that Pyro will expect such a large amount of players approaching him. Oh dear, that is a surprise. Sliding Tack has to close out his life. But if you're Misa, how do you respond? Because Cadaver's also being left on the high ground, breaking the trip. Kushner deals with him. The timing isn't quite there. Takas finds one, looking to get into the back side, but Burzy in hell is taking down numbers. Severe joining in, but still, Misa seem to be in control. Elite holding his ground. And he's dug his heels in nicely. He's not budging. Shin is run out of time, so he needs to get this one done quickly, but it will not be possible. Misa right back into their winning ways. All too familiar with this feeling. And now they only need one to cross the line on Haven.
I need this.
Just individual fights. Misa on top of that. A great flank for Mandatory, but now they need something more. 3 rounds they would have to take in a row. Some ultimates to assist on that, and a great stack on the right side of the map, it seems.
Oh, okay. Sometimes this is how rounds look, MP. Sometimes it's not about executes, it's not about post-plant, it's about that. Long range shooting
Right
battery.
peeking. Yeah.
Toxins going up.
We can't count Misa out. We've seen this from either one of these teams.
they've got this.
It's Elite and Bursey.
You're right. Sorry for ever doubting.
Okay.
Can I doubt now?
Yeah. You're fine. You're fine.
I'm good. Okay. Watch Elite prove me wrong, though.
Sure enough.
He's got the neural theft if he needs it. Of course, he needs to find the space and a body to get that one done. Low on health, though, and gets a pump to the face. Okay, all right. We got a game on our hands, MP. This is turning out to be very, very close. Mandatory. Make the right call, creating a shooting gallery out on C long. But it's not often you can rely on situations like these.
But I think there's still something to take away from that round. Mandatory being the team that actually brought in the play, not waiting to react on what Misa is doing. They decided that this is good enough. Let's go for the swing. Let's take the battle where we want to take it. Not let Misa control this map. Mandatory back to their kind of normal looking defensive setup.
First blood for Severe. It hurts not having Brave available to you, even having an overdrive for this round. Nice high position for Tax as well, in case Kushner chooses to challenge. But I doubt he will. He's got the spike, right? Losing him is not an option. So I do think they'll end up on towards this A site. Power just distracting at this moment in time. Trying to keep players busy towards the other side of the map.
It's
And
great
Hart
off
has done
angle.
his job.
I mean, Takas he's just zooming with the Neon. I'm finding a lot of success with that. The clock is ticking.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they've left this up until the very last second. Double shot from the Hunter's Fury, and Power has already opened up the site but without even stepping foot upon it. Huge pickup from Elite as well. Mandatory on the back foot. 3 versus 4. Severe considering if he doesn't wait for his teammates, but he'll choose to stick around. Oh boy. Desperate effort to gain information. One on site, one hell. No clue on the third. Pre-fire from Power. They know this is the oldest trick in the book. The double-sided push from that smoke. It just doesn't work. Not against Misa. 13-10. And as much as your defensive campaign was impressive, Mandatory, it wasn't good enough.
Not enough proactive plays, in my opinion, from Mandatory. I think they had few decent rounds, a great peek onto that C long or A long. I think they had great ideas, but in the end, it's not quite enough against Misa. And I wonder what rounds are going to be broken down on this analyst desk. We have Chest and the company there.
This is the one you call out first, huh? Interesting.
It's me.
That's fine.
It's me.
That's absolutely
He knows.
fine.
He's
It's okay.
traumatized about the quiz.
I'm the host, but it's okay. Yeah, no, I know, yeah, exactly. Still fresh in the mind. Anyway, a valiant effort from Mandatory, but I do think never really out of hand from Misa, would you say, Echo? Oh, uh-oh. No audio from Echo. Zesht.
What's up? Yo, no
What's
problem.
up?
So Echo was actually saying some very valid and good points, and I'm gonna grab
Smartest
the question
person
to
I
give
know.
it back to him. He is. But more importantly, what I wanted to say, I would disagree with you. You said it never looked like it got out of their hand. I think this could have been out of their hand in no time, considering how they played. However, the campaign in the first half is what saved them here. And that is a very important effort, considering that their defense looked stronger than many times before.
Absolutely. We'll check now if Echo is
Let's
here
try.
with us.
Oh, maybe. Let's hope so.
I'm going to assume that's
We have
a
an
yes.
echo?
Yeah, there we go.
We have an echo.
of the
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Okay, that was cringe. Anyway, right. Okay, so a good first. We'll call it a solid first map from Misa. You get over the finish line. That's all that matters in the end. But we've got some stuff to talk about, of course, as per usual. And I think the main point you guys wanted to bring up was C-site retakes. So Zesh, take me through that.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the game, it could have been actually a great idea to look at every single seaside retake over all the rounds we have just seen. This was absolutely crucial point, and Eiko was touching on it previous to the game very well. It is literally a map where Misa is having a hard time with retakes. They struggle on a regular to get the control back on the side when they are defending. However, they manage to do it so often. And this is the thing for me. If Mandatory would have showed a bit more bravery, a bit more proactivity when they have planted the spike with a bit of a better plan, they would have won this map. The first half decided it all here.
Yeah, it really felt to me, at least, like it was exactly that. As soon as the spike went down, Misa were ready to flood in, like we've seen from them before, but this time it felt like they had more of a plan of how they were going to come back in, whether it was those little TPs up under the boxes, whether it was kind of just swinging in, using Brave as essentially a drone to then allow everyone else to follow up. They always had a plan for those retakes, and Mandatory they were just too far off of sight. They never really anchored correctly. I think they were just scared of the utility, maybe respecting it a little bit too much.
Well, with that first map over, of course, it is time for the pick of Misa next as well. We're going to Breeze, which is an interesting map pick. We didn't really see it coming out of them, but it is a map that they have played to great success in their own region. So I do wonder now if it is already over for Mandatory, right? I think we kind of mentioned, we kind of predicted to start things off that it was kind of Misa's series. The Veto once again kind of went in their favor. Is this now kind of the death toll already, do you think, Echo, or do you think that there is a road back to victory here on Breeze?
I did say that I think originally if Mandatory didn't win Haven, this is probably just going to be Misa's win, and I don't know, they're like Breeze, obviously they like this map, they just haven't had the chance to play it so far in challenges. I'm thinking this might be going to a 2-0, but this is still not a bad map for Mandatory, right? It's, they've played it once in challenges. They performed pretty well on it. Obviously, it was a bit of a lower opponent, maybe than Misa is, but I've got to think this is just going to be Misa's win now.
All right, well, I'm going to throw it to a break because, Vincent, your face said everything there. You seem to agree with everything that Echo said, so I'm going to send it to a break now, and we'll be back with Mac 2 very shortly. everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers. Map 1 over between Misa Esports and Mandatory, and Misa do take it 13-10. It was a close affair, and Mandatory definitely staged what looked like it could have been a comeback towards the middle of the map, but it wasn't to be. Once again, Mandatory just not quite making it to that finish line. It was just such a good first half from Misa that it was never really... well, I mean, it wasn't likely that they were going to be able to get it done, but now we move to Breeze, and that is Misa's map pick. And from what it looks like on paper, Misa, I would say, just about the better team. It's not a bad map from Mandatory, but it's going to be difficult for them to come back on this one. Do you not think, Echo?
Yeah, I think especially if Mandatory don't get this working in the first half, right? Their attack side, it's their stronger side. Obviously, you know, most people prefer, I think, the attack side right now. The defense is good, but what they really struggle with is the retakes. And if they can't get it working on the attack side, I'm not too confident in their retakes, because Misa's just look like they've improved so much that they, you know, they're already a good retake team, but they've improved so much on Haven. I feel like that's just going to flow through onto Breeze as well.
Yeah, I think you're onto something, but it feels a lot like they need to get their nerves under control and Mandatory when the situations are requiring, you know, this kind of call, this kind of initiative where you're boxed in. Even, you know, in an afterplant, you can be boxed in, but in a great advantage. And now, taking a look at it from a compositional aspect, we do actually see a small change. If I'm seeing it correctly, it is... no, me being wrong. I'm sorry. No, I'm just wrong.
But there's a first time for everything, okay?
Exactly. That is a change of some kind. You're never really wrong. So that's interesting, actually. But here we are. Yes, Misa Esports running the exact same composition. They won 13-5 on against S2G Esports in their own region's finals. And that does mean now that Mandatory, look, they're up against a pretty tough opponent, right? There is that standing kind of expectation that Misa is going to be good on this map. They have had it banned out against them a couple of times already here in EMEA Challengers, and probably for good reason. I think a lot of teams probably take a look at that and go, we don't really want to do this. It's Breeze. We're not really feeling too confident on this one. Therefore, let's not let it get picked against us. Mandatory, they have opened it up to be picked against them, and they find themselves in that position. Zesh, do you think that they can get this done?
Yeah, I absolutely think so. Today is again one of those days where everything is possible. This first game already was confusing in itself, in a good way, in an exciting way, but also in a surprising way. And therefore, I believe Breeze, with the score lines we've seen from Mandatory, it can open a door to map 3. I see it being possible.
All right, with that said, I'm going to throw it over now to Pavlos and MP. Go for it.
Thank you, lads. This is going to get interesting, MP, because Mandatory's backs are against the wall. There is no other result. They either win this map to survive and remain in this tournament for a little while longer, force off a decider, or lose. And we say goodbye and focus on the remaining 3 teams. How do you feel about this?
I mean, it's not easy for Mandatory as an organization, just coming off of that last year where they barely missed Ascension and now having to be in the elimination game against Misa, who is a really strong contender on Breeze, even though they have played it only twice this year. Both of those were against S2G. Mandatory, they're quite good in this map, actually having decent success, played it 5 times this year and won 4 out of those 5 situations. So yeah, sure, back against the wall, or they're back against the wall. But still, they do have a great chance. Their composition kind of promoting this elevation change. Omen Jet compared to the Astra and Neon of Misa. An interesting start from Mandatory. 3-pronged attack, I would say, trying to push and pull. Put some pressure on the B and find maybe some entries on the other side of the map.
Big first shot for Severe. And the good thing about playing Yoru is that you can instantly find yourself at another side of the map, and this time closer to B. Misa seem to have sniffed this one out. They've realized that's something at play here. And not only do they just put the majority of their players, they put all of them. All 4 lining up their defense into this B-bomb site.
Great read. I mean, they know exactly what is happening. I guess this is one of the reasons why Misa picked this. They thought that they were able to read Mandatory in this map from the previous matches that Mandatory had.
Okay.
Down B.
Severe, able to find the one, but Misa continue to just accept their dominance. Brave, the double up. I think Mandatory realized there's just too many players around. How do they know? Well, sometimes you don't need to know. You just need to have a hunch. Misa's read pays dividends. Natank, well, he's got 12 seconds here. There's no reason to save. Just give it his best try, but all Misa players just simultaneously walk out of the shadows and make quick work of round number 1.
Scary look if that's gonna continue for the side of Misa. Sure, they lose the first duel. They completely read that situation. They knew exactly that Mandatory were gonna heavy commit towards B. Stacked all of the players there and just mowed down the whole attack of Mandatory.
Revealing area.
Early damage on attackers from the shock dart, but that's unconfirmed.
Hold on.
Is that? Okay, never mind.
He's back.
He was doing his best clone impression for, for Yoru, but no. For a second there, I thought there was a disconnect. But no, not the case. And he's been spotted. So Takas is stuck. There is a dash available, though, I do think.
Yeah, I think Mandatory. It just seems like they're talking through this round. Just using this to chat about the next round. Think about how to attack it. Or not getting any information.
Severe throwing a lure way over the B site. Just as Snakebite drops as well. So we'll try and keep the two players busy here and hope that Mandatory get the spike down at least once. Toxic screen coming in. Hear the dash. Not much is head off the back of that. Brave to spam. Now Misa are fully convinced and on the move. But I think Mandatory have achieved what they came here to do, get the spike down. Now anything else is a bonus. They'd love a pick. But no such pick goes their way. Severe. At that distance, you're not going to have much luck against a rifle. And it's a flawless around 8 damage taken in total for Misa, this one.
Clean round. Mandatory. Trying to fake out some rotations in that round. Didn't work out. The first two, Misa, completely on top of what Mandatory is about to do. Or what they want to do in the map. Now different look in the approach of Mandatory. Wanna go onto mid. Maybe split onto A. That's what it looks like.
Gotta go.
So they let the clone go through. They've all just said hello to it. Slapped it on the shoulder.
Taking that back.
And here we go. Trying to play with a bait smoke there, Leap, but instead he's the one that gets baited.
I'm out of here.
Attacked with first blood, and this A site's going to be taken over. There's nothing Misa can do about it. They can only hope for a good retake.
Spike planted.
Not the best guns for the retake either.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to close up the gap a little bit. Takas does good work with his opponents, and it looks like the rest of the team is rallying up around him as well. Yeah, just a single casualty. Couldn't have gone better for Mandatory in my opinion. That's not too bad at all. And they quickly initiate their attacking endeavors with their first buy.
Great for Mandatory. Nearly flawless as well. Being able to fight as a team. Takas looking comfortable with the Jet as well. He was really good with the Neon. Just running around, baiting all the shots towards him. Letting his team do a lot of the work, but him pulling his weight as well with multiple multi-kills. The previous map.
Who's next?
Dimensional Drift instantly popped. Paranoia also Disabling vision for Brave. So he has to walk back, but gets right back into the action. Uses the counter to kind of find cover. Using his opponent's util to his advantage. Brave only able to get one, but the fight does keep on as mandatory flood from two different directions. Elite's been able to stick around on site for a little longer, try to delay this plant from going down. Burzy creating another angle of attack, but he won't be able to close in any longer. Maybe Elite will have more luck. Maybe Power can add something to this, but mandatory playing this one smartly. Try to isolate these players one by one, and they're successful with it. Power, all that remains. I don't think they've got knowledge of where he is, but I don't think that even matters either. Because the spike will be going down. Post-plant position's taken as mandatory cross. One left behind, so cross fire galore. Nathaniel thought his opponent was distracted there. Power, wait a minute.
Oh.
The thing is, he doesn't have eyes behind him at the back of his head. And that's the only way mandatory able to take him down. Massive comeback there.
Great reposition from Kadabra. Thor probably thought that either one of these players, Shin or Nathan, was the player that planted spike. So no idea about where Kadabra is. Mandatory. They're up to 2. Misa having to save this round. Aka's picking up all as well, trying to farm some kills quick. Mid pick.
Boom. That's the only Vandal in play. The unfortunate part for Misa is that I think that rifle is a bit too far out of reach for now. You might want to be collecting it later, but with so much mid-control mandatory have exerted, no point in going for that. Now they know what the buy looks like. There's some rifle around, but other than that, just pistols.
Look at Elite. Oh.
Ooh.
The timing.
But this goes both ways, right? Because Kadabra has been able to walk undetected. Finally, Elite is able to take him down. Got a few shots across before Kadabra fell. And now Misa are very close to making this one work with just pistols. Shin going around. Q does turn around a dime, but Shin gets there, and so does Natang. So Christ is averted 3v3, and the last players available for Misa do not have big guns.
Neither one of them retrieving the rifle either in elbow.
Oh, another lurk from Shin. Looking to be Mr. Sneaky Man himself. No, Brave. The intuition to look behind him there. And Burzy to win the 1v1 on Takas. Blink and you miss it. Lightning quick reactions. The attack now on the hot seat. But he's the one boiling his opponents to death. That is ridiculous. That round went in so many directions. If there was an eval bar, it would have gone up and down like an elevator. But mandatory are the ones to take it.
That might have been the oddest round I've ever seen. Somehow Misa finding the first picks. Mandatory coming back with 2. Then Misa once again finding 2. In the end, the experienced, nearly a seasoned veteran, Natang, Gentlemates, Leviathan, for a bit, brought all of the experience needed for that clutch. Oh, Takas, he spotted some.
Right into Kushina's hands though. He'll take that. So, still sitting at the same step. Quite a deep push from Elite though. He's gathered a lot of ground in mid, quite a bit of information. Sure, you don't have deep main control or even an elbow, but it does allow his teammates to play further on the extremities. Takas challenges it though, and instantly there's a crack in the armor. Brave needing to do so damn much! What are these sequences? You can't make this game up! Brave just pressed mouse 1 and deleted 3!
$30 seconds left.
I don't know what is happening. I mean, Takas being able to take this 1 versus 3 will be all we need. I think it's too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Although it falls more in line with what else we've been seeing, they've heard each other's footsteps, so Takas will take the blades out. And it looks like the operator will be able to see the light of day in the next one. But oh my god, I'm sure we've got that replay lined up. I don't know if it's slow-mo though, because I feel like we need to purely indulge in those shots. Okay, that's first blood. He scoped out on the second. I don't think he expected one to walk into his screen like that. And then the adjustment for the third was spicy.
I think mandatory, they're thinking, what is happening here? Probably on the same level that we are. They're not quite sure. I mean, all of these players, they're probably just wondering, and maybe I'm not quite sure whether it's the map or is it this matchup that is going on, what is creating all of these insane plays, crazy sequences. I don't know, but I'm enjoying the highlights. Maybe this time I don't know.
I feel like that's the most we could get out of this game, to be honest, highlights. And it's funny, we are making fun of a situation in which one of these teams will be going home after the series. Like, this is stressful, as stressful can get. Maybe, sure, you're not playing on stage. Sure, this is an Ascension where you're kind of playing for your life, right? Your livelihood. This is a little bit different. This is just the start of the season, start of the Challengers campaign, but it's about a message, right? Still though. Taka's already made it his way into the site. He's just been spotted, and that is huge. Calls out for Brave. Well, as he does. Mandatory's plan was to move on the other side of the map altogether. Thing is, the spike is nowhere near this. So even if they do gain site control, it would have been for nothing, because time would have been needed to go the other way. Now, switching their minds up again, or maybe this was the plan all along. Give it a fake, which does work. Misa do spend all of the players over to the A site, and so Mandatory walk straight right into an empty B site.
Was it a little bit overcooked? I mean, sure, they get the site, but they're 2 players down. And Misa,
they can't believe it as well that it's empty. They're like, wait, they're giving us this for free?
Spike planted.
Misa were good in retaking that Haven C site.
I'll handle this.
Once again, Diamond Zone Drift.
Sure. Hasn't spotted out anyone just yet, and now has seen 2 out of 3. The only one they don't quite know where he is Kata. Operator in hand further away. Severe holding on to his dear life. And Misa need to move in quickly because you can hear the spike ticking down so damn rapidly into the smoke. Severe needs to close up. It's being stuck. Into the smoke he goes. The trade is there. Hunter Shuri, Para will get the pick, and I think Elite will just in time get this one across the line. How does it always get so close? Misa, though, are the ones to edge ahead.
But the way these duels are going inside, I'm feeling bad for the Observer. I couldn't keep up. No way. And they're keeping up. They're finding most of these. The Hunter's Fury expended there as well. I mean, Pora doing wonder work, going through elbow all the way into window. And finding cut over there before the damage is done. But like I said, I think Mandatory kind of overcooked that.
Who's next?
The double fake. Maybe it was a bit too much. Dimensional drift now from the side of mandatory.
Good shots early. Elite has to hold his ground. He's pretty much isolated here. And being pincered in is not what you're used to in that position like that. Brave. He's also trying to slide through thin ice. And that thin ice breaks right underneath him.
Last player standing.
Verzi doesn't get to see the person that shot him. And Cushion has an operate up against 3. Far from optimal. Especially with the Viper's Pit going down, in which his opponents can hide within it. Thankfully for him, there's plenty of weapons to pick up from the ground.
Oh,
But you gotta be careful, because Shin is always on the lurk. It doesn't seem to matter this time, or will it? Yeah, it will. Boom. More like boom, boom, boom.
He's been great at those. Shin always seems to be behind you all the time, whether it's mid from your spawn. Shin is exactly where you think he is now. Just the final touch. Mandatory, they kind of cleaned up that round. More straightforward approach, Dimensional Drift online, and just playing off of that. Meant that they could capitalize this 4th round. Takas does love that mid pick. Once again, no one there to pick off.
Here.
It definitely looks like an A hit. I doubt they'll choose to go for anything else apart from a situation in which Misa push and kind of discover this. Thing is, though, it's back to the pistols for the Turkish side.
Assault rifle
Not
for Kushner.
Yeah. And he's on the right side, in the correct position. Para. Point blank. He's able to do sound damage. Surprisingly, not as much as I thought he'd be able to do. I thought I heard some dinks in there, but Takas falls down to 46 points of health in total. Severe pops off, tallying up 3 this turn. Just panning up the stats as he goes. Verzi will only account for the 1, so at least it won't be a flawless from the mandatory side, but they are, again, the ones in the lead.
Oh, I would be upset if I was Pora there. Oh, that wasn't kill. I don't know. In my opinion, you should have that classic close range. I mean, it's unpredictable. Misa going onto a timeout. Right now, I think they're struggling towards this A area. At the start of this map, they were kind of challenging that Elite, Pora especially, going with the Astra Orbs, pulling them back, try to go for those duels. Right now, it seems like Mandatory, they're just going there slowly, getting all of that ground in A main, and from there, just easily executing all the way to the side. I think Misa have to find an answer to that. Mandatory, they're free to speak as well. I'm sure they're trying to read this. I'm sure they're trying to maybe switch up some things or be at least aware that Misa could do some kind of play. I think one thing that they're switching is the position of this Viper. Where is he being pulled towards A? Means that they have more defensive power there to keep hold of this choke on A main.
Ooh, Severe trying to get around the Viper's Pit quick enough, but that's not really how that one works. So first blood for Misa. There was a chance for instant counteraction from Takas, but doesn't quite get there on time. So a quick pivot now towards the left-hand side of the map. 2 players down mid, but I feel like that's just an obfuscation. The rest of the team also helping to close in on this B site.
They're still trying to make it look like A.
Oh, they're standing in the spike so close to the doors. That's risky. Thankfully for them, doesn't go awry. Brave doesn't know just yet. But it feels like he needs to gain some info, get into a cubby, be in a spot in which it's uncomfortable for the attackers. Elite is able to pick apart attackers before he gets a chance to enter any site.
30 seconds left.
So now Mandatory need to pull above their weight as they're down 2 players. And down 25 seconds, you've got to get a move on. And they're not really gaining too much ground. Finally, starting to enter the premises of B. Brave up close, 15 seconds, going for the commit. Brave can spray here, but chooses not to reveal this position. Knows that if it does come down to it, he can be the surprising factor, but Mandatory didn't come into this round to just get a plant. They want to go for the whole thing, but they're surrounded, obliterated. Misa are right back in it.
Elite picking Mandatory 1 by 1. First Takas in mid with the operator in hand. Then another one inside. To clean out the round. Equalize the odds as well. It's tough for Mandatory. That round was a really rough round in terms of them not finding any chance to get those duels. I think the only one was Takas peeking up towards A. Barely missing power. Mandatory. Straightforward towards B. Dimensional drift as well. 2 players to all bound.
Here we go. Para. How close with Takas. That's the first trade. This is an explosive fight for Mandatory. But the thing is, they've got a Brave available to them on a Neon, running, zapping as quickly as damn possible onto the site. He's arrived, and has Elite by his shoulder. Spike does go down, but with Brave chipping away, that means that we're back square in terms of numbers. Looking to surround, Brave can't quite get into the corner. Elite, though, center of the site, will establish dominance. Natank creating a lurk of his own. That also doesn't go to plan, so it all is down to Savaya. Onto the spike. Savaya closing in, and Elite is waiting with a shorty. Brutal, and the time has run out. It has been diffused, and for the cherry on top, Severe also gets shut down by the shorty. Missifying the lead, they at least guarantee they'll be on equal terms by the end of the half.
Still a very odd round in my opinion. I felt like all of the time, Mandatory, they had the chance to have a flank there. Natank, his positioning seemed to be great. But Misa just being so aware of those different places that Mandatory can come through means that they will be able to take up the round, take the lead. With this one, they could maybe secure it for the first half.
Well, that's rough. Hey. But the Sheriffs are still doing a lot of work. They've left Shin stranded on the center of the site. Unless you commit for a second time onto the B site, you'll be leaving him alone. And Misa have read this. Everyone's around. The tank walks in blind, and Birdsey will just dig his heels in. There's no reason for him to move. He's blocking off the main entry. Spike, sure, it's still within Mandatory's control, but nothing else is, right? No space control. No numbers advantage. Only Severe with a spike, a Vandal, and a Dream. One down, 3 to go. 2
Another
to
one.
go.
30
So
seconds left.
he's now suddenly made it plausible. Being on 11 points of health doesn't make it a simple affair, though. He's permitted the plant and is still given the chance, and we've seen some clutches today. Now hold your horses. right back to where he came from, and it might be the right call, or is it? Because this is where both of them are! Tries to place the crosshair at the right position, but falls short by one. Kushner gets there, saves the day for Misa, and they'll have the lead by 2. 7 now locked in with the defusal. And I think Misa can take a sigh of relief after that. They fought very hard during that half, and they are very, very close to securing this series 2-0.
Remaining.
First half, it was filled with odd rounds, some clutches, some tries for clutches. Very, very odd half, in my opinion, and I think we're gonna see more of that. Misa leading by 2, now switching the sides to attacker. Mandatory. They're making the moves.
Oof. Nice elbow push from Severe. Stays alive through it. At the assistance. Now, the spike is in safe hands in spawn, but look how aggressive Mandatory are playing it. It might be a bad idea, though, because Burzy quickly punishes Severe's push, might even want to go for more, ends up getting shut down. The back and forth is killing me.
I need a blocking vision.
I think this is exactly what needs to be fixed for either one of these teams. Getting the advantage, but then giving it away. Completely free, going for those 1 versus 1 duels.
I have the spike.
I don't think you should go for them in a 4 versus 3 situation, especially with the way of the game going like this.
30 seconds left.
Elite in an impossible position between rock and a hard place.
Yeah, indeed. All too difficult in that 1v3, so by the end of the day, even though you lose a couple of players, it does go to plan. I just noted the kill feed, MP. Did you notice how many kills Severe is on?
18. I just saw that as well. And
I didn't notice that before. This is wicked.
Yeah.
The second fragger has got half his kills on his team.
so I'm kind of baffled as well. Maybe with all of the odd stuff happening and Severe getting that 3k to end the first half, he got all the way to 18. I mean, sure.
Enemy kill.
Oh,
Down A.
that's some martial madness by Takas.
Enemy remaining.
You need it once per series.
No fuel.
Love to see it.
No fuel.
Misa hate to feel it. And with that, it's a quick and simple, thrifty, anti-thrifty, if you will, with Mandatory squaring things up with a pistol and the follow-up. This is where things get interesting, though, MP. The advantage that was created in the previous half got nullified, right? We're back to square one. Whoever gets to 13. But the scary thing is that Mandatory don't have the alleviated pressure of having a map under their belts. They're very much still at 0.
Revealing area.
Yeah, for them, it's a must-win. That bonus round being almost dismantled quite quickly. Still 3 players left. 1 Vandal in the hands of Takas.
How do you approach this if you're Mandatory? You're down a player. These are some long distances to cover and some very difficult smokes to deal with. Okay, so you use a snake bite to destabilize, get them out of position, and then throw in the recon when they're out into the open to shoot them down. Nice sequence.
One enemy remaining.
Takas needs some individual brilliance to drawing back, but he's only capable for the one, so now it's down to Kadabra. The TP go away, and I think it realizes the chances are minimal. Very, very slim. Tries to upgrade the rifle by the end of the round, but Misa, with the execute and the hold on the post, will be able to secure that one.
So I kind of want to take this back to the composition talk and highlight that round 2 where Takas was up on this box, getting all of those kills. Mandatory having that composition of Jet and Omen being there means that they have the chance to play on higher elevation. Once again, Takas on the same box. And Shin on the rocks as well. It's great for them, but in this round, it doesn't seem to matter that much, especially at the start of the round, but it's a great thing for them to have Severe finding the first pick. I think he's close to 20.
Yeah, he's got to be. If he's not on 20 already.
I have the spike. Toxins going up.
A lot of impact from that man this game. Misa not being shy about revealing their presence, at least some of it. Over to the safe side, gather the orb. Elite has made sure that nobody else has aggressed from their opponents in mid, so he's calling up the team that it's safe and clear for them to also walk over. Oof, ouch. Yeah. Savaya, you know, it's not bad trying to sneak in some information, peeking out in mid, but there's always that risk of being outgunned at that long range.
Once again, advantage goes back to equal.
30 seconds left.
The paranoia can delay them substantially, right? It's holding them back. And time is crucial here. 25 seconds. And Takas, yet to be discovered. The clone gets shot. But Shin is lining them up. 3 already to his name. And Power, even though he's able to answer back with 1, he needs a little bit extra than that. And I think he's found it, but then 10 seconds. And the 4th pick, wait! But he needs to turn around. Does he expect someone to come in from behind? He does not, and it's such an unfortunate way to go down after doing so damn much. Kadabra has to come in and spoil his party. But Mandatory are patting their teammate on the back for arriving finally to the case.
I saw it, Pavlos. I saw Pora turn around here by Kadabra. But no, not this time around. But once again, Mandatory. They gave out those isolated duels. After gaining the lead, they were thinking that the round is won already. 4 vs 1, sure, it's us.
The tank playing this one aggressive, and it's paying off. Playing through the gaps of the toxic screen he created. But finally shut down by Brave. Doesn't last long for him. It's getting a bit rusty though. As you're running out of guns and bullets, it's mandatory to take the charge on that. And very much due to what Natank did at the very beginning.
Yeah, smaller investment for the side of Misa. Either way, I mean, that could have gone for the side of Misa after those 2 entries from mandatory if we look at how this game has gone. Obviously, Misa having to go for a timeout mandatory. Getting that advantage on the board. They're leading by 1. Misa just, they have to rethink their approach. Hunter's Fury and Overdrive online. I think that's great. Those are great tools to approach this round, especially if Cusional will get the orb in a lobby as well. Dimensional Drift, one of the better ultimates. Especially when you have to find Shin Takas playing those elevated positions.
It's hard, right? Because, again, just like Misa like to do on many of their maps, they have a very brute forcey sort of composition where they try to take space little by little, but also sort of in a death ball approach. And that works, but it doesn't work as consistently in wide open areas like the A and B side. It's easier for Mandatory to maneuver around and sort of avoid the brunt of the util that Misa throw at them. But here we go, double-sided attack. But it's only Brave joining in from doors. It's just going to be some damage from the overdrive, but nothing more than that. Instantly crushing down this attack. Sure, they've given them some space, but it's all controlled. B under no illusion. Severe has made this one his home.
He finds the best position ever. No one is aware of that. Cusioner tunnel visioning through the doors as well. Mandatory instantly shut down this attack of Misa. Oh, they thought they were safe to enter towards the site, but it's Severe. The spearhead of Mandatory right now, 24 and 14. The only player outside of France in this roster.
Kushner has cleared out the back of the site. This time, Mandatory decide to go with a hands-off approach. Again, they never seem like they're out of control. Well within the means of their plan. But that Viper's Pit could complicate things. Even if they were on a lower buy, Misa, still do quite a bit. Severe pinging, hoping that his teammates can get the pick eventually. Oh, gets close. Shin falls onto the secondary, but Brave seizes that chance to move in aggressive. All they're doing right now, Misa, is buying time. But they need to be able to survive. These toxins are hurting. That gravity well is keeping them nearby. Power is trying to keep his teammate alive, and Buzzy is doing a great job of surviving as well. Power has shot down the player defusing, switching up the positions. Buzzy on the operator. They've turned it around with pistols. Pure pandemonium. Time is an issue. A thrifty round by Misa to get them right back in the fight.
I need this. And the investment coming through. Thank you. So risky. You don't have the guns to support that. Viper's Pit, Dimensional Drift. Both were invested into this round to get the plan, to get the Viper's Pit online. And it pays off. Fortune favors the Brave. And they have Brave on their side. Playing that Neon.
That is brilliant. But you can say that again, right? Misa, they'll take chances. They are brave, quite literally. They've shown it time and time again. And it feels now they've figured it out. An operator is a brilliant way to shut down any of these pesky pushes, right?
Absolutely. Mandatory, they've been confident in those pushes. And I do love to see that. Mandatory, they're taking the defensive side into their hands. They want to go find those picks. Play with their own terms.
I have this spike.
Misa, they're tired of that. This is holding, waiting for any mistake that Mandatory is gonna make. Any pushes. Misa are trying to collect those. It's still anybody's round here.
Deploying drone.
So looking to explode onto the side. The paranoia is well timed, and it's
30
given
seconds left.
Misa the heebie-jeebies. They don't really have the confidence to move in quickly, and Shin sticks around. He was thinking about ulting away, but that's no longer the case, especially with Severe joining in. Shin ends up losing his life. Cosmic Divide building enough space, but is this all an illusion? Because Severe is considering a potential angle
Spike planted.
of pushing, uses his clone to help. Self-assisted flash, and it pays off. Equal in numbers, but Severe wants to take it a step further. And he's just distracting everyone away from what is going on the other end. And the tank creeping up. Wait, Power knows now. And the defuse is in that save because there's a gravity well forcing him off of it. And that tank was a fight, and Severe keeps on fragging. This is looking better and better for Mandatory by the second.
And in the forefront, it's Severe closing in on 30. 4K once again. He's been sneaky. Once again, finding that first pick after 3 players have entered the site already. Just sneaking through to bricks right there. Then somehow staying alive, making plays for himself. And that's why Yoru is so great. It's self-sustained. Misa switching up the site.
Spike down B.
Huge pick from Takis early. You can never count out the pistols of Misa, but this time, oh, never mind. There is no this time. This is as much of a winnable situation as any other. Takis is stuck. Oh, you can feel, you can sense the panic. Didn't know where to look. He was stranded. Quite literally up against the wall.
He's so deep.
Yeah, but the tank will come in late and deal with it. So back to the start. Get you 200 Monopoly money. And see how you do this time. Roll the dice.
Player standing.
Oh dear.
Enemy remaining.
Burzy now needing to do it. He knows where to look, and Severe's low. But Severe has been the mastermind of this game. He threw in a flash and has TP'd all the way back, but it's audible. Burzy knows exactly how patient to be. A quad piece by Burzy. The 1v2 clutch. The eco round for Misa. You cannot make this up.
Not again. It cannot happen over and over and over again. I mean, for the life of Misa, they cannot win on a gun round. The 2 rounds they won after that bonus round of mandatory were ecos, thrifties. The biggest investment in that round was sheriffs. I think 4 of them. And that was quite enough for Misa.
We need scientific papers for this, MP. We need to study why this happens, because I feel like it's a syndrome.
I mean, Pavlos, what is the answer for Misa against mandatory? Do they just throw away all of their weapons here?
That's a strat. I don't think it's a very good one, but that's a strat.
It seems to be working for some reason. I don't know. Is it Misa just playing more freely when they don't have that much of a risk on a round?
Yeah. Must be.
Yeah. And to think that mandatory started that round with 3 players on the B side should have dealt with that push easily. But no. Misa back at the guns.
Bit of trench warfare going on over at B early. Talk about trenches. Shin has either dug himself a hole or dug his opponents a massive grave. It's one of the two. Nothing in the middle. He's holding a judge, and he's right in the corner. The Aldrin will spot him and he TPs. Okay, maybe it's neither. maybe he's not digging at all. Potentially thinking about going in off the toxic screen. Kushner instead appears in front of it. Oh, I forgot there was a box there, my bad. Here comes the Hunter's Fury though. Damage across from Kadabra. Mandatory looking to close in, but Kushner has come into the fight. Is this where Misa takes their stand? They're out into the open, very, very exposed, and with Dimensional Drift, all the information is there. Elite has saved the day just a little bit,
30
and being on the
seconds
spike already has caused Misa to get anxious. Health-wise as well, Kushner doesn't feel too comfortable. 20 seconds.
Standing.
And Burzy has drawn it down to a dual spike to the back of the site. Severe versus Burzy. Two of the highlight players of this series.
I promise there's
Burzy
a
hiding
Viper
within the
split.
pit right now. And Severe might be joining in from the right location! No freaking way Severe reads that one correctly!
Good try.
There must be a giant smile on his face. A grin from ear to ear. Mandatory one away from getting a map of their own.
Calm and collected.
Last player
That's what Severe is. Confident. There's no stopping this man. 32 kills on board. The guy to save Mandatory. The guy to bring it
No
to
charges
map
left.
3, possibly. Misa,
Who's next?
once again, on a lower by quick attack coming through by Severe once again, finding the first pick.
Severe is truly having a game of his life right now, able to TP away, avoiding even the Hunter's Fury, and he's just keeping going. Nothing can stop him, apart from Burzy. He's wanting to take vengeance here. Very annoyed that couldn't win the clutch in the previous. That could have allowed Misa to be on equal level with their opponent right now and be threatening a potential 2-0. But now, in need of a lifeline. Spike down and Mandatory
Spike
patient.
planted.
Oh, this is interesting. From the shadows onto the site. Broken by Para. Aldrone.
Player standing.
Oh, it is so damn crucial. They know where Para is now. Fully telegraphed. And a double-sided peak coming out from Mandatory will be the solution. The French team isn't going anywhere. They cry. They want Pearl to be the decider. Goodness me. What a game.
Incredible. We are following in the footsteps of yesterday. Close feats, close games between these teams. It doesn't matter what team is facing what. And I'm gonna be honest, I really, really want to hear what the analyst desk has to say about Severe and how does Misa plan to stop that.
I mean, I cannot tell whether everybody wants to make their lives and their days as difficult and long as possible, or whether it is just, I don't know, this playoffs is just cracked out of its mind. Somebody always shows up on every map to disrupt something going on, and this time it was Severe, and it was, well, it was severely good performance. I mean, ridiculous stuff. Once again, it was just enough to keep Misa at bay the whole time, and yes, right at the end, right towards the end, there was this hint of a comeback from Burzy. I mean, you see a couple of those rounds there where he had such a big impact, but it just wasn't enough, Echo.
No, and I mean, like, when you've got a player like Severe that can just go 34 and 17 out of nowhere, this is the kind of thing that will just help push MDR over the line, right? There's a lot of other people, but I think, honestly, Severe heard Zesh say there's no star players on Mandatory, and I think he took it personally.
You know, if that's the outcome, I'll say that any day to any player.
It's like
any team.
whiplash.
No, but in all honesty, it obviously comes down to a plethora of factors. One of them being he's on the Yoru. He has his capabilities of actually playing, let's say, absolutely for himself. He decides what way he wants to approach things, so on and so forth. And that obviously makes a big difference. The skill on this guy clearly exists. I think we don't need to discuss that too much. It brings me just to this point that what has been proven is that this same thing, in my eyes, could have happened on Haven. It was just a player stepping up a little bit more finally when it mattered for Mandatory. Because in terms of how they approach the game, they're on the side of Misa. It hasn't changed too much. It wasn't too different. And when this guy then finds consistently 2Ks, 3Ks, clutches the rounds, then you finally put a stop. Then you finally break down that machine of Misa.
And it does bring up just an interesting point to me here that, I don't know, maybe there's this feeling in my mind that Misa are leaving the door just that slight bit ajar for Mandatory here, because, you know, those 6 rounds on Haven where, as you mentioned, Zesh, it could have happened if somebody stepped up to the plate just a little bit more. Mandatory could have turned the tables on them. It did happen this time, right? Somebody did step up to that plate. Severe managed to get 400 ACS and open that door all the way, right? And the worrying thing for me, for Misa, is that they could just do that again. And it seems like there is just this, I don't know, just this kind of feeling to me that they're not quite locking down every opportunity that they have, Echo.
Yeah, and I think especially as we're looking towards Pearl as our next map, that's where the locking down is going to be so important, because both of these teams, if they're running the same Pearl compositions as they have before, there's going to be a lot of potential gaps. You know, we've got the Tejo that's able to force people into these uncomfortable positions, and if Misa aren't able to control the map, which they weren't able to much on Breeze at all, it's all going to fall apart for them.
It's going to be the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's the worry, right? It may just be the same thing. Look, I mean, pre-show, Zesh, I mean, when we were discussing just kind of, you know, between ourselves, who we thought was going to be in the grand final, stuff like this, you said that Misa could be a grand finalist team, right? This could be the team that would, assuming that Enterprise win their next game, they would be winning against, well, anything could happen, but, you know, this is just kind of the team that would be able to do that. Is it for you now that Misa are just not quite living up to their full potential?
No. I think they just done a gamble a bit on the map. They are layering absolutely doesn't work that well on the attacking side on this map. It is what it is. Lesson learned. There's a reason why they sometimes play it, sometimes don't. Not their most comfortable. So what? Pearl is the real test. I think this is going to be very interesting to see. They had already struggles in this tournament against Team Liquid Academy. So it comes down obviously to that one. I would just leave Breeze behind. It was something they decided to try. Okay, whatever. I still think this is very doable for the side of Misa to pick it up here on Pearl, and maybe even more convincingly.
Sure. I mean, look, Pearl, the final map, obviously, and these two teams have been fighting tooth and nail at this point. I don't think either of them feel like the definitive winner for this one. We cannot go into this map with any expectations. True. I don't think, apart from it's going to be a little bit chaotic. So I do hope you join us for this final map of the series, where hopefully things might settle down a little bit. I don't know. We might get some panic attacks in here if not. So we'll head to a quick break and we'll be right back.
Straight to the top like a new fade. Come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large, I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop or no. Dream big, live large, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열을 top 10 거는 식당. 행걸로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Broken and bruised, what's left to
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Day 2 of the playoffs. We're going as fast as possible because we are short for time. The players are already in the server, they're getting going. We're going to be in the Asian Select very, very soon, so we're going to get through things as quickly as possible. How's it going, guys? It's Asian Select straight away. That's even less time than I thought we were going to have here. We're on Pearl, and it is 1-1 in the series. Mandatory and Misa Esports have been vying for control in this one. Neither of them have really gained it. 13-10 both maps. Pretty insane stuff. And as we move to Pearl here, what are your expectations, Echo?
My expectations, especially if we're looking at Misa on the attack side, is they need to get the spike down. Previously, if they don't get the spike down, they just lose. That's what they need to do. Get the spike down and you win.
Strats.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
Avoid retake. Win before retake, Misa.
Yeah.
Good idea. Yeah, what else?
Yeah.
Let's start the game. I don't,
All right, cool.
I mean, in all honesty, in all honesty, you know, it was very close yesterday, and I think once more, it comes down to the matter of fact that the guys of Mandatory really have to step up their game on their more attacking side to deliver not those very last second rounds and not give us any layers in their attacking side. And also, I'd like Takis to set up, because otherwise you need to Severe to go back to another duelist type of agent. We saw the agent select, that didn't happen. So he gotta get his game really under control now.
All right, well, I wasn't kidding when I said we had no time. We're going to throw it to the classes now. Pavlos and MP, go!
I've done it again. There's the utmost urgency about this, absolutely, because let's face it, there's only one map between either of these teams, either continuing the journey here in the playoffs or getting the hell out of here, right? Getting eliminated. And Pearl is a very difficult place to get there. Now, Mandatory, they needed Severe to pop off absolutely out of his mind to get that one across the line. Can that really be repeated though, MP?
I mean, to me, it can. Severe being incredible player, having that experience playing alongside Fnatic in that Soup tournament. They got pretty decent position there. I think they got second. Severe being around for such a long time. But is it the consistent factor that they could rely on? I'm not quite sure. It could definitely happen again. But the main takeaway that Chest said right there before we went to us was Mandatory, they need to give up the layers on the attacking side and give up on delaying that attack onto later stages of the round, running the clock down. I think that's exactly. Mandatory has been quite good in attacking the sites at later stages, but sometimes it's too much.
Well, Elite is able to find first blood here as Misa enter this A site. And it looks like Mandatory don't look to take much of that resistance route early doors. They want to make sure that everybody is available to them in multiple angles, and you can see how far Severe has gone to make sure that there is no lurk. He can focus in one singular direction. Thing is, he's given Art up. Right, 3 players walking towards him. And if he's able to find one, it won't be too bad of a deed, because now the rest need to be distracted towards him, Brave, quite far away, which means he won't be relevant for the rest of the mandatory to push through. Nicely timed. Onto the spike. Pressure's on. Low HP. Shin gets the final shot. Really good stuff in terms of distraction from Severe. Sure, we were talking about his aim brilliant in the previous map, but this one, turning the attention of 3 and while letting the rest of the team do the job is what takes the cake.
Mandatory start with the pistol. I think they were struggling in this defensive side yesterday against UCAM. Only finding 4 rounds. The attacking side for Mandatory was the better one. UCAM giving a lot of space in mid. Mandatory capitalizing off of that. But now Mandatory, they need to have better defensive side against Misa. I'm sure Misa have seen that Pearl yesterday. They know that they can exploit some things from Mandatory. They know that they don't want to give as much space in mid. Probably that Misa did. Fusioner. Not gonna fully commit into that. Just farming the orbits. Min-maxing.
Yeah, trying to farm as much as possible in that regard. You can see, Mandatory, they need to respect even this second round of the game up against Pistol. Fell victims to 2
Spike down
of their opponents of 3 rounds in the previous map. Doesn't seem to be the case this time around. Very confident with the shorter ranged weapons, Spectre and Judge. Although they do lose 2 players at the very end, not that it will matter all that much. Mandatory secure it.
I think the second round is something where we see quite a lot of differences in between teams. For example, Mandatory here investing, I think all of the players actually having some kind of gun, but none of the rifles were online that we could see on Misa. Sure, a Bulldog, but no hard rifles in terms of Vandal or Phantoms. And that means that 2 Mandatory players die, 2 guns are gone. Misa usually going for at least a couple of rifles in that round, doing the heavy invest so they can have a decent bonus round.
There.
Well, there goes the Outlaw. And looks like Misa aren't looking to slow down at all. Throwing on the chase. Shin spotted eventually. As he tries to close up that distance, and indeed it works like a charm, but needs to bring the Judge right back out, though runs out of bullets. Made his opponents low enough for the rest of his teammates to find the impact, and indeed Natank is able to rip 3 skulls off their bodies, and with that, Natank finds himself the Phantom. Mandatory on 3, deny misses by.
They don't need the rifles invested. Judge a ghost. And few great individuals will do. Mandatory just overwhelming Misa there. Great utility usage to support the backside players as well. But I'm gonna be honest, Pablos. This is the round where Misa shines. if we look back at Breeze, they're down with pistols.
I mean, we're laughing, but there's a tiny situation where they do actually figure a way to win. I don't know how, but they often find these situations easier than others.
That's funny. I don't know how they do it.
I don't know either. Well, they've gathered a lot of space, basically split the map in 2. Thing is, there is a tripwire making sure they haven't gone spawn deep. Look at the pings on the minimap as well on the top left. Looking to execute the B siege. Stars, but they are Shins, so it could be a gravity well, it could be a bit of a concussion thrown their way, and just random shots through the smoke will do it. Whoa! Thursday, how did you find that? That is not an easy shot to connect.
30 seconds
I
left.
think that's all they get.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good enough stall from those 2 players on the backside. Mandatory will get the rotations out.
30 seconds
I love
left.
that you highlighted the Cypher strip all the way to spawn. I think that is an adjustment from yesterday, where we saw Olizera actually bringing the fight all the way to spawn. Mandatory. They do not want to get repeat of that. They want to cover that spawn, and once again, Nathan will place down that trip. I feel like Mandatory, they're kind of conceding this mid control by placing that trip down early and trying to focus towards these A and B mains. Misa, I wonder if they're already reading it. This timeout could prove helpful. But Pavlos, I think this is a place where they actually need the rounds on board. You cannot get let Mandatory get any more on board. Can't get the snowball rolling for Mandatory. Shin already getting some great kills. Different individuals getting confidence as well.
I can hear the desk talking from the very start of the day. If it does go to Pearl, momentum will be a big part of it. So better to break that streak now rather than later.
Especially because I think his teams are quite even in terms of this map. Some reasons he biased them. Both of them played against S2G. Mandatory in this tournament. Misa in their own region. Both won.
Rough luck for Severe. Kushner finding head first.
Flashbang.
But this isn't a subpar defense from Mandatory. They've still got 3 players available here. They know where Shin is, but I think that might just be a trap. Converging pass dropping, but Brave has come alive. Shin unable to find the headshot, and Brave continuing to fire strongly. Huge stuff for the man himself. Now, an attack has found himself in clutch positions before. 30 seconds, and you'll know one player will be busy planting the spike. Do you seize this opportunity to try and isolate one of them? And I think that's exactly what he's trying to do. No one's looking. Neither is Brave. Thing is, where do you check after this? Takas did something similar moments ago. 1 day ago to be exact, but cannot draw it until the end. Burzy recovers, but the tank take a bow because that was so damn close.
That brought me back to the clutch that Takas had yesterday in Corrode. Trigger discipline, sneaking up. Almost missed that timing as well. But in the end, it's Burzy. The giant for Misa yesterday. In Abyss. Now being able to hold the fort down. That means that Misa is finally on board. Once again, Pavlos.
Massive.
Individual performance. It's been so prominent in this matchup. Multiple times. Great clutch tries. Great clutches.
Ahead.
You want to find it?
Excellent. Well, there's no secret in terms of what the approach is. 2 ultimates expended though, and the Armageddon doesn't quite connect where it Misa would have liked. Instead, the converging path is a great way for the punish. Wait, there's another Cosmic Divide, and this one's from Mandatory. Map split in 4 quarters. And the spike is right in the middle of it all. How do you break through? Only 1 playing from R2. From main, and the spray is going to be good enough in a tank. When he burns, he's able to find some damage. Ooh, doubles it up as well, but it's basically a human meat shield. It doesn't matter the amount of kills you get if you don't end up with a round win, although it's pretty much brought Burzy right back to getting his ultimate again. It's not good enough for the round.
Sure, it's nice, but like you said, not good enough.
One enemy remaining.
I think that was actually quite dominant showing from Mandatory. Great retake. Misa invested everything to get that side, get the control, but Mandatory just break through with a cosmic divide of themselves. In the end, sure, it ends up being 1 versus 1, but at that point the round is already won for Mandatory. And Misa, once again, they have to look through his hero rifles.
Suppress. Missile deployed.
Dagger. I think it got broken. Didn't quite reveal anyone. But again, Mandatory, it feels like at the right place at the right time. The tank able to convert for more than one, but he's got more than enough teammates around to account for that. Short power has found damage, but yeah, this defense is overwhelming.
I'm sure that was pistols, few rifles. How do you break this defense? I think Severe kind of struggling in terms of not having the best shots there. Still ending up on top of that. For the side of Misa, I think it becomes harder round by round. Even though right now, yeah, they have null command. But then again, Mandatory, I think they're so aware of that they might even play full-on retake where they see that approach. Sure, at the start of the round they wanna make some advances. They don't want to give up space for free.
And for Misa, it's very close to being disheartened as well. Because every time you try to take a site, you found the majority of Mandatory players there, and in the back of your head, like, how do they know? Again? So it's painful. And if they lose this as well, they'll be down economically, and the bad scenarios are mounting up.
Mandatory know that Misa have to go towards B. They know that operator is online on A. Perfect combination from Mandatory just to choke them out on that link area.
So what next? What do you do to come back from this? I don't think individuality is enough here. And when I say that, I mean
30 seconds
individuals just pop off, have their moment, shine.
Ready. You want to fight?
Are you going to use the Cosmic Divide?
Oh, wow.
It seems like they think this is durable. Guided salvos don't seem to affect them. Oh, you don't want to have a knife out for a gunfight, or maybe a shock dart fight. Cadabra zaps to the death.
I wonder if that was from Gravity Well getting vulnerable and shock dart coming through. I don't think those players from Misa were that low. Just die to a shock dart. That was quick. For a second it looked like Misa actually had a chance to get B side. Then Berzi getting timed on completely. Misa once again speeding up things. They want to enter A quickly, fast as possible. Like I says, no chance.
Yeah, not happening here. Not on his watch. You can tell Misa walked into this one a little bit more determined, decisive, hoping that Mandatory would have played a little bit more aggressive, and they used a lot of Veto to try and catch it out, but that hasn't happened. But Kushina able to find one, but the fact there's still plenty of defenders around, including Severe, who has been absolutely out of his mind all day long. There's not much in this, but still, Berzi has got an opportunity. It's not all over. Some trades have come forth from his teammates. It's set him up in a decent scenario. He's got 2 to his name already. Why not get a quadra and the round win? Wait, there's a trip that everybody missed, by the way. There is a trip. Thank you, observers. Okay, Berzi knows of it, so breaks it.
I have the spike. 30 seconds left.
Berzi hoping there's no one hiding out, but the grab pretty well is expended at the same time. So baiting out the util, 15 seconds, you've got to commit. Stun avoided. Buzzy hoping he can get one pick here. He's
10
going to
seconds
commit
left.
now, and it feels like she knows
Spike
it
planted.
or not.
Last player standing.
He's given them the 1v1. No way, this is a round where Misa wins. No way! Natank saves the day yet again. He's been called up for cleanup duty many a time today. The guarantee when it's most required, because Misa nearly stole that one away from them.
I mean, Mandatory basically just gifting that opportunity in the end there. The isolated duels, the Verzi from yesterday could have taken that down easily, especially the form that he was on Abyss. Oh.
And it's ridiculous, MP, right? Because again, Misa looked most threatening this entire map just on their pistol round, right? On their eco. How does it even happen again?
There must be some secret sauce right there.
Maybe the bear knows. Maybe the bear knows about that secret sauce. I think it knows something.
Tell me everything.
It's looking kind of sus. Yeah, but information about the tech pause, everybody. One of the coaches has crashed, so we're waiting them to join back on the server. I mean, coach input is more valuable than ever in this type of moment, right? Whether that is noticing a weakness from the other team, whether that is assisting with a strat, or that voice of reason to calm, to ground a team. Very, very important in a situation like this.
I'm talking about that coach input. I mean, for Misa, I think this would be the greatest position to call a timeout right here.
Sure.
Still 3 more rounds left on the stacking side.
Thing is, MP, Misa only have 1 timeout left. They've already used 1. So that will be using 2 for the game. Already from round number 10. So if that doesn't go their way, then what then?
But then again, if you're down 11-1,
sure. Sure.
Is it basically over there?
I hear you, and you are right. So, will tactical timeout be called off the back of the tech? It doesn't look like it. Time ticking down. And we are going to regulation.
Null Command has been online for a few rounds now. Must be used here. I mean, you cannot have such an important ultimate online for so many rounds in a row. You've seen Natan just positioning out of that A site where he has all of his trips, so his teammates can play from those trips, not being affected by the null command.
Yeah, it's small decisions like that that make the difference. This time, no, trip deep towards spawn. Kushner even trying to break it in case there was one. But Mandatory decide it's necessary to keep 1 player busy looking in that position. Severe is on that duty right now. Drone spotting out 2. Oh, the wall bang! Severe, come on!
It's not fair. That's the null command as well.
Oh, it is! They're never going to extract that value from that ultimate. It's just doomed.
And I'm sure they had a game plan around that null command in this round.
1 by 1.
All right, convergent pass.
30 seconds left.
What does it do?
He's gone.
Yeah, no one's caught right in the middle of the site. The guided salvos do end up picking up Kadabra, so it's squared things up a little bit, but the Armageddon's going to make sure the spike doesn't go down. Oh no, 18 seconds. Do they commit? More damage from the guided salvos, but Brave is able to survive, and the spike is touched down. Kushner answers back with a pick. This is the strongest situation we've seen Misa in a good while. Attackers being a nuisance from the back line. Quick scopes onto Elite. Now the tank is on the other end. These are the 2 highest clutch rate players in full mandatory, and they're here to make their stand. Takas switches up to another weapon. A triple altogether, and denies Misa yet another round.
Or they plant next time, okay?
I was just looking the madness that Takas was doing on the flank. Operator in hand, dashing through. Finding that first pick is
One enemy remaining.
such an important task. But then following it up with 2 more. Clutching out that round, and finally it's the second and last timeout for Misa to be called. Convergent paths utilized there. Really beautifully as well. We brave Salvo in combination. But now you just have to make sure that Pora stays safe, stays alive, and uses that null command. It's a tough situation. At best, you're left at 9-3. The curse. Could be great for Misa.
I mean, anything they can bank on, right? Anything they can rely on, they'll take. Any dub, wherever they can find it, even if it's just in Wazzy and Woozy and Fugazi. Shout out to the people that get the reference.
I'm not so culture for that.
Oh, come on.
Movie
Wolf
reference?
of Wall Street.
Oh.
Wolf of Wall Street. It's a Wazzy, it's a Woozy, Fugazi. It's dust. It doesn't exist. It's in the scene where, you know, there's...
Oh, that one I do
You
know.
get it? Yeah, I think that it's a scene right before that. You get it. It's fine. Okay, Armageddon though. Shin is in trouble. How is Shin still alive? Can someone explain? Sidestepping as much as humanly possible. All these util. Kadabra walks out of the smoke. The confidence to go for something like this, I think it speaks volumes. Though they mustn't get ahead of themselves, because power is still dangerous. And so is the rest of the squad. But Severe is the most dangerous of them all.
Was a mistake.
Last round before the switch.
Shin being alive for so long there means that Misa cannot establish any control of the site. Stalling for all of those rotations to come to. And when Severe comes to the site, it's over for Misa. Not a chance. He continues where he left off in Breeze. Different agent, completely different role.
He doesn't need to duelist, man. And put him on anything, he'll frag like this. This is ridiculous.
I mean, same position in the scoreboard, leading that. I'm sure this is not the 400 ACS, but it's well enough for mandatory.
Oh yeah, last round of the half, desperate times. Not so desperate measures, a standard split for Misa. It's a switch up, but that does seem to pay off for now. Takas, that's unlike him. Unable to connect with the first one. So what's the switch up looking like? Underhand flash for power up. Oh, no Takas just trying to dodge bullets, but he's not in the matrix. So the bullets do end up landing in the end. And Severe up against the entire squadron of Misa will end up dropping 10-2, though. That is dominance. That is a statement half for mandatory. The reverse sweep is well on the horizon.
When this tournament started, I looked this roster of Misa and saw probably the roster with most experience right now in Turkey. All of the names here, most of them being to tier 1, 4 of them were the core of BBL back in 2024. Now back against the wall, facing mandatory elimination match. Misa, they have to bring that experience and find some miracle happening here on the second half.
It's the redemption story, right? And if they do want to redeem themselves, show why they deserve a VCT spot, this is one of many steps where they need to show it. Mandatory though. Also, a lot of talent that looks to get right back into the spotlights. Takas being one of them, and he's frontlining this attack. Severe from the other end, continuously shining. Burzy blind cannot see, but Mandatory definitely have got their senses here. Kushina breaking cam, but a long way to go. Needs to account for more than 2 to ease the blow for Elite, but there goes nothing. Mandatory with a pistol, closing in on what seems an inevitable score at this point.
Last player standing.
When BBL went to international roster from 2024 to 2025, and all of these 4 players, except Burzy, were left without an organization, finding different orgs in Turkey, in tier 2, some in tier 1 as well. It felt like there was some unfinished business, and that was highlighted by the coach as well. And if Misa drop down here, I'm sure there are more unfinished business from them. Mandatory. They are so strong right now.
They are. But Misa on the pistol round, we cannot underestimate on the eco. And Mandatory didn't really need to go all in there. They figured out there's a strong hold, so they'll give it a go for a round 2. They've got a lot of replenishable util that they'll try and use at the final mark.
Mandatory leaving Natonk inserted into that A main area. So they can have that 2-pronged attack onto A. Still Misa keeping strong, keeping most of the players onto this side of the map.
Yeah, they haven't budged.
30
Move
seconds
for
left.
a second, for an inch. Sort of letting Mandatory to walk in. Some chip damage. Break his shoulder there, but Severe finds every corner. No one can hide from him. He's the boogeyman of Misa today. He truly is living rent-free in their brains, in their dreams and nightmares.
One enemy remaining.
Nothing can pinch Misa awake here. Nothing can awake them from this hellhole.
Match point.
He has 71 kills right now in this matchup, in this whole series. I mean,
do it.
Yeah.
It's 20 kills in 14 rounds. It's not like we're looking at a 13-11 situation here. It's 20 kills in 14 rounds.
The bad thing for Misa is that they actually bought in for that previous round. They invested. I mean, they had to.
Drone going out.
Now only 2 Guardians and a Bulldog. Sure, some Spectres around it. It's not the best gun run from Misa.
Miss on the brink of elimination. They've had decent runs. They've had such close game series. Even in the upper bracket, the match against Enterprise, first game OT, second one 39 as well. Split was no slouch either. But now, need to look for 10 consecutive. And that is not going to be an easy day ahead, especially when Severe shows no intention of slowing down.
Be right back. Last
Kushner
player standing.
gets figured out. Burzy
Spike
on
planted.
the other
You are
end
divided.
of a wall, and now of a Cosmos. With no
Attackers
hopes
win.
left. Misa gets eliminated by Mandatory. As they move on, they continue their journey here, Challengers EMEA, and still have a fighting chance for the Split 1 title.
And who else in the end to take it all the way through other than Severe closing it out? I think almost 75 kills in the whole of that series, and we have to remember that that last map, that was a dominant feat from Mandatory. It wasn't given when we started this matchup. It wasn't given, especially when we saw Pearl coming as a last map. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not enough to break that one down. I need to hear it from the analyst desk. What has happened here on the last map?
I think we're all a bit shell-shocked here on the desk after that performance, and I guess it makes sense. I mean, Mandatory are definitely no strangers to causing a bit of an upset and making a bit of a scene in EMEA Challengers. They've done it before, but this is something very interesting, because not just Severe putting together a good performance, but this map on its own, there was nothing from Misa, absolutely nothing there. They could not thread together a few rounds to save their lives. Well, they did, 3 of them, right? It was just something. Sorry, 2 of them, but I don't know, right? Severe 400 ACS 2 maps in a row, and everybody following behind him like he's opened some door to the grand finals. Something has happened here, Echo.
It really has. Mandatory just fully stepped up. We were doubting, to be honest. I was one of the biggest doubters there of Mandatory going into Pearl, but they just showed they know what to do, right? And Misa, they had a couple of rounds where they looked okay, and then it fumbled in the last second, but most of this just has to go to Mandatory looking absolutely dominant.
It really was. I mean, I'm a bit surprised, considering that this could have been maybe even a 2-0 if we take a look at that first map. The 13-2 domination is that factor that really surprised me. And we could talk a lot about Veto, because, you know, we were getting ourselves breeze in that map number 2 for Misa. But at the end of the day, it was really Mandatory pulling themselves together, especially in the department of individual coordination of getting things through. Because this is where Misa absolutely struggled. That attacker side half was a disaster, simply due to coordination and a set goal, especially in those after plans. It was at that point a catalyst. It was crumbling down. It was an absolute domino effect that led them to where they ended up. And that's just not only because of Mandatory playing great, but Mandatory, damn, they played great. And this is the best series the entire year of Severe. Entire year, he's never played that good. And that is now showing when it matters. This is even more impressive.
Yeah, I mean, this shakes things up, and this makes things very interesting as we move forward. Mandatory move their way into the top 3 of the tournament. They will be up against the loser of our next game today. We're saying goodbye to Misa Esports, a representative from Turkey, but we're going to go to a break, and then we will be back with Enterprise versus UCAM. An exciting game, and it should be really, really good.
Why am I
get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away,
All right, everybody, there ain't no words. There ain't no rest for the weary. Welcome back to EMEA Challengers. I'm Twiggy. I'm your host for today. I'm joined by Echo and Zesht once again, and we still have a game left for you to go, and that is Enterprise Esports versus UCAM. This is set up to be a pretty amazing game. I mean, Enterprise Esports, they've been on a run. They were made to bleed a little bit by Misa their first time around. But this time around, I mean, it's going to be a different game. It's a completely different game. And I think we've highlighted a few things. We're going to have to rush through it once again a little bit. But Enterprise Esports, a very dominant group stage, came into the playoffs a little bit more difficult. Their first time really being challenged, I would say, by a team. Of course, they did lose a map in the group stage. But apart from that, it was all very one-sided for these guys, Echo.
Yeah, Enterprise, they came in, they looked dominant. They've looked dominant this entire year so far. 3 events they've been in so far. They've won all 3. This is the 4th, right? This is what they're aiming for, to keep on pushing forward. And I mean, Kozi for me has been right up front and center as part of that.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at kind of their play style, right? Enterprise, the way that they play has been very, very important to their victory, has it not, Sesh?
Absolutely. I mean, they really force their game onto you when they are on the defending side. This looked like maybe a normal entry kind of kill you would see from Lime, that he just peeks a bit more of his operator. But those guys are intending to play so much forward against you with all this utility, making the opponent so afraid when they're themselves on the attacking side. Lime is a key piece in all of this. Whoever within Enterprise decided to open their checkbook to sign this statement of intent has clearly proven that they are signing some of the best this market had to offer, including him. And this proactivity, this taking controlled fights that might appear risky to some, but with those individuals are never even in that risk frame. They know what fight to take, they know what kill they can make, and they're extremely skilled, obviously, to make that work. I love Enterprise for exactly that. They are proving that aggression as a defender can be very good if you know how.
Yeah, and another thing, I mean, we mentioned Kozi just a second ago, but another player we need to mention, we had a chat with him yesterday after he won his game, is Lime. His stats have been absolutely great. A very consistent player, I would say, over the course of the tournament so far, Echo.
Yeah, he's been essentially not necessarily the flashiest of players up front shooting like Kozi, getting some of the most mechanical flicks out there. Instead, he's been their kind of key to holding down space, right? He is the person that keeps the space that Kozi creates and allows everybody else from Enterprise to then float around the map, get to where they need to go. And Lime, he will get those first bloods, he will take that space afterwards, but he'll also survive into the later round as well. But as we see here on the CT side, if he gets the first blood, Enterprise convert 82% of those rounds on their defense. It's an incredible line of statistics for this player.
It's insane.
Exactly. No.
8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 rounds when he gets the first kill with the operator is won. He's a win condition. He's a clear sign of, okay, this is how we're going to win the round. And the other way around, if he's dying first, not even 3 out of 10 rounds are being won by Enterprise. You got to keep his eyes on him because it's a good determinant on if it's going to work or not on the defender side.
Well, I mean, there's only one thing that can be done to get rid of a player from the Enterprise side right now, and that is a good fight from UCAM, of course. And this other team joining us today, again, another slightly difficult first game, but they got it over the line, and so importantly so, I think, because as we've seen from Mandatory as well, they can switch it up and they can win those games unexpectedly on our front at the very least, and therefore going down into the lower bracket would have been very detrimental here to UCAM, but they have stayed up. They will be up against Enterprise Esports. It's going to be a difficult test for them, but I think they have what it takes, no, Echo?
Yeah, I'd say so. And from what we saw from yesterday, right, we saw so many clutch plays from the side of UCAM. They are the only team with a positive win rate in 4 versus 5. I talked about this yesterday. If they lose the first player, it doesn't really matter to them. They still go on and win 60% of the rounds after that because they're so good at fighting in the mid rounds. Jesse's utility sets up everybody else on the rest of the team, but crucially, Bisq is such a big player for them.
Yeah, I mean, Zesh, tell me about Bisq's playstyle operator. Go for it.
It's insane. I mean, he is an absolute win condition for this team, but he's also, in terms of investment, a liability. If he's not able to step up to the game, he's costing you a lot of credits every single round, because this man is playing the operator 36% of the time. 36% of the time. And he makes, out of all his kills, 35% of them with that gun. It's an insane statistic that on one hand shows his effectiveness with this weapon. Doesn't mean that with a rifle he's bad, not at all. However, it is a clear factor where you can take a look and see when he's playing that thing, he knows his way forwards, he knows his way how to find those first few frags. However, if things are not working out and Enterprise did their homework to deny exactly this player, it's going to look very, very dire. It's going to look very dark for the side of UCAM. But it's definitely a win condition, and it's definitely one that you love to look at. He's really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at the stats for UCAM's retakes and their attacking loss. Echo, walk me through exactly what we're looking at here.
I mean, so like the biggest thing here is that UCAM, they just play for the retake, right? They are so good, so coordinated in this. This round here, the Nightfall from the Fade ult then allows Famzy to run on in with his Neon ult unheard, just spamming down kills from wherever he wanted because his enemies were basically nearsighted. This is just something that UCAM do so well. They plan their retakes and how they want to win them.
Yeah, and this is such an important factor in terms of that this is, first of all, looking great, and they are the best of all the playoff teams, the third best of all teams together. But what's very important is when we are done with those retakes, we're going to see the flip side of things. And that flip side is, most importantly for such a team, obviously the post plans, right? When you're in the attacking side, you get the spike down and what's going to happen then. So whilst those retakes are definitely a way for them to find success in the game, their attack side, their after plans, they're some of the worst in this entire tournament. Worst of all the playoff teams, and not by a stretch. So it really matters that when they're on the defender side, they find their success against Enterprise, because otherwise it might just slip out of their hands real fast, because attacking side is not what they necessarily rely on to win this game.
Well, speaking of slipping out of your hands real fast, I think we've noted quite a lot that the map veto has been incredibly important for a lot of the teams, and we're going to be moving on to that very shortly, but I just want to get your guys' thoughts on exactly what both teams can expect from that. What would be a win condition in terms of the map veto for both teams? Echo, do you have any ideas on that?
I think if we're looking at the side of UCAM, I want to be seeing them leaning into their split. Enterprise are good at split, do not get me wrong, but I think UCAM will have the advantage there. Abyss as well, maybe. You know, we saw Enterprise struggle a little bit on Abyss before, and I think UCAM could look to try and take advantage of that, but they're going to have to be very careful if they do go there.
I would have said UCAM might just have a big interest in going on to Haven. For me, it looks like something they should entertain, and considering how successful they have been recently, even though they had a few hard losses in international EMEA clash. But let's take a look. Corrode out first is a major surprise, because usually it's bye-bye breeze for Enterprise, but they got something bigger up their sleeve.
think very possibly. I mean, I feel like these are the kind of teams that will be studying the others' map vetoes and therefore going, maybe, okay, well, we'll bank on the idea that Breeze isn't going to be banned here. Pearl is taken away. This is very interesting.
This is so interesting. Split, I don't even want to talk about this. Will they take Breeze? Because UCAM also does not like Breeze at all.
No, they don't.
But will they take the risk? It's very unlikely. And they're going for Abyss. This is, for me, in my eyes, echo shifting in favor of not UCAM so far.
Yeah.
I think Abyss definitely goes UCAM's way, but Split is going to be a very fun one to watch. AP do eventually ban out Haven. They want to take that away, obviously. UCAM here surely have to ban Breeze, right? They played the Breeze chicken.
Yes.
They've got to waste their last one on Breeze because they cannot risk going to it. But that means Bind.
Yeah,
and
that's a scary map.
Yeah, Bind for Enterprise is going to be so good here if it goes to a map 3.
Interesting. I mean, when we talked to Enterprise yesterday, I brought up the fact that they have not been picking Bind whatsoever, despite the fact that their results on Bind have been show-stopping, like 13-2 twice in a row, and it got picked against them both times as their the final games of the group stage, right? 13-2 against Barca, it was picked against them there. 13-2 against Focus, it was picked against them there. They have not picked it up. I asked them why they picked Abyss in their last series, and they said, we just thought it would work against the team we were playing against. That's it. And they still haven't gone for Bind here, but they are going to have it as a decider. And I think that's such a strong final map for them. If they manage to last through the series, if they don't get too owed, UCAM are going to be in trouble, I think.
They will be. And for me, Itopata, Enterprise won this veto by a stretch. They absolutely did. You talked about the Abyss. Well, you know, they never banned it in the first place. They never picked it either. Doesn't mean it's a bad map. The opportunity needs to arise. It did yesterday, even if it was close. This looks very good for Enterprise. Not only on paper, their roster and every ability they have, this veto is already a step in the right direction for a 2-0.
I will say, we did say something a little bit similar towards Misa Esports last series. Kind of went, well, maybe not quite as strongly. We didn't go, oh my god, Misa Esports have won the veto, it's looking great for them. But we did kind of go, Misa Esports should be taking this one away. Enterprise, yeah, I think this is definitely stronger for them. I do think they just need to last until Bind, and I think they will be quite happy, Echo.
Yeah, I think the 2-0 might be a little bit of an outlandish take to me at the very least. I think if it goes to 3 maps, though, Enterprise just are winning. UCAM have to win this out quick. And that is going to be really difficult for them to do because, you know, Split, Abyss, good maps, yes. But they're not their best maps. We didn't get that Haven.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, that is a good point. Yeah, it is just one of those ones, I think, for UCAM. No, go ahead, Zesh. You're making faces at me.
Yeah, I think the Haven's not that big of a deal, to be honest. I think it's good, but it looks like it already pans in the right direction. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just curious. This entire video was very interesting. I just want to get it going. To be honest with you, can the caster start the game?
Yeah,
I want to
again,
stop.
guys. Come on.
Make them start, Twiggy, please.
I'm hacking into the mainframe right now. I'll get him. Don't worry. I'm gonna send electric shocks to both of them.
All right.
We're not gonna talk about where those are coming from. Just trust me. I make it work. It's fine. I sent them something in the post. They put them on. It's all good. I'm gonna need to take a very close look at their next time we see them. Anyway, UCAM Esports and Enterprise now in the Agent Select here for Split. And I think things are looking pretty standard here, Echo.
Yeah, no big surprises whatsoever. The key factor for me, same as it was yesterday. If we're looking at Enterprise, they are lacking that information on both sides, right? You need to be sending Lime and Cozy in to find information themselves. Get picks, get out, survive into the late round so you can play for those retakes. Ilori's got a lot of weight on his shoulder. He's got the only drone in their kit.
It's gonna be very interesting to see, because one thing, when we talk about a liability, when we talk about a weakness on Enterprise, if you can identify how to take down the Iluri side, they will have a good time. He's playing subpar, unfortunately. He has really good teammates, which makes it very hard for him to get kills, but in the fragging department, he's not looking so good. It's a very classic and a very abusable way to find the weakest link on the opponent's side and try to find an entry that way. It's an opportunity, but let's see if we even go that far, or if they'll shut them down in advance.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Enterprise Esports, I do think we have decided it's in their hands to throw away or to take with both of their hands and get into the grand finals, right? But it's not over for UCAM. If they do lose, they will be going down to the lower bracket against Mandatory for a chance to get into the grand finals once again. But it's about time we get started with this one. The shocks have gone through. They're ready to get going. So Pavlos and MP, take it away.
Oh, okay. I thought I felt something there. I don't know how you do that, Twiggy. You're just out of nowhere, just get electrocuted. Time to get going, though. Oh, you see, he caught MP now. What are you doing, Twiggy? Oh, it's time to get going, because this one's an important match. This one's for Grand Finals qualification here, Challengers EMEA Split 1. And look, there are some scrimbucks about this, right, MP?
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to the interviews yesterday, Lime, Olizera both highlighted that they have been scrimming against each other quite a lot, actually, recently. So Enterprise Esports and UCAM, they are frequent scrim partners. They know exactly what their other team thinks. Obviously, there are going to be some quirks here and there from Enterprise, from UCAM. They are not going to show everything in the scrims, but they're quite familiar with each other's play. So I do think we're going to see some heavy reach from the side of Enterprise Esports and UCAM. Both of these teams kind of weighing on what to do, how to play against this frequent scrimmer of yours. It's a whole different story now that we're in an official game, but I think that comes to highlight, especially when we think about this map veto. I'm in the same level as the desk was. I do think that this map veto heavily favors the side of Enterprise Esports, but that's exactly why I want to bring the scrimbucks as well, because there must be a reason for UCAM to actually go to Abyss, pick out this map, and feel comfortable against Enterprise in there.
So there's a sense that there's something we don't know, but what is certain, what we do know is that when there's heavy experience on the macro side from both teams, when there's that sense of familiarity, we're in line for some good level Valorant, and that's what we're here for. Shout out to the Observer, Zilv and Raven that will be guiding us through this, and they have been the past few days and will be the next few days as well, giving us all the action. But let's see the action unfold before our eyes as UCAM on the defensive, Enterprise as the aggressors here, and they've got their eyes set on B.
Causey taking off early.
And Bisk was also chiming into this as well. UCAM have responded so damn quick to this, had 4 players available to the defense, and the spike right now is heavily under their control.
Magnum trying to look for a different angle, but Bold, is he gonna read this? Oh, the timing goes in terms of Bold. Magnum barely escaping that. Oh, not anymore. So thinking about split. As Proxa picks you. Oh, okay. Yeah, split.
I think we've been seeing way too much of Misa and Mandatory, don't you think?
True.
I feel like we now get spooked by the smallest of picks, even if they seem irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, yeah, in the end, that second pick doesn't matter at all, but yeah, I do wholeheartedly agree that previous matchup, the whole series, it was such a back and forth, many multi-kills, many clutches as well.
So talk to me a little bit about the mentality of these two teams coming into this. Maybe not so the mentality, but the ideology in terms of the agent compositions, right? What are they trying to achieve? Similar ends with the Vipers, with the Yorus, but the rest are a bit of a mix.
Obviously, 2 different agents in terms of that second controller and second initiator as well. A different duelist. So for Enterprise, I do think they are looking for more control, more fast-paced approach. They have the ability to choke out any places that you can want to hide with this Zeho, the salvos. Great ability to support your double duelist, Yoru and Waylay. But for the side of UCAM, I love this Sky pick, especially against Viper. You're on the forefront
down A.
with your flashes, guiding lights, but also have the information with that Trailblazer. Risk. But yeah, I think the surprise element that Sky brings against this Viper
30 seconds
makes
left.
it so much harder for Magnum to do any kind of lurks. You open yourself up for more plays as well.
Sure.
Keep taking them
But
down.
for UCAM, I think the double duelist being Yoru and Neon is the same thing that I highlighted yesterday. Them switching all of their compositions to this double duelist meta comp in Yoru and Neon, playing the comfortable agents as well.
Okay, so cheers for that insight. Now we have a little bit of an idea of what to look out for. I didn't quite catch what the tech issues are, but I assume we'll be jumping into this one shortly yet again. Player audio, thanks for the repeat there. Fraser, W Fraser in chat, everybody, our producer, legend. As we get things going as well. Okay, so MP, we know what these two teams are looking out for. We know what they're trying to achieve here. In terms of defense and attack, right, is there some way that things should be more lenient than the other? Is there some sort of a number we think Enterprise should be getting on this attack side to be happy with it as enough of a buffer for the next one?
I think 4 is already great in split, especially for a team like Enterprise Esports, who maybe the strongest split team, especially when we look at the results that they've had in this tournament, in their own region, in Clash EMEA as well against these tier 1 teams. I think Enterprise are definitely one of the stronger opponents in split. And for the side of UCAM, I think I would be happy with somewhere around 9 rounds on the defensive side. When you look at the stats, UCAM have had a little bit better attacking side, but I do think they favor the defensive side as well, even though they have a quite attack-sided composition with the double duelist of Neon and Yoru and Sky to follow with that. But yeah, I'm always looking for the defensive side rounds. How many can you gather?
Well, as we look at the setup here, looking quite wide, you also have to take into account the number of games played out this season. Enterprise have played more than double the amount of split that UCAM have played, out in officials at least. Early contact mid. But, the Poison Cloud will make sure that they don't play too aggressive forwards. No follow-up here for Kozi, which means he will go down alone. Lime eventually comes through, but Famsi dashes forwards. I don't know if he regrets it though. Down to a 3v3 as the dust settles in mid.
I think he's happy.
Toxins going up.
UCAM can collect those rifles, upgrade their guns. Sure, they're given so much space for Magnum to take. An Enterprise for sure will get their plan down. It's just a matter of where UCAM will take this retake. And I do love the direction. Them being so far in the flank already. Oh, it might spell disaster for Enterprise.
Spike planted.
So, balled on the flank, and this by him.
Where?
Oh man! And sure, Iluri's aware, but Prox is here that needs to do a lot. Goes down the ramp though, and that might have been the wrong call. Bisk able to collect him.
Toxins going up.
But Magnum going around again. Jesse seems to be well in the know, but it matters not as he falls and Spike out into the open. Bisco, but still gets away with a headshot off the Spike and on Magnum's skull. UCAM made that one look. I know it wasn't easy, but they made it look like that by the end.
I mean, Bisk is 7-0 and the operator isn't online quite yet. Confident start from Bisk. What a shot to finish it out. Oh my. Outlaw. I mean, sure. You know that your enemies won't have full shields. Roxon. Probably without as well. I think Bisk should farm here. Should be quite easy. Kosi probably gonna do the double dash. Oh no.
Spike down.
Yeah, but Bisk is gonna do the double pump with the outlook. the one pick though. And Bald is panning up the stats as well. For the Phantom.
Last player standing.
And it seems like it's going to be a very clean round coming out from UCAM. Fancy had to spoil the perfect streak by the end, but no, job's done, and they're building up the ults. It is looking very good for UCAM unless Enterprise answer back soon.
I feel like Enterprise are getting choked out instantly. Sure, I think UCAM had a great idea in round 3 to attack mid with the lower weaponry that absolutely thrive on close quarter battles. Now Enterprise, they have a second chance with full buy, dimensional drift online as well from the shadows. Could be utilized as well.
That's a spike.
So there's information on the player on the B side. Lime exiting his other dimension. Bull is playing this one aggressive, looking to walk out instantly, but gets punished because of it. Sure finds one pick, but I don't think UCAM mind all that much because they've got Famzy trying to walking from behind. Cause he gets shut down before he's even has a chance to blink. So back to a 3v3. Enterprise taking their sweet time with getting Spike down. They don't care about it that quickly. They know that if they commit to it, they'll be one man down in terms of players up and running with rifles.
Planted.
Time for Biss to use his dimensional drift now.
Portal closed.
Here's one, here's two.
Take this.
An unknown entity is lying.
One enemy remaining.
And UCAM come out on top as they push from two different directions. Lime, by process of elimination, can be in two positions. Heaven or Spawn. And Olizera finds him just on time.
I love how UCAM approached that retake. Famzy being so patient in B lobby, not overextending after finding the first pick, making sure that Enterprise know every bit of that pressure that Famzy creates. And when the dimensional drift comes active, that's when Famzy strikes alongside Bisk and secure that round. 5-0, I wasn't expecting this, neither was the desk. I think they were highlighting that Enterprise should take this one quite easily as well, if I'm not completely mistaken. Now it's Enterprise on the back foot, timeout called. I'm sure Itopada is not too happy with this result.
Yeah, you can't be too happy about this. And look, in Valorant, you'll be in situations like this. They will happen sometimes. It's about if you have what's needed to come back from situations like this, right? If you have a strat in your back pocket, if you're able to have good mental shift triggers, it's just the first map of a series, for goodness sake.
And not even, I mean, just barely the first quarter of the first map.
Sure.
I mean, they have all the time.
There's even a lower bracket waiting.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go.
I think that's way too far taken. Enterprise,
yeah, you're right.
They're still on attack. 3 rounds on attack. Could be well enough. Especially for a team of the caliber of Enterprise. Sure, UCAM has showed great potential, and I do think they're one of the better teams. Maybe this is the top 2. It's easy to say because they're up for finals.
Sure.
But they've been showing some greatness. Famzy nearly taking out multiple players there.
Prox has been one of those players that's been showing up, and he does so again with a double kill early. Bald tries to test it. Tries to figure out if they will continue their venture in vents, and will have a rude answer to that question. Enterprise is the best situation we've seen him in so far this game. And they'll look to see this one to the end as well, as UCAM have already waved the white flag.
I love the highlight of Proxo. Even yesterday. To me, I think he flew kind of under the radar because you have Kosi. We love to highlight him. He's such a young player, a new talent on this roster. and you have Lime popping off, Magnum with just a long experience in this game. But Prox actually was one of those players dropping multi-kills round after round. He had 4 different 4Ks in that whole series. Serious contender. Great individual and a great team player as well.
So, head top had that buff. And for anybody just joining, that's the coach of Enterprise. As they just took a tactical timeout, discussed some things, and Enterprise had a decisive victory.
I think the biggest change for Enterprise were them being able to trade out those kills. Bamsey was instantly traded when he found that kill. And Enterprise were left with an advantage. Oh, Famsy was so ready for that.
Oh yeah, he was. With the paranoia, you can still see point blank, so a shorty is the best gun for that case. The players that you can see, you can shoot.
And I mean, I think that brings the question mark. Was that Screambox? I mean, it's a classic play, whether it's Breach or Omen supporting that position. But still, him to be so aware of that play, and it seems like UCAM as a whole, they're so aware of this complete play that is happening on the map from that first information.
You're so right to mention that there are levels and layers to the game that we're not really aware of, that these two teams know of one another, the tendencies, the small things, the details, who looks to pair where, who is based in which position and means that this position is probably empty. There's a lot of that going on. And we're not too familiar with it as much as these guys are. Here go the Seekers though. So they figured out that the attack is on for this A site. Bald cannot recover as he's out into the open exposed. Now, the park can come
30
through.
seconds
So Enterprise do have the upper hand. It's not like before with 2v4 though. It's not unrecoverable. UCAM can make this.
Obscuring vision.
Double flash on Bisc. Oh, damn, the Armageddon comes in on time. But Jesse plays aggressive off the back of it and doesn't get affected. How is it a 1v1 now? Prox moving. Using the smoke to his advantage to shape the site as he pleases, and it catches Jesse off guard with a swing. Low on health, but does it matter when you still retrieve the round? I think not.
You highlight the layers on layers. How that round started for Enterprise, how they found that first pick was because Illury made a small investment in terms of utility towards that B side. He pulled Olizera out of that spawn position, out of that really great hold that he had. And from that timing, Enterprise were able to sneak through spawn, find that first pick. And that's where Enterprise capitalized. All of the rotations from UCAM gone. A side completely isolated for Enterprise to take on, and now it's UCAM calling for that timeout. I mean, for Enterprise, it worked. 2 rounds on the board right after the timeout.
Yeah. I wonder if they figured out something that hasn't been going too well for them. This time the weakness was mid. I'm already seeing some pings for Enterprise, and the thing about taking time is that your opponents can also have another conversation with their coach, so you know, it might be another addition, another idea, another tendency spotted by Itapara or Shadow.
Oh, Enterprise, straightforward.
Fancy having the high ground, breaking the drone before it reveals him. The paranoia will force him back, and guided salvos though, falling short of the mark, only tagging Bull down to 75.
He pulled so much utility out of Enterprise though.
This could be a great pot flash, and indeed it is. In they go. Enterprise though, somehow getting the better end of that bargain, continuously winning these fights.
Spike planted.
And UCAM having to save again. Enterprise is having none of that. Magnum already looking. So is Iluri. That long-range angle with the operator. They want to take this
player
pop out of
standing.
Bisk's hand.
Oh my god. Well, they now know where he is, so they could actually chase after him. Magnum is hot on his heels. Imagine if he TP'd right into Magnum's hug.
Oh.
Because it would have looked like a hug, to be fair, there. There you go. Yeah, they don't mind losing 2 players to get that operator out of their opponent's hands, so Enterprise able to win another. I don't know, MP, I don't know if you can answer the question, but what went wrong there for Enterprise? For UCAM, sorry, because it looked like the pop flash seemed well timed and 3 players were coordinated off the back of it.
So I'm on the same line with you. I think the pop flash was great, but maybe the timing was a little bit off. I think Enterprise were actually quite lucky that they were facing towards site. They were trying to clear that site area when the pop flash came through. So not many of them were affected by that. And there's few players ready for your pop. That could be very well enough. It was, at least for Enterprise. QCAM once again. I think they're bleeding money right now. Somehow they still have a full buy. But that's about to end if they lose once more.
Yeah, fine margins.
Scout destroyed.
Very streaky so far. 5 in a row for UCAM, 3 for Enterprise.
Missile deployed.
And UCAM break that theme. Definitely be looking for it. Enterprise, a lot of presence in mid. A 1-3-1 layout.
Looking at how Enterprise approach this, they know exactly where Bisk's operator is. They want to be careful of that, but they haven't faced against him. It seems like every time Bisk is saving that operator because the other side of the map is cleared.
It's mad, isn't it? No, Famzy could be in trouble here. Here come convergent pass, and Famzy's just caught in the middle of the open. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and Lime, the ego to just walk out of the smoke and scope out with the operator is sublime to watch. But probably terrifying to be on the receiving end of. Another round where Enterprise make it look like simple work.
It's the 3rd time for Bisk to be saving this up. And it must be so disheartening as well. Magnum, you saw him. Okay.
Okay.
Sure. But for Bisk, not being able to be on the right side of the map, not being able to utilize that operator that you're known for. He started the map so good as well.
Oh, Zoro's still here. They don't have it clear, they think it's cleared.
He's gone.
One. I can find him eventually.
They will die, hopeless and afraid.
What do you do? As you can. Because of that save, they will have the money. Only Zero kind of struggling with the economy. Oh, Famzy. Oh, the judge is online. Do like that. Enterprise once again looking different. Every round they're switching something up. Yet every round they're making mistakes. Hey, Magnum, the experience for this team.
Locating targets.
It's been lurking around that A for so many years with different agents, whether it's Cypher, Viper on meta right now.
Cutting through. I'm back.
Magnum, stronghold. Ooh. The fact that Bisk was crouched saved his life. I think Magnum would have been ready for it to pull the trigger. Jesse finally able to put UCAM on top in terms of numbers. Now they just need to get that second part of the job done. Get that retake going. Kozzy takes space for himself though. Prox wants to do the same, but now realizes that might no longer be a necessity. Still gets 1 for 1. An Enterprise locked in the middle of the site. Trying to see how they deal with the 2 positions. The trigger discipline on Allura. He just doesn't want to pull the trigger when He's not sure he can get the pick and chooses the right time to shine. Let's be fair. Iluri's performance the past couple of days hasn't been up to par with the rest of Enterprise, but this was an illustration of what this man can do.
And just 5 rounds ago, we were thinking, talking about lower bracket and all.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden, Enterprise, they're back in it again, and they're well in their scope to take it out on the defensive side. 5 rounds on the attacker side is well enough, usually for this team in split. They're back in the driving seat.
Time to jump.
Well, I think they officially get onto the driving seat, MP, if they find the lead here. But being on the attack and having 5, yeah, I see why you already made that reference. Magnum,
5 in a row.
Gets caught. You're right. The question is it 6 in a row here? He's like looking to be the target. And you can see UCAM already starting to move very quickly to try and defend this site. But Enterprise, maybe they can break their ankles, because quickly maneuvering back to B.
Oh, that
Time to jump.
minor adjustment. Barely zoning. Seeing Bisque there. Time's looking. Oh, it's a tough place to go with
30
all.
seconds left.
Too easy.
Ooh, massive. Online.
Still has gate crash. Doesn't want to take it. What? Oh!
The balls to stay in that position and get so many kills. He's brought Enterprise right back in this. 2v3, that's more than doable.
Last player standing.
Ilori steps a little bit too far forwards though. So Crocs is left to do it by himself. Smoke. The dimensional drift is going to make his job a lot harder. There's always information on where he is as long as Bisque is around him, and there you go. Finally, UCAM able to escape the drought, make it rain, and get right back on track and on the board.
Team Ace.
UCAM making sure that they will at least be equal on the half. Oh, I don't know how Lime have the balls of steel to stick that through. If I'm not completely mistaken, I think he had Gate Crash online there. Could have absolutely taken it. But wanted to even out the odds. Shots of Pickle to be in right there as well. Magnum starting in a different position now. Trying to catch off any of those rotates. While Enterprise Esports looks like they're going for a straightforward attack towards A.
Yeah, switch things up a little bit. Live. Or die.
Is the Viper's bit gone?
To be or not to be, that's the question. But I'm pretty sure that's not what Shakespeare meant when he wrote Hamlet.
I'm sure he dabbled in Valorant.
Here.
Yeah,
From time
a little
to
bit
time.
of Valor here and there on his weekend. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You got to relieve the stress of being a writing genius, but is it writing? Ooh, it kind of is, right? Theater genius.
Something like that.
That's probably a better word for it. Jesse might be in trouble. Has a lot of util heading his way, but at least there's reinforcements around. Bisque is there to help. Enterprise do gain side access, but again, having some trouble in terms of their numbers. Bisque avoiding the Armageddon. So no one will get caught off because of that. But the push is on, and Famsy's very quick with the overdrive. Lime able to shut him down quickly, and that's a very important thing to do. If you let him keep on running around, it would have been such a nuisance to deal with. Iluri on close contact, doesn't even need the help to find the first shot through. Kozi, the youngest on the server, also shows his presence, and is equal as equal can be by the end of the first half. 6-6 being the score, but for Enterprise on an attack on split, that's pretty damn good.
One enemy remaining.
UCAM started the first half strong, but a timeout from Itopara stopped that momentum from building up too high, and Enterprise were able to catch on the lead. Now on their stronger side as defenders, they're looking to secure their map pick and get an advantage to start this series. Pavlos, I mean, it's a struggle for UCAM to face against such a strong Enterprise.
We knew that would be the case.
Yeah.
Right from the get-go, didn't we?
I mean, both teams, they're great. They have their own strengths, own best maps. And for Enterprise, Split seems to be their absolute best. In terms of the stats, at least.
Oh, Magnum. Magnum! Stop it, mate! He's just moving in and out of the smoke like a madman, and he's still getting away with so many picks, but finally there's some sort of resemblement of the punishment. But chaos ensued right after that, and Jesse steps up to the plate. A double kill to close this one and provide UCAM an all-important pistol.
I feel like Jesse has flown under the radar in this matchup so far. He was a crucial part of UCAM yesterday, fighting multiple clutches. Now put back on the spot. It's Jesse. You're right, Magnus started strong.
One enemy remaining.
Eventually gets raided out. And UCAM absolutely starting it right. Both pistols now down. Great investment. 3 phantoms from the side of UCAM. Now needs to pay off.
Well, the pistol's on the follow-up side up, and that's for sure. If it wasn't for the pistol win for UCAM, the way Enterprise played around those buy rounds, it could have been an entirely different story, right? We could have seen an Enterprise having the lead, and now UCAM would have to play catch-up, but because they won another pistol, and what I assume will be another follow-up, it's given them a nice buffer to account for some of their earlier mistakes or
here.
The slow pace getting into the game. At least when Enterprise started to amp things up a little bit. Yeah, this is looking very smooth.
Something that Enterprise need to be quite careful of is exactly those pops through the smokes that UCAM just did there. With the Sky, you have another layer on top of that Yoru. Let's pop through. Viper wall. Smokes. Almost every time Enterprise have to be on the lookout for that. Having one player playing anti-flash, be aware of that. Maybe play up ahead of the smokes as well.
One of the things that we did mention earlier today was the fact that these two teams have scrimmed against each other a lot, right?
Headshot.
I imagine Split must have been one of the maps, but what's interesting about this is that the change in composition for Split is fairly recent for UCAM, right? They brought this change about for this tournament. Locally, in their region, it was a different endeavor, right? They were running the old Omen Raze comp. Maybe a little bit of Waylay early on in the year as well. So maybe that's what friction they have with each other. You know, again, it's bringing into conversation a very unknown entity, and that is Scrims. But there's a very real scenario where there's not particularly massive practice against this certain lineup right now between the two sides.
Yeah, for Enterprise, this has been a great map. And usually, the maps that you want to work on is the maps that are not so comfortable. Sure, obviously you want to go with the maps you're comfortable as well. But right now it seems that UCAM are the one on driving seat. Oh.
Uh-oh. That did not go to plan. Oh dear. Magnum gets caught in the crossfire.
Last player standing.
And Famzy decides to get a Ferrari peek underway for him. Paul's like, come, I need to hear you. Come back.
And also to bring back to the point of UCAM having different compositions. That's exactly what Olisero highlighted on the interview as well, that they have multiple comps in multiple different maps. And back then, they decided to play that comp. Now they decided to play this comp, but they also have the capability to bring on a different composition if they deem that to be the case. If they deem that comp to be better against a different style of team. And to Enterprise, they have to be careful of that. They have to be aware.
Cool. It's a very dangerous thing to work on, right? I feel like on the one hand, it's admirable. It's very difficult to pull off, to have multiple compositions in, you know, being fully prepped up, having multiple game plans within it, having variations within that particular comp as well.
Last player standing.
And being able to maintain that throughout the year, that is admirable if you're able to make it work. But at the same time, very difficult to maintain.
Absolutely. And I think having multiple different comps alongside this comes more prominent, especially after this patch, once Yoru gets nerfed a bit. I think UCAM are probably going to shift away. Maybe they'll stick with it for a few different maps. But this is the comp that they have brought in for this tournament for multiple different maps. Not exactly this comp, but the Yoru Neon composition. The duo. Bamsi being a second duelist alongside Bisk. It's been working for them. It's been working wonders. And UCAM stepping up to the plate to play this meta composition have been incredible for them. That's why they are fighting for that grand final spot. Enterprise once again took a timeout. Last time around, it granted them 5 rounds in a row.
There.
A great first half. Let's see what Itobara has in store for now. Kozi, rifle in hands. Not too much invested in this one.
Nice shot for Bisk on the opener. And even though there are some fight back shots coming in from Ilori,
One enemy remaining.
UCAM still seem to be in charge. Jesse sticking around as well for a potential lurk and throwing his smokes, being relevant even from a distance.
Spike planted.
Cover going out.
We'll see Prox trying to close up the angle and see if he can grab any more frags out of this, but doesn't look like the timeout.
And the enemy
Oh, Veto Partner and Enterprise will make too big much of a difference in this one, but after all, there wasn't a full investment. Now is when we'll see if that's made a change.
Yeah, definitely a focus on this round, this upcoming round. Lime picked up an operator as well. This guy on our screens, Jesse, like we highlighted yesterday, has been to challenges and Ascension with 4 different teams. This is the 4th one. This is so far the furthest he has gotten. And that grand final spot would be great for him. He's worked hard for that.
Drone is down.
Enterprise still quite reserved, gathering some information.
Here.
They're holding all of the crucial spots.
They're just letting you come through though.
Hitting the brakes.
Kozi focused on one entry, but Bisk hiding in the corner, ready to deal with him. Ilori's in trouble. Big trouble, because he's surrounded by all sorts of players. Enterprise caught off guard here. A bit over their heads, to be fair. And UCAM will take advantage of it fully. A-site takeover successful. Only lose one player in the process, that is Jesse just now. But even now it feels a bit too overwhelming for Enterprise to take over. They need their individuals to step up. And Magnum hopes that that could be him. But Olizera is looking in his direction. No, never mind, that was within the Viper's pit. Ball, though, is good to handle it all by himself. Enterprise need to leave and save these rifles for the next one. Round's done, and UCAM interrupt Enterprise's efforts.
One crucial spot was left out. That's Sven's. makes Cozy feel so uncomfortable in the ramp's position. And from that, the dominoes start to fall. You can 1 round away to secure overtime, 2 rounds away to take out Enterprise's map pick and go to their own map pick of Abyss. Bisk in the forefront of that. Once again, highlighting how strong he is on that operator, but I feel like he's found most of his success on rifles in this matchup, in this map, rather.
Blasting them!
Can Enterprise claw themselves back? They had such a successful resurgence over on the first half, but it looks like they need something similar this one. Operator versus operator fight, and that one is won by Lime.
There's no one to support Lime.
Almost down.
It's a get out of jail free card, that TP, isn't it? Doesn't matter if you get caught by the aftershock. Not many agents that can get out of dodge like that. Oh, this is much more like it for Prox. And the quad piece as well to build up their confidence. A flawless round from Enterprise. We were looking at when they'd resurge. Maybe this is where it begins.
The king of 4 pieces yesterday continues his tale for today. And exactly like you say, this is what Enterprise needs to bring it back. Maybe this is where it starts. Then again, UCAM, they've been so strong. 2 very strong ultimates on the attacking side online right now. Is it enough to secure out the round? Seems like there's gonna be a fake. You wanna get information all around the map.
Dimensional drift is going to be very useful. Lion might get caught here unless he's careful. Magnum already lost his life. Show that to me in 5 times less speed. That was ridiculous.
Out of charges.
I've never seen a flick of the wrist like that ever in my life.
And he shut down the whole attack.
I think we need to think twice before judging Lime's performance. Cozy now steps up to the plate, and the entirety of the Enterprise roster felt relevant in that one. UCAM's attack quashed in pieces.
What was that? No.
Wow.
Need to slow it down even more to keep up on that clip.
That was in slow motion, but it didn't look like it.
Absolutely not. I'm sure he will go to a hospital after that. That was what we call a hospital flick.
That's what you call a hospital flick. Oh, I love it. Oh my goodness.
Call an ambulance, but not for me, Lime says.
There. Line them up.
That is a great ult. Catching both. That snake bite's going to do its thing as well. Burn to death. Magnum dies? How come? Ilori seems to be aware of the incoming UCAM players. Enterprise still seem to have the numbers, but don't really want to get out of position to get this one work. Great flash from Olizera. But the fact that Lime also found a pick himself means that still UCAM are playing catch-up, and it doesn't seem they're catching up to anything. Ilori fully under control here. And the drone will reveal exactly what is going on with Bull. The Enterprise are starting to build up steam.
I feel like the tables have turned. Once again, the same story. 5 rounds for UCAM to start the half. Then it stops. Enterprise getting that momentum. UCAM going for a timeout. And that's it for the timeouts. Unless we go all the way to OT, which is very clear possibility here. right now as well. Oh, I would love to be in the voice call of these teams on this timeout. Especially now that Enterprise are picking up steam on the defensive side. We're so close on either one of these teams taking it all the way to 13. We're so close to the OT as well. I mean, Pavlos, they've screamed against each other many times, as we heard from Olisera and Lime.
Sure.
But the difference on getting 11-9 on a scrim, 11-11 on a scrim, I mean, it doesn't matter. You're just practicing for the next round, for the next play. Right now, you're showing what you have practiced. Right now, you want the wins. And for Enterprise, I think they're in a dire need on getting more wins.
I completely agree there, MP. The streaking game has gone too long, you can say. Another smoke, allowing Kozzy to move in a little bit further. Surely they must realize this could be the case. Will it get pre-fired? It's a dangerous game to do because you need to cover the high ground as well. And moving back into the Nebula, but it's a fake! Kozzy is all ready for it! This is brilliant! So many levels to the play! A triple kill for Kozzy! And you don't know what hit them! Slump dunk! And there's only one man remaining now. The job has already been done.
Proxa will make sure to close it out. But it's the youngster, Kozzy. So up and close and personal at the beginning, falling back. And maturity at the age of 16 showing as well. Knowing exactly when to back. When to get support from your teammates. He does it all by himself.
And look, Jesse Smoke worked against this team. Yeah. The fake pull on the Astra smoke. So rough. But it's these clutch moments that can make a big difference in a match like this. UCAN coming in this time strong, and it's Bisk getting a double. That nets his team the lead, at least for now.
That's the strength of Sky Uranium. You can break that Viper Cloud so fast. You don't even know what hits you. Still, this round is definitely not given for UCAM. Armageddon online and Proxa standing in the side.
He's asked for reinforcements. The Armageddon is coming in just because Prox realizes he's run out of space. Ilori gets the kill from the ult.
I'm not quite sure if Bisk was blinded or what happened there. Maybe he was.
I didn't realize he was that low.
Yeah, he was so caught up in the ult. Had to try and run away. No gate crash online, I assume.
Now what? Prox is still at the back of the side. And I still think he's been left unspotted. One for one. Remaining. And Ilori escapes the smoke and finds a shot through it. This is crazy. This is madness. And Olisera doesn't know what to expect. When do they push a smoke? When do they peek their corners? When do they go aggressive? And when will they let them plan? He will play it by his terms, though. Taps a spike into the ground. Deals with the one, but it's a high-low with Lime covering the lower ground. He's got plenty of time to recover a better weapon. And that defuse will bring back a draw in terms of rounds. Enterprise have found their mojo, and there's nothing UCAM can do about it.
I'm not usually one to check on the IGL, see the stats too much. It's an IGL. Things happen. You have to control on so many different levels. Focus on your whole team. But Ilori, he's been really underwhelming throughout this tournament in terms of fragging power.
Here.
This time around, he's picked it up. This is his best map in this tournament so far, in terms of stats, in terms of kills. And it shows on the server. Your leader being so strong. means that you're confident as well.
There's the impact as well, the utility. We saw it with the Armageddon this time as well, getting his team out of trouble. It's even small things.
Welcome to my world.
Well, good to see him on the fragging department doing well. In the meantime, this time gets a bit overzealous, and they hand over the scales back to neutral. So this Viper's Pit from UCAM is gaining so much space for the team. Enterprise have got to respect it, but at the same time, they're not making any moves to dissolve it.
Bit of a stalemate there for a moment. Now picking up the speed. Enterprise, I mean, they have only one way to attack this retake, realistically.
Fun balls, double kill. Wow. Limearts is back, but is that enough? You have one player in sight, one in the Viper's Pit, and one in main, and it feels like it's just too many. And it might just be in time, though, because UCAM are closing in on the most important score of them all, and that is 13 rounds. Yep. Even if Lime would have collected that pick, it would have been a long shot.
Match point.
Just on time, UCAM are able to break through.
Look at the rounds. For both of these halves, it's exact the same story. 5 rounds for UCAM. 5 rounds for Enterprise right after that. Then UCAM strikes back. And if the script is right, now it's time for Enterprise and we'll see the overtime. This is exactly where Illurin needs to shine. Maybe not on the fracking department, but as an IGL. I've gotten to follow him throughout these years. That's the Finnish IGL. He's been so strong, but Biscuit's the one to start it, Kosi. One of the most prominent players right here. Making sure that the odds are equal, even better for the favor of Enterprise, right?
It definitely looks like an overtime situation. They know where Olizera is. I think they figured out where Jesse is as well. Spike in the middle of no man's land. This is a tough situation to be in if you're UCAM. And converging paths doesn't make it any easier for the attacking squad. Jesse looking to see what he could do with this. 4 players up against them. A minute to work with, but it's impossible. I think you now press the reset button and start discussing about how you deal with overtime. Potentially thinking about a conga line and smokes, but they say Brimstone.
The way they started that as well.
First of the day.
Overtime.
Aggressive from Enterprise. Just walking down mid. Kosi even. The way he follows up that first kill with such a low HP as well. Just speaks volumes of the confidence of these young players. Kosi was very desired name for multiple different teams, multiple different organizations. Enterprise the one to gather him. Idopara taking him under his wings. And now it's up to Enterprise to close it out. Can you shine as bright as you did at the starts of these halves?
Drone going out.
Poison's off.
And Olizera on the back of the smoke. And it goes down on whose terms? Again, it felt like UCAM did it on their, in their attempt to break through, but it's Enterprise that are able to take advantage of it.
He likes that happen so quickly. Enterprise just being able to win out those duels.
Well, it was a 3v2 as well.
Yeah, usually helps. Roxa left down the low HP. Yeah, UCAM is, they're looking. They need to look for some information. Maybe a kill. Flank. Be good. But Enterprise getting to get this plant down.
Planted.
Take their post-plant positions. It's gonna be even harder for UCAM.
Illurin's quite deep here. It's a bit of an off angle. And I think that's what he's aiming for. If he's able to trade out his life, it's a decent deal. But Jesse gets a pick.
Concealment.
Is this doable? Is this possible? Ball still has a guiding light available, and Biss can also throw down the flash of his own.
One enemy
Here comes the
remaining.
exit. Ooh, but there were a couple of players out playing anti-flash there, and it's just going to be enough. Kozzy, it feels like he's really got into his groove for the past
Switching
few.
sides.
Definitely more and more showing up on the kill feed. And it's Enterprise's turn to get on map point.
One enemy remaining.
So once again, I want to bring you the stats of Kozzy on this way.
Sure.
ACS 307, KD 1.88, and 45% headshot rate. Kills per round 1.13, absolutely dominating with this agent.
Go, go.
It's completely made for him.
Yeah. Truly nuked. Well, first blood for UCAM. They've gained site access. Magnum.
Screen down.
Oh, come
Spike
on!
down A.
I feel like it's become a staple of Magnum's play. He's done that so many times. But there is some counteraction. There is a push on the other end that allowed Ball to get something done, and Jesse's got himself a lurk that no one's paying attention to, or Magnum. Yep, there you go. Magnum retrieves a bullet to the back of the scope. Lime created another lurk, so it's lurk squared. Kozzy is broken through onto the site and no one's looking. This could be dangerous. Lime trying to distract. Oh, Famsy's figured it out, so no problem there. Lime TP'd. But he's got so many different angles he needs to account for and won't be able to do it in this time. We're still going.
We go again. I love the lurk from Jesse.
Player standing.
UCAM showing some layers in this attack. Being able to lurk. Make Enterprise kind of second guess themselves as well when we go to this second overtime. Especially when UCAM goes to attacking side there. Enterprise having to think again where the attacks are coming from. Now pressuring Garage. Just inserting proxy deep in the garage and then looking for different ways to make some round in the map. And I love how aware Magnum is of this Bisq operator as well. Only from the Trailblazer, he knows that Bisq should be inserted deep.
It's the quiet before the storm, isn't it? Enterprise don't quite want to make a misstep, but the plan is clear, and it looks to be this B site hit. Smoke coming through, stay back to delay. Fancy will try and spray upon his opponents, but there's a quick recall coming in from Kozzy. Prox with first blood though. Olizera just biding his time to pounce when it's most necessary, and he just pops off.
30 seconds left.
He's had a moment like this on Heaven before, but this one's a little bit different, and it looks superb. VALORANT makes this one feasible. Spike collected, but surrounded by opposition. Takes the plant in the smoke, Jesse's there, and for that reason, UCAM taking it in turns with Enterprise to be the team one away from victory.
Once again, UCAM in that position of maybe being able to close it out. Take it to their map pick of Abyss with the map under their belt. That would make it so much easier for UCAM, especially when I think most of us agree, especially on the desk and the caster booth, that this map, Veto, this was favored for Enterprise. Would definitely equal the odds if UCAM would take this one down.
It changes everything, doesn't it? I still feel like, generally, when you look at the stats and how Enterprise have been throughout the year, Abyss and Bind are still decent maps for them. But, yeah, we thought Split would have been the strongest. It would have been a non-starter, right? We would have thought that Enterprise would start things off 1-0, and the rest would be more of the question marks. But instead, we question everything now.
It's a rare thing for Enterprise to struggle so much in this map.
can't call it over until it's over, right? Because currently Enterprise, all they need is one round and you're right back where you started.
I think UCAN are happy with this one-on-one trade, usually favoring the attacker side. More gaps to exploit. Wakosi is making sure that there's no gaps left. Ilori to back it up. And with 20 seconds left, Jesse's so far away from the spike.
Yeah, he's got to dash, he's got to run, and he's making a lot of noise in the process, so he's alerting everybody about where he is. Paranoia right after him, avoided, but it doesn't matter because the panic is enough to disrupt him. There you have it. Kosi steps up exactly when he's needed for yet another time, and Enterprise reset the stage once again.
Did you think, Pablos, that we went all the way through yesterday? Oh boy, I have a news for you. I think today is gonna be even closer with the way the first matchup went, the way that this has started. You can finally, either one of these teams finally on the overtime, pulling the plug, calling for a timeout. Back on the screen box, 12-12. That's where they would have left it. Be happy, probably with their progress.
Further.
Yeah, they don't know what to do. Oh, I'm sure Irobara Pro must both have some ideas. The IGLs as well. Bolt for the side of UCAN. Ilori for the side of Enterprise. I mean, at this point, it's not just the individual prowess. Sure, we are so close, so I think that becomes more prominent, sure, since one round can win it all. But you have to have great calls, great ideas. That was a great idea for you, Cam.
That was huge.
Smoke's gone.
Drone going out.
Can Enterprise make an attacking round work here? Of course he can.
How does he do it, though?
His first jump, I don't know. He's just too good. Too quick. Attention turned towards Kosi, which has allowed Magnum to kind of scale up for free. His angle is checked, so scratch that. Oh, Kosi, he's a one-man army, I'll tell you. But there's still a lot to be done, and Jesse's on an up angle, which means he can get away with one, and even gets away with a life and a lot of damage onto Ilori. Bisque is there and waiting, so you can. This is a third chance in this map to close it out. Surely, this has got to be it. Third time's the charm, right? There's a reason that that's a saying.
Knock on wood. It's a great start
for Enterprise.
I mean, yeah.
Break the wood if you're Enterprise.
I think you can showing great ideas from that previous round. Bisque, it's been so comfortable on pushing through. Sure, when you have the back of Gate Crash, you're gonna be comfortable. This time around, it's the Yoru on the other side, Lime. Same position, pretty much. Slime gonna go for it again. No.
Drone is down.
Reposition. I think that's the smarter idea for Lime.
Sure. But look, you can't have just stood still. At least the two players on the front line.
Enterprise.
On the Bisque.
They've gone so deep.
Here.
I think at this point, Enterprise, the biggest job that they have for them is to stall. Give Kosi some time to just get that flank online. think they're becoming
I think Enterprise
paranoid.
realized they missed the potential timing over to Suez mid and therefore to spawn, but that's not really the case. It's like taken over. But it looks like Enterprise are going to try and delay this. Try and allow Kozzy to jump in and be relevant. And it's the correct thing to do. Kozzy doesn't need to wait and play the trigger discipline play because he can connect onto anyone that appears on his screen at a moment's notice. Again, the reset. The teams love the defense. It feels like the first team that cracks the code on the attack is the one that should take it.
They knew the win condition, they found it. All they had to do was delay, make sure that Kozzy has a free reign from behind. Once again, we go to another overtime. I mean, guys, we have 2 more maps left if it goes all the way.
Yeah, this is still the first map of the series. Yeah, that's the thing, that it's going to be a big mental difficulty losing this map if you're either UCAM or Enterprise. You know, you've gone through so much. It's a sunken cost fallacy in a way, right? You've invested so much energy, so much effort into the map, and ending up losing it, it's heartbreaking, but winning it, also very rewarding.
No way.
Goes both ways. And Magnum, the intuition to pick that up. Kozzy as well joins in on it. UCAM have got a difficult task ahead of them. They've left Lime also quiet and waiting. This is one of the cleanest attacks we've seen in a good while. Enterprise are spearheading it. And at the top of that spear is Kozzy. Brilliant efforts.
Match point.
Will this be it?
As the voice line of Flawless coming through. Enterprise now, the one who get to decide how this map ends. It's the second time for them. UCAM, they could close it out for 3 different times. Can the Enterprise do it? 3 players towards A. This is where UCAM is coming from.
Ooh. They're looking to go fast, but that actually might hurt them in the long run. Closed it out quickly. Jesse needs to do a lot more from here. This needs to be a full-on ace for Jesse to clutch.
I have the spike.
I think Enterprise realized, okay, we ran at them for a bit. We threw in 2 players. Let's cut our losses here. Stay composed for this, but at the same time, if you just stay still, you allow Jesse to roam free, and maybe he's the one that finds the isolations. You get into a position where you're scared to make a mistake, and Jesse has got nothing to lose. Not yet spotted. Throwing down a star next to the spike to allude to the idea that he's nowhere near it in case of a Grady World. Dropping smoke into the corner. There's one. The other player ahead of him was low. That was Lime, but Magnum needs to stay nearby him. This is very doable. Enterprise are spooked. They're scared. And they're running out of time. Jesse going ring around the rosy. Another star can be dropped. A gravity well can also be put into the equation, but no. Magnum closes up the distance. Enough shenanigans, he says. Enterprise lock it in, but boy, did they have to work for it.
Magnum investing that judge into this round was the crucial part. Imagine if he had a rifle there. I think Jesse had all the chances in the world. That was incredible. Almost bringing it to another overtime. I'm glad that we got this one over and done with, because we have 2 more maps left, possibly. That's many rounds to break down. I wonder what the analysts have to say about that one.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think we have enough time to break down everything. It just felt like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Enterprise made their lives as difficult as possible. Every half of regular time and overtime, they let get away from them entirely and then had to claw their way back. And oh man, that must have been mentally exhausting for both of those teams, don't you think, Echo?
Good try, idiots.
Oh no!
Yeah.
No audio again. Ah, Zesh, say exactly what Echo said.
Echo said that obviously, Twiggy, you're not right. This was very much in everyone's hand.
Yeah.
UCAB did great.
Echo, you're so rude.
It was just not only the fact that Enterprise did their life as hard as possible. Realistically speaking. Yeah, right. If we put it here, it was a fascinating, exciting, interesting map of Valorant, I would say. And now I'm gonna be quiet. Echo, back to you.
Back to you.
This time.
Hopefully we can hear me. Yeah. There we go. Cool. As I was saying, basically, like that was just the most streaky map of Valorant ever. Right? 4 streaks of 5 in a row. That is exhausting for players mentally. It is incredibly difficult because they've now only got an 8-minute break before the next map as well, right? They have got to rest. You know, you've got to get water, you've got to get a drink, you're going to be sweaty after that map to get ready for only map 2. This is just a lot to ask of the players so early in the series.
Yeah. It's not a good situation to be in, but it's been tiring for both teams, right? And maybe that does mean that we're going to see how teams cope under that kind of situation. We have seen a lot of long series from Enterprise before. They're definitely well tested in that situation. Do you think UCAM are quite as tested in that situation where they've been through the ringer and have to keep going, Zest?
Absolutely. I think UCAM in general came into this as definitely not the favorite. They were not fully an underdog, but everyone's thinking, yeah, Enterprise, you know, they've been looking amazing, they've played great, and I think they really identified very nice ways to shut down this team from Northeast, and it can very much translate onto the next map. Again, we need to highlight this was an Enterprise choice, therefore winning their map pick seems to be quite reasonable. However, this Abyss, which by the way yesterday also ended in an overtime against the Turkish side of Misa, for me this is giving a good sign on UCAM that they can bring it on the 3rd. It is optional, it is possible.
I mean, it would be pretty insane, right? I mean, considering, again, I will just like reiterate the results for Enterprise on Bind over the course of this tournament, when it's been picked against them as well. Keep in mind, they've never picked it in this tournament. Have been just about as close to perfection as possible, Echo.
Yeah, Bind, surprisingly, to be honest, is a very, very good map for them, especially if you look over kind of towards their attack side where they've not had a lot of rounds because they just win out on their defense as much as possible. Their attack rounds are still currently flawless on this map. That is a scary thing to be going up against in that 3rd map. That, you know, it means for the side of UCAM, you need to be winning Abyss and you need to be winning it quick to try and get some kind of momentum on your side before that map 3.
All right. Well, with that said, it feels like it's been 2 maps, but it has only been 1 map. So we will be heading to map 2 after this quick break. Join us soon.
Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chug, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit them talk, let them take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chug, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit them talk, let them take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, no. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop, 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 bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop. Call you up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Bring it up, can you keep up? Play follow the leader, big queso. I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, no. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't
All right, everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It's one map down, but it went to several overtimes here between EP and UCAM. And going into map 2, Enterprise are the team that come out on top just about. We're heading to Abyss next, but things are looking very close between the two teams. I think Split, obviously, look, is it a map where I would say that Enterprise are leagues ahead? No, but I didn't expect it to be that close. And as we head on to Abyss, I do think that this really heats up the series. It really asks questions now of whether Enterprise can keep up the success that they've had over the tournament so far, Zesht.
Very much indeed. And for me, Abyss is a very interesting choice, considering that game we saw yesterday was obviously super tight. It was never Enterprise saying, no, we don't want to play Abyss. It was fine for them to be left floating, but it never came to that kind of situation, really. Sure, a few months back in Northeast, but it doesn't really count. For the side of UCAM, it's quite interesting because they were never really that great on Abyss until the point in time that they swapped their comp. Back there in EMEA Clash, it didn't look great. Swap comp, suddenly looked 13-4 against Job Life, winner of France. For me, this is a very interesting swap, and again, UCAM, also on map 1, they looked already great. For me, they have a great chance of making this onto the FERT.
Yeah, for you, Echo, look, I mean, Enterprise picked this map. Specifically, that was a first pick yesterday. Do you think in the Veto they were like, oh my god, this is amazing? Or do you think that they're a little bit more worried against UCAM?
I think they've got to be a little bit worried, right? Because historically, at the very least, UCAM, they do look better on this map recently than, their opponent yesterday. So I do think there's definitely got to be a slight concern here for Enterprise. If you're picking it against a team, you've got to expect there's some level of anti-stratting too. They saw what Burzy did yesterday, right?
Yeah.
That's definitely going to be in the back of their minds, how they can kind of try and play similar. But to me, this is still definitely Enterprise's map to try and win. They're still good on this map, and I can imagine they might try and steal it away from UCAM. I think they could.
Yeah.
It's going to be super interesting, particularly because we're going to see more rounds. UCAM's defense side is going to be tested. That's the big point, right? Finally, that I want to see. And therefore, let's unfold it. I mean, Bisk has been a win condition. This guy needs to be online as well. Illuri has been playing really good. Magnum has been offline. I think if they step it up a notch also there on the side of Enterprise, it could be shifting much more in the direction. They looked very sleepy at the beginning of the series, and one round could have made the difference. So maybe now being activated a bit more, it could be their chance. But I'm a bit more on the UCAM side for today.
All right, well, it's been a long map to start off the series for both of these teams, but they're right back into things. We're going to throw it over to the casters now, Pavlos and MP.
Gloves are off, sleeves are up, and it's time to break through what could be the deciding map of the series. Moving on to Abyss, this is going to be UCAM's map pick, but there's no comfort here. It felt like UCAM were on the top of the world in the previous map, and Enterprise found the answer. This is going to be close, MP.
And I think if UCAM actually can continue that snowball thingy that they had on both of those first halves of the halves, this could be scary for Enterprise. They found obviously both of the pistols, were able to capitalize off of that, have the 5-0 lead for that half. But then comes Ido Pada and just absolutely shuts it down. Goes for a timeout, calls exactly what needs to happen for the side of Enterprise. Now, all of a sudden, it seems like it's a whole different two teams. Enterprise capitalizing off of that. And to me, I think this is kind of a similar feat that we had in Split. Prior to Split, I would have said that Enterprise is going to look clean on that. No chance for UCAM. But now that we saw that Split, I feel like both of these teams are quite equal in this map of Abyss. Different playstyles, different comps, as we are already familiar with this composition of UCAM. I can't remember how many times it is me highlighting the Yoru Neon comfortability of UCAM.
Yeah, they love it. They keep on running it, and it works every time they switch to it. Wonder how that changes things once Yoru gets nerfed. But I guess we'll have to wait and see for that. Not for this tournament. Enterprise moving quickly outside of B, and Jesse's playing the lurk game, so we'll figure that one out quickly. And he spots out his second player. That is crucial. Look at the lurk. Ball trying to create an extra angle of attack. Kozzy barely escaping with his life. Magnum takes it a step further to take down Jesse. But Enterprise caught that attack off and moved back into the safety of the site.
You can still a lot of time on the clock to play with. In terms of having some cover, A side would be the better one. I'm losing Jesse, means that they have no smokes. Oh, this.
Huge 2 picks.
Yeah.
It felt like they wanted to go for the A side, but now they change up their plans. They got to the 2 picks on B.
Left.
They surely should know this is clear.
It's a no-brainer. If you open up that B such easily, probably want to go there.
Last player standing.
You probably do. Be a prox dude.
Scanning ahead.
Nice little pick from Iluri, but now he's got a fully telegraphed position, and therefore UCAM will be able to close things out this with a triple. Huge stuff from him in this round, as UCAM are 3 for 3 in terms of their pistol rounds.
I want to highlight how crucial this guy on the screen, Bisk, is for UCAM. I'm not quite sure if this was mentioned on the desk, but the entry frags that Bisk had on that previous map was incredible. 13 first kills, only 5 times he died first, plus 8 on the board. And thus, meaning that UCAM were the team that were able to find more entries. Jesse will continue that trend. This is just shouting down the pistols, the eco round.
Sure.
Ilori jumping off of the map, I think.
One enemy remaining.
They knew that there's nothing to be done. They don't want to give out the orbs. Just focus up on that. Round 3.
So, what does the bonus look like here for UCAM? Marshall, out for Bisk, 3 rifles, and it's only Jesse with a sheriff. Okay, that is actually a very, very decent bonus.
I do think that they would have a rifle for Jesse if they wouldn't save up for the operator for Bisk. Bolt being up on 4k means that there's probably gonna be an operator for round 4. Proxer. Alleviating some pressure from the side of Enterprise.
Toxins going up.
So, Enterprise did take quite a while the previous map to have a say on any of the halves. I think it took 5 rounds on each side to show their relevance. And they may struggle to make it work again. That is troubling. Losing most of your players, or 2 at least, is an issue. And look how UCAM are aggressing. Look how deep they've walked. Enterprise, as far as they look, they're not going to be able to find it. So that's going to be a late high ground advantage for UCAM.
The clock's
Smoked for cover. Olizera looking to look from above. Finds a first. Sprayed out onto the smoke. Prox is so damn low. Looks for the shot, indeed finds it, but there's no way he wins this. Any stray bullet to find him anywhere in his body does the job. And it's the 3rd time in a row where Enterprise are unable to win their first buy of each half. I'm sensing a trend here.
Yeah, 5 rounds, I'm sure. No chance for Enterprise in the 2 upcoming rounds. It's being down in the script. I mean, is this what they've been practicing for? Even feeds. They know exactly how to play these ones out. Lime and Olizera highlighted that they've been screaming against each other for quite many times, frequently. And I don't know if this is the way it went in the scrims. Oh!
My ultimate is
It's
ready.
okay. Jesse's got everything under control.
Yeah.
This is not a miss around. Oh,
Unless-
it could be. It still could be.
Out of charges.
I doubt it. Especially now that it's again a 2v3. And UCAM are heading towards the player that barely has any HP. But in the meantime, Magnum's created a flank. And no one's looking. And he could get a freebie.
Last player standing.
Never mind, because timing is Magnum's worst nightmare. It's mad that no one was looking for so long and then suddenly ball turns just as his opponent swings through the corner. Nice thing from Kozzy. Made this one slightly expensive.
Here.
But not good enough to challenge for the round there.
The script has been written. 6-0 for Bisk. And UCAM up by 4. I mean, if the story goes right, it's gonna be a 5th one on the board. Causing operator in hand to stop that. Let's see if that's enough. Cozy position down in mid.
So now what?
Drone is down.
More Enterprise let this get to 5 for UCAM as well this time. They play this on the slower side. No early engagements, no early pushes. We'll try and figure this one out on their opponent's attack.
Quite slow round for UCAM. Just barely breaking. The drone out of A main, getting information, getting some ground. The 2 players on this side, Magnum, Illury. Last time couldn't quite hold the side. Oh, that's deep from the shadows.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, all the way behind. So now Enterprise always have got to think about where their opponent could be. Damage being dealt by Enterprise, but not the pick. No kills. And Kozzy, there's no way you feel confident slow peeking with the operator. You need some help quickly. Never mind, you feel very confident. And Illury will use that chance to walk in as well.
One enemy remaining.
Illury! From higher ground. Finding 3 kills already, and Famzy left in a really tough position. Sure, you'll be able to shut down one person's life, but that's all it's going to be. Enterprise are able to succeed for the first time on Abyss.
It is over.
It seemed like the secret sauce was just Enterprise staying alive on site. Sure, Magnum got taken out quite early by Illury. Keeping this ground up to heaven means that UCAM cannot get too much control of the site. Cannot overextend deep in the vents, maybe all the way to mid. And Enterprise actually go for a timeout. I'm sure there was something that Idopara didn't like to see. Maybe it even started before the round win. I mean, that timeout could have been called prior. And even though that was a round win with 3 players standing, there's usually something that the coaches see that the players might not see on the server. Something out of the ordinary that they do not want to see. Something to fix. Maybe it's a different play coming up. This could be even Idopara and Shadow, Illury cooking up a play for round number 7. Maybe continuing with a similar pace right here, but having a different play coming up later stages of this half. I feel like that's been the trend for coaches nowadays. Not calling for this upcoming round, but kind of calling further, because it's usually too obvious. I think nowadays calling for the instant play is maybe too obvious. Sure, they will still do that.
Time to
but
jump.
Just holding down that play for further round in makes it more effective.
He's trying to find an awkward angle here. Ooh, Kosi might want to use his ultimate straight away. This can reveal himself as well.
I mean, it's a clear setup that they're building.
Take flight. Kosi might be a little bit too deep. Convergent pass coming in. And it allows Kosi to just jump in, find a pick quickly. Ilori tries to back it up with the Hunter's Fury. He only fouls a single attack, but Kosi wants to back it up some more. 2 picks for the 1. So Enterprise are able to muster up a nice little counterplay. But can UCAM counteract it once again? 45 on the clock. But it's going to have to be slow and dry picks because they've lost both of their duelists.
And ball down to 10 HP. Hillary still having both shock darts online. Means that Ball's life is in danger.
And a 3 versus 4 is by no means over.
15 seconds.
Still a lot that can be done from UCAM here to bring it back. And they go for an orthodox plant as well, which means that the guided salvos will not connect, and the Viper's Pit does complicate the affair. There's even a Hunter's Fury if need be. Look how far Bald is setting up to try and see if he can find impact from that. This is massive.
Revealing area.
Recon above, hoping to find something. Snake bites as well, but as Olizera gets that piece of util out, gets shut down. And so does the Pit 4, so making Jesse visible. Bald not going to be using the Hunter's Fury, not going to be taking that chance. Not that it's going to change anything, even if he does. So holds on to that useful ultimate. And with that, Enterprise double up quickly.
That's a crazy play from Magnum.
Heading to the above.
I mean, Line, he wasn't quite ready to trade that. If Magnum were to die, sure he was close, but I'm not quite sure if he was completely on the play. Still, it works. So, who am I to question?
Fair.
Who's next? Here.
Finally, we're gonna see a clear attack on this B side. The full rifles, Kosi. Shutting it down.
But the Hunter's Fury will be the death of him, even though he was very close to the action. He gets some Hunter's Fury shots across. Sorry, shorty shots. Jesse, though, on the back of the site, has already found a bit. Magnum looking for that headshot first, but Olizera, even on the zip line, can find the damage. A 2v2. And Line is putting a lot of pressure on his opponent's shoulders. Ilori on the 1v2. And he's fully equipped for it! A massive clutch! An Enterprise streaking like they did both previous halves.
Clutch.
The guy who has been struggling on the server in terms of the duels, individual prowess, sure, a strong leader for his team, but been lacking on terms of the firepower. I think terms that have been used, mediocre, maybe even under that. Ilori proves everyone wrong, being able to clutch that one out. Getting even closer to UCAM and putting UCAM on the back foot and calling the timeout. Bromas wants to have a word with his team. I do love this arc of Ilori.
Sure.
I mean, like I've said, I've been around, obviously, Ilori being Finnish, seeing him throughout his career, different teams. Having talked to him as well, I'm glad to see he's on the front line of this project, being the IGL, getting to be an IGL under Itopara, having a player like Kosi under him. I think Ilori is a great leader, and I can only imagine that he's going to be great in building up these young players as Kosi as well.
Yeah, Ilori's got a very interesting story as well in regards to where he's played all this time. It feels like he's been a DAC regular, playing under Focus and Mouse. But he broke that trend this year, right? Going to Northeast under Enterprise. I was like, okay, I've been playing as the main rival of my own actual region for a while. Time to go home, right? And maybe this is where he can find most success. Already first blood is handed to Enterprise with Famzi's loss.
There.
UCAM closing in onto this B site, and Kozi, equipped with the biggest of guns, doesn't fall for the clone, and has an insane and nasty flick onto Jesse. And the thing is, it doesn't matter he falls there because there's backup around for the squad. Olazera, beautiful double sequence from him, but it's not going to be enough. Enterprise had already won the numbers game a while ago.
Look at the bank of UCAM. Somehow they're still so much money. Seems like they're like a central bank or something.
They probably had a lot of oil reserves.
Yeah. Or collecting all of the taxes or something.
Have you seen the gas prices, man? Crazy.
Here.
Poison's off.
Finally, Bisk getting back to the entry department that he was shining on the previous map. Oh, okay. Gets taken out by Kozi. He doesn't take lightly of his teammates getting killed.
We're seeing a very relevant Kozi through the game, right? I feel like we constantly have a sense of his impact. On that operator, it feels right at home. Some awesome shots connecting.
Comparing that to yesterday, it felt like Kozi kind of felt flat at some point of the game.
Sure.
Started strong, ended strong. It wasn't quite that prominent in the middle game. Ilori, who started out.
This is huge.
30 seconds left.
It's a scrap. Jesse, the only one left for the side of UCAM. Barely escapes.
Yeah, there was a guided salvo with his name on it, but it does indeed get away from that damage, which would have chipped him away substantially. Lime walking right into him, so 1v1 here. Kozi, though, knows where to look.
No way.
Line them up. I'm going in.
Doesn't want to take any chances. Ult out. Oh, he's around the box. Shorty at point blank range. Kozi will get it done. Have no fear. Kozi is here. And Enterprise take the lead back after being down 0-4.
And how many players will press the ult button on that situation? Not many, I don't think so. At least not in my experience. On a 1 versus 1 situation where you reveal your position, Kozi showing the maturity, being able to realize that this is gonna be the win condition of the round. And even on a 1 versus 1 situation, being able to use that ultimate, not saving up for a round to come, possibly. I love that idea.
Cutting through.
So, UCAM, looks like they want to switch up the pace a little bit. Play this ultra aggressive. Fancy.
Enemy
That's a slam dunk of a kill, early doors. What more can you provide, UCAM? The plant goes in. Enterprise seem to be happy to come in with a 4 versus 5 retake. Famzi, though, has got an overdrive.
Wait.
What happened?
Last player
Because he's
standing.
drop falling, which leaves Illyrio by himself.
Difficult position as well.
He doesn't check his right, he's in trouble. Finds the headshot. Bald is low. All he needs is 10 bullets, but he doesn't have that information, so Bald slowly swings in front of his opponent's screen, and UCAM are back.
A bit misfortune for Kozi as well. In all of the hassle, oh, he backs up too far. It's a great trade coming in from Enterprise, but Kozi falling down the map means that you can feel have the advantage. Visc, Diamond Soul Drift online. Once again, it seems like UCAM are keeping up the pace.
Take flight.
They want to go fast.
Cozy switched up his position. He hasn't really played around this area too much. He nearly got funneled. He had an Olizera funnel into his position, but instead he's the first one to fall. Low HP. Somehow still holding on.
Surely not.
Olizera still alive! There is no way. Wait, line fell this time? What happened there?
No, he missed. I think he barely missed the rope or something.
He missed the jump, missed the rope. Yeah, that's exactly where the fall zone is. It would have been in 3v4 right now. Oh, that is rough. Prox and Ilori having to play catch up, but I feel like it's too far off from them now.
Great paranoia
comes in. Boulder's affected, but if it's a one-on-one trade, UCAM will take it. They don't mind. Nice shots coming in from Proch, but with Famzy sliding across the screen, that makes those shots incredibly difficult to connect.
Last round before the switch.
How do you face that Neon as well?
I don't know.
I think Famzy has found the drive for him. No pun intended. I mean, he's zooming around this map. Yeah, just baiting shots, swinging around, popping heads.
Oh, this is what a full investment looks like from Enterprise. I wouldn't. That looks shaky at best.
Heavy presence around mid though. A quick decision from UCAM to go towards A from all of the information that they gathered.
That is not a 1v1 Olizera wants to lose. Prox uses from the channels to get here quickly. Playing this one aggressive, both sides want to destabilize the other, but the Hunter's Fury finds 2 picks. But the fact that they now know that there's a full conversion from Enterprise onto the A side, it's a quick rotation coming out from UCAM.
Here.
I think Jesse's position is going to be the key.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
And this delays Lime as well, because he's going to be wondering if Jesse's stuck around. He's going to have to check every single corner from now on. Zero info.
The clock is ticking.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what?
Did you find that? Jesse, though, has got the perfect position for this. Oh, my God. Got to make a shake off of it. Look, the half started 5-0, but it ends 7-5 in favor of UCAM. Is that enough of a lead to allow them to cross the finish line on the second?
One enemy remaining.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We are back after a tech pause during halftime, but it's time to get it going as well. Now that the teams have readied up, UCAM have found the lead. Now, Enterprise hasn't won a single pistol in this series. Will that change right now?
Enterprise were kind of struggling in terms of those entries on Split and yesterday against Misa Esports. That's where they struggled the most. In the past 12 games, they've never been down in entries, but yesterday that changed. Bisk in this matchup has been the guy to be torn on Enterprise's side, and now it's bold to start with. Once again,
excellent first blood.
Yeah, and once again it going to the side of UCAM. Tough place for Enterprise, especially losing Kazi.
They've left mid somewhat unchecked. Now, there is a chance Famsi can come in and check in around in a bit, but look at all the space they've gathered, and they'll find out about it very late. Famsi making a lot of noise, so two players alerted. Surprise! Enterprise infiltrated the back line. Now, locked in position, pins it in. Bald can't go anywhere. Jesse also just as confused. Enterprise find the right answer for the take, and the A site is already theirs.
We saw this yesterday, Enterprise capitalizing off of that mid. Misa left it really open for Enterprise, and once again, they continue that trend. UCAM, they should be aware, especially if they've gotten the scrim against Enterprise in this map. I'm not quite sure if this map has been one of the maps that have been scrimmed. But I mean, even just from yesterday, UCAM should be really aware. Sure, that's one round on the board, and it's actually the first round for Enterprise. First round, pistol round rather. I'm sure they're happy with that. Not giving UCAM the chance to snowball a half instantly. And another great thing for them is that they're going into a right side.
Yeah, it's the emptier side, right? The correct decision. But you've always got to take a risk if you're UCAM in a situation like this. And down to the abyss they go.
Standing. Flawless.
Splat.
Oh, flawless.
Flawless. How about that? Okay, in comes the buy round. So this is the half that the trend has broken, right? The previous map, we had streak of round after streak of round, and it all began every single half because of UCAM winning the pistol and the consecutive rounds. So let's see how things get carried out from here. No big ultimates, because no kills took place in that second round. Nothing like that. Just pure firepower, and UCAM having the better rifles at this moment.
Out of time. Once again, Bisk.
I'm a little bit confused about that. I felt like Magnum wanted to surprise. I like the bait coming in from Prox, but Magnum didn't commit to it. I guess it's in hindsight. We knew that there was another player there, and you know, timing could have been played nicely, but I guess Magnum can come in late now, perhaps? There he is.
Oh.
Now finds his impact. And look how Enterprise exploit mid yet again. I think they found UCAM's weakness.
It's so hard to play against a team who plays this mid so well.
Yeah, and there you go. Into the site. It's all theirs. Still a lot to be done, right? 4 versus 4, but they've done one of the most difficult things, and that's take the site without losing too many players. Left. Now they're even looking to play even more aggressive. No, scratch that. Don't want to overcommit. UCAM grouping all together.
They might have the timing. Why? Bisk. I think he thinks that the right side is cleared, but it's not.
But the thing is, Illuria goes down here, so Prox's position becomes also important. Now that he's down, Magnum needs to make it work. But through the smoke, he can't quite spray with the Guardian successfully. Jesse gets there, and Olizero with the defuse will get this one across. First buy round of the half for UCAM, and it's a successful one at that.
First time in this series that we don't see a team snowball out of the pistol round. Sure, it's been UCAM all of the time. They won the previous pistols, previous bonus rounds. And Enterprise, they are close at that as well, making it so expensive for UCAM that they cannot buy into this round. This is sticking with the two rifles that they have. Stacked on the right side of the map. Left side if we think about that. But right side in terms of where Enterprise is going.
Oh! Double kill on the Bucky. Why not? Oh, give it some more, Fancy! Free upgrade. Oh, so damn close to the ace. But he doesn't need it. He's already got all the swag points.
That's the correct call. The right call from UCAM. Stack up towards B. And the way UCAM adjusted as well. Go through mid. If Enterprise want to take a look in there, they create some pressure. Make sure that they have control of that space. Make sure that they send a message to Enterprise that mid is not so free to take on. Now it's Bisk with Outlaw in his hand. A rare miss. Or actually legs, Cosy.
Yeah, interesting how the shot connected on the kneecap. Enterprise again walking in on mid, but this time instead of directing their effort towards A, they're moving into B. UCAM playing aggressive out of B main. There's Magnum around that can try and keep them busy for a little longer. They're scared to close up the distance. The paranoia is keeping both sides busy, but Magnum wins the 1v1. And now Olizero is trapped because Ilori has showed himself. They're toying with a man. And Magnum goes up to the other side. Oh, okay. He gets given a gift because the Enterprise players line up. So Olizero is... What? Having some fun, but get shut down eventually. Yeah, I don't know how to answer your question, MP.
Planted.
I know it was a one-word question and it was basically what? But still, very difficult to answer.
Standing.
Shocked that landing onto ball. Then it's a 1v2. You cannot make this up. It's Enterprise's turn to make it work on pistols. Or is it? Because Famsy's sticking this. At least halfway. Savoy avoided. And we're in line to pick this one simultaneously. And one right, one left. And neither are shot down from Famzy. Eco round successful from Enterprise. Brilliant.
This duo of Ilori and Lime, I mean, they played together previously. They know exactly how to approach that 2 versus 1 situation. That's a crazy thing. Magnum, he was so happy to have that close range duel, especially with the Bandit. It's a one shot to the head from 10 meters. So it doesn't matter whether you have a rifle or that Bandit. Bisk now with the operator in hand. Enterprise just collecting orbs, taking some space. And for them, it's quite easy to just insert Proxy into that A main position he has from the shadows. He can easily rotate with that. Yeah, I mean, I imagine Proxy is gonna probably do put some pressure onto A, try and pull some rotations.
The shadow standing underneath Bisk. Doesn't stay with it. Quasi right above him. A couple of right-click classic shots do go onto his legs, but not enough to do significant damage. And it feels Enterprise have been unleashed onto the site. If you're UCAM, you're probably second guessing yourself, going for the retake. But the fact that Bald gets the pick here makes this one fathomable. Bald's a bit of a distraction right now. And that distraction has been dealt with.
Last player standing.
Famsi and Jesse too deep to call it off now. And in enemy waters, they will sink.
Great loop for Enterprise. Small fake towards A. And ending up executing towards B. I mean, that could have been a different round. I think you called it missing those classic right clicks, not connecting all of them. Means that Cozy will be able to find the entry on site. And from that, they can just flood the site. Floodgates are open. Timeout from UCAM. I think that's the second one. For them, Bromas once again. Thinking on how to attack this. Hunter's Fury, Overdrive, online. A large ultimates for the side of Enterprise as well. Convergent Paths, Hunter's Fury. If they're keen enough, they could go for Armageddon for Lime as well. Even for Postplant, that's one of the biggest ultimates for delay. Any kind of retakes that UCAM might have. Small investment from the side of UCAM. I think the vocal point here will be Famsi going on that overdrive. You see full shields coming up.
Cozy. He's escaped through the cracks again.
No way!
And no one's here to spot him because Prox is able to shoot Bolt through the smoke. No one knows how deep Cozy is right now, but Cozy isn't looking in the right direction either. Will they both miss each other? No, Cozy knows. Oh, this is ridiculous.
No, this could be huge.
This could be
insane.
Massive. Because UCAM is all cross through mid. They don't have that information. But the fact that the opening is there for Cozy and Enterprise are moving through spawn, crisis is averted. Cozy finally finds that information. So Enterprise will quickly try and scatter into that A site. But there is one rifle that can be collected. But Magning's making it damn difficult for them to get there.
Not a chance for Famsi. The finished duel there. Iluri versus Famsi. Most of the times it will probably be Famsi the win out that one. This time around, Iluri has some support and has been online for the whole series.
What's about mid to this game, dude? What's going on there? How is Enterprise always getting away with something like that?
I don't know. It started yesterday. It's quite hard to deal with mid. And now you see UCAM, that Viper wall, blocking down the lower side of mid. I mean, they need to expend more than just a one player to fight against Enterprise playing this mid. But for now, it seems like there's 3 people kind of keen to do that. Oh, one is dealt with.
Oh, and Noah's area is very close to being dealt with as well. How he's holding on to life with 5 points of health, I don't know. Prox goes away to a peaceful place, I hope. But in the meantime, UCAM have left the B site a little bit open. And Enterprise will find a crack to exploit. Oh, Dimensional Drift. Is the backup there on time? Hunter's Fury coming through from Bold as well, looking to find his targets instead. Shuts down his teammate's life, who was low. That's not what you wanted to do. Chaos. And Magnum playing the quiet game. Not showing himself, not revealing himself. Bud looking across. But his teammates have got his back. Never mind. Not quite. Iluri's low, and the spike hasn't got him planning yet. The fake. Everyone on the server is low, but Bisc able to connect his shots first. UCAM also important, but that one was hanging by a thread.
Neck in neck goes Enterprise, Esports, and UCAM. I mean, I don't want to get too far ahead, but Pavlos, I think we might be closing into overtime in this map again.
You think?
Yeah. I don't know what it is about these two teams. I mean, I think we see even in this official why these teams like to scrim against each other. They're so close.
Spike down.
And once again, so close in terms of the trades. Bisc have been such on power in those first kills.
It's UCAM's turn to make a move in mid.
I love this.
Bamsi joined to the hip with Olizera as they walk on onwards. No one's looking. Now Prox is. Goodbye, Famzy. Instead of TPing away, checks out for a second one. Realizes Olizera is there, so we'll always keep two eyes peeled in that direction.
The way that Enterprise are so aware on when mid can be exploited. Oh, there's no way you can do anything to deal with this.
You're completely reliant on Bold doing everything. And everything is too much. 2 is all that Bold can get. So Enterprise snaps the lead right back in their hands.
A Magnum, guy who was a bit underwhelming on the first map, not getting on board. Now on the forefront of this map, Abyss. Didn't start that well for Magnum either, but he's been picking up some pace, finding that triple kill there, just securing out the round, topping the boards as well. Just comes to show, or goes to show, the individual prowess of all of these players. It doesn't matter if they lack it on one map, they can absolutely pick it up on the next.
MP, this is actually a light buy from UCAM. They don't really expend all of their forces to buy as much as they can. They're going for the eco, hoping that they can come back from a 12 if they can't recover this.
Once again, the tools that they have on their arsenal is that overdrive. And like you said, a little bit lower by Olizera. That's a rough situation for him. Down to 17 HP, surely in the Viper speed, but kind of equals the odds once Magnum starts his attack. Once again, Enterprise around mid. I mean,
Fancy gets a spot now, he knows. That's 2.
It's the same round time and time again for Enterprise.
Prox showing patience. Bisc to punish. That's a huge pick. And a potential operator for later. I think the damage onto Olizera is unconfirmed. We didn't get to see the shooting at the very start of the round. Magnum looking for it. Unable to find it. Or baiting at least that they're trying to close him in onto the A side. Jesse, the unknown entity, still gets 2 and blocks access to the site. Okay, this has gone wrong. Everything looked under control for Enterprise, but 7 seconds isn't enough to get that spike into the ground. They fumbled it, and UCAM, when they're given the opportunity, they will seize it. A thrifty round secure. 11-11, and indeed, it is cutting it close.
I think this would be a great place for Idopara timeout. I mean, we are so close to overtime. I think Enterprise kind of hesitated right there. Maybe they need the confidence. But they say no to the timeout. They want to keep going.
Timeouts, are there? Oh, there's
Not
just
quite
one.
sure.
There's one.
I think Enterprise.
There's one.
Yeah.
There's one for Enterprise.
Quite early Cosmic Divide. Nia has pulled away these rotations from B. There's only one player, Olizera. Reinforcements arriving as well.
Well, losing Lime early meant that these fights on site needed to be clean, and they
Spike
were.
planted.
So, equal terms walking into the post plant. Oh, Hunter's Fury as well available for Ilori further back.
There.
But I wonder how much damage the rest of his teammates can do.
Enemy remaining.
And the answer is a hell of a lot. One pick per player. Jesse choosing to close in. But his fate is sealed. An Enterprise on map and series point, knocking the door of the grand finals.
It's the team to make it there as well. I think they have proven that in the regular season in EMEA Clash. So far, Enterprise have only dropped 2 matches. First one was against Stallions Esports in EMEA Clash, then against Team Liquid Academy. And they're not about to drop another one. I mean, it's the super team, right?
I have the spike.
I feel like this Enterprise roster right now, it's a team to beat.
Hunter Shrews gets thrown early. But Enterprise don't seem to be getting too much out of this. Jesse, Bold, they're all taking a stand right here, right now. Ilori, unable to convert with the ult, has to do it with the rifle, but there's just too many players, and indeed, MP, I think you called it. Overtime is inevitable when these two teams are so well stacked up against each other.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Once more we go to overtime. This time around, it's UCAM sending us there. Enterprise having the advantage of having the chance to close it out, but not quite enough. UCAM quick to respond, quick to rotate onto this A side to shut everything down. And this time around, again, yeah, go for it.
I mean, I was going to say that UCAM is still fighting for a third map. To go to a third map, it's not like they're on the verge of winning at all. Enterprise has got that buffer, but blimey, these are the closest 2 maps I think I've seen in a good while.
And we saw yesterday, those were already close series. Enterprise, Esports, and UCAM, they think not. They want to make it closer.
3-player push. Bald gets the swing off. Reinforcements arrive. Famsi pre-flies through the smoke as well. UCAM sees the opportunity to dash into A, and they've got the numbers.
Spike planted.
How does Enterprise attack this one? Oh, Bisk. Do the move. Go for it.
Trying to kind of reveal what they wanted. This has to be clean from Enterprise. At least the first few shots.
Last player standing.
No one on the defuse. Lime left to deal with 3, but he's run out of time, of space, and of friends. UCAM's turn to now be in pole position at the first round of overtime.
Once again, Bisk capturing 3 bodies. I mean, what a player for the side of UCAM. Brilliant with the operator, as we see that in Bisk's hands. It's a scary sight to see. Enterprise, they've been able to utilize this mid area, but look at how much UCAM are investing there. Bolt coming through vents. I think it's Jesse and Famsi down in mid as well. Dealt with.
Okay. That's a bit anticlimactic, isn't it? UCAM working so hard on the previous and instantly Enterprise come out of the gate swinging. Still not over though. technically Olizera could come up with a concerto, a masterpiece.
Revealing air.
Bisc already close to the site as well.
Oh, shot connects onto Prox as well, so he's low on health. Magnum wins the all-important 1v1 though. And with the information onto Bisc now, Enterprise will just avoid.
Spike planted.
No reason to peek 1-on-1. Don't get angsty. Magnum on the sideline, the insane impact man of Abyss. 13 to 13. We're at it once again.
4 overtimes in the first map. Oh, that could have been beautiful. Collateral. Did connect onto the second one. Not quite closing it out. I mean, that would have equaled the numbers on that round.
For sure.
That could have brought UCAM all the way to third map. Timeout called.
Really?
I mean,
the margins are so thin, dude. So damn thin.
And that would have been a crazy way to bring us to bind. All coming down to the individual prowess would have been there. Bisc. He's been so confident with the pigs. And even though I think he's been smothered in terms of not being able to use that operator as much as he could against different teams. Enterprise are so aware. Still, he finds those chances. He makes those chances to be able to pick out Enterprise here and there. Once again, overtime we go.
I'll take every.
It looks like UCAM have chosen their intended target. B site. Lime. Oh no, he's being sneaky, or at least attempts to be. The stun at the end messes it all up.
Spike down B.
Spike in the ground, but no longer with plenty of forces available. Enterprise put their faith on Illury.
Scanning ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, Lime got caught by the stun of Magnum. That could have been an absolute deal breaker. Him being able to sneak up so far. I mean, sure, how can you even expect that as Magnum? You just want to defend the side, stall.
Switching sides.
And a small,
match point.
Minor mistake. Maybe not even a mistake. It's an unfortunate situation. Means that UCAM will once again have the lead on overtime. Bisc was once again the guy to start it with. I don't know how he does it. Finds those entries. It was 13 in the first map. I wonder how many it's already here.
And UCAM have a chance to take us to bind. Because of getting spooked there as well.
Take flight.
You can tell that Enterprise are a little bit scared to make a mistake. Aljoin breaking before he gets to realize the depth of this mid push.
UCAM conceding mid. Not completely. Bold is looking. But one of the most important things for UCAM
Take flight.
challenge that mid was that they brought out so much utility from Enterprise, and once again, one more layer of utility brought out.
This is big. Illury's distracted. The rest of Enterprise can walk in right behind him.
No way.
Jiggle peek, that's all you need to do.
They do it again.
30
And
seconds left.
Kozzy's all the way in the back line. They've completely ignored Bald, knowing that he's preoccupied, and focus on the exposed site. Enterprise are making mid their domain. Job's not done yet, but halfway there for sure.
Out of charges.
Seems like Hillary wants to go for the seconds as well. Or does it just regroup in the main? I mean, they have to think how to approach this fast.
I mean, Ilori just mere presence there is making him guess himself and look behind him all the time. High ground for Kozi, and he's going absolutely berserk. It's a clean one from Enterprise. No one from their side falls.
Switching sides.
And we're going for yet another round.
Attacking side has been the favored side for these overtimes. I mean, I think that was kind of similar in the split, but it was defender side. Now it's all up to Enterprise and UCAM. Who can win the defending side? Close it out and decide whether we're gonna go all the way to bind or not. Enterprise once again on the defensive side. I'm sure Bisk, he's just smelling, he's looking. Where can I find that entry once again?
Big one. Kozi with first blood though. UCAM trying to replicate what their opponents have done.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they can beat them at their own game. Smoke is something that they need to go through. Hillary can hear the commotion, trying to look for cover, the right angle to take this on. He stayed quiet enough. Magnum joins in as well from a different position. They allow the site to be taken over. Think that a 5 versus 4 retake is something that suits them a lot better. Look at Jesse's angle. That's a very cool angle to have and may be very impactful by the end, but Kozi is grabbing space piece by piece. Bald trades his life, but I think you need a little bit extra than that. Olizera limited to 21 points of health. Brock's able to shut him down, and all that remains is Jesse. By process of elimination, you know where he is. You've covered every other angle. Human meet shield is the play. Diffuse underway. And even though Jesse is able to rip some the heads off their bodies, it's not going to be enough. Enterprise, now it's their turn to be in the lead.
They found the defensive side win as well. Now it's all up to them to replicate what they found in the attacking side for both of these overtime rounds that they played. 26th, 28th. Can Enterprise go all the way? 2 different maps, multiple overtimes, and now it's all up to them to close it out.
Yeah, but I'd argue the pressure's all onto UCAM though at the same time, MP, right? Because they even have another map to go for. And Kozi breaks through instantly and wants to take it a mile further. He's feeling at home. He's feeling confident. Finally gets shut down because of Famzi. And I think we still have a round on our hands.
Planted.
What next?
Famzi's not ready to give up.
Magnum's toying with him a little bit as well. And Enterprise thinking about bunching up together. Oh dear me, the clone does so much damage to Enterprise in terms of that flash. Magnum turning around, head on a swivel. Looking at the lower level. Headshot connects, and now we can play around the site as he pleases. Can even find the high ground. Makes distance between himself and his opponent as he reads there's a shorty in play. Bisk further and far away, but Bisk gets there just on time. The defuse will be his, and UCAM will deny Enterprise the grand final spot, at least for now.
Famzi getting those kills allows UCAM to have a chance in this round. Equalizing the odds. Making the stand. Granting Bisk the chance to take on to that 1 versus 1. Sure. It was more 2 versus 1 for UCAM. Magnum bringing it up so close, but not quite enough for Enterprise. We go on and on.
The show must go on.
Cutting through. I go to Spike.
It does.
What a close game. They weren't kidding when they were saying that they are closely matched. How many times have they played round for round like this? It doesn't feel like it's the first.
No. And the desk was saying after the first map that it felt like 2 maps had gone over.
Well, here's another
What is this?
two.
Is this yeah. Best of 5?
I have the spike.
I mean, it feels like that.
Well, it's not even a final, mate. Well, upper bracket
No.
final. In a way, it's a final, but not final, you know? It's... Well, technically, it's a semi-final, but isn't a semi-final because that's not what it's named because it's a double elimination bracket. I'll shut up, thank you. Alizera with first blood. This is huge because there's only one defender now towards B and the rest are trying to get here quickly. Prox, this is a nice position to be in. Won't get affected by the first pieces of utility and will try and find a pick without being traded back, and that's indeed what he is able to do, although blinds his own teammate in the process of trying to keep his team afloat. But Lime sees the right chance to pounce. Magnum goes in as well. Enterprise are going to give them a third go and try to close out this map and series.
Match. 30 seconds.
This is where it ended in split. 4 overtimes were enough for Enterprise to close it out. 17 to 15. Can they do it again? I mean, they've had their chances now. Finally, Itopara is calling the timeout. I mean, it could have been Illury as well. Not necessarily the coach to call it. Depends on what type of assistant is needed.
Sure.
Whether Illury is feeling confident in calling this overtime, or do they need some?
I think
a different idea, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's more mental than anything, right? Obviously, I don't know what is being said, but every time Enterprise have been in the lead, they dropped it because they were overthinking. They dropped it because they were saying, oh, what if we make a mistake here? At least that's what it felt like, right? I feel like they were trying to push the issue too much. For case in point, the last time Enterprise were in the lead and lost it, right? They had the numbers advantage, they had side control, and then they said, let's push. I like the idea of grouping up and pushing, but there's no need because now UCAM, they're the ones that need to make a mistake. They're the ones to act, and most likely will make mistakes in moments like that. You don't need to take action there. And I think that's what they need to nail down here. At least that's...
Look at pings, Pavlos.
Yeah.
Drone going out.
Mid, more mid.
More mid. This
I like
time it
more
seems
A
to be a
paired up with
fake,
a mid, though.
Yeah. With that small little pressure, just because they've made so many rounds, or they've won so many rounds through mid, that brings multiple players to mid, but they're already quick to rotate towards A.
Ball is determined, not wanting to let this go just yet. Enterprise down by 2. What do you do?
They don't want to give anything. They don't want to be the ones making mistake.
No, that's a good swing from Famzy. Spots out a couple of players, so knows that Enterprise is still around.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, the double Bs of UCAM have been fantastic. Bald and Bisque. This round's over again, and it feels like that tack pause
30 seconds
did
left.
not do the job it was intended to.
It's squared. But I mean, there is always a different layer of that tack pause as well.
Sure.
Overtime.
He might bring something for this upcoming overtime round. Sure, I'm sure that you're focusing everything on the upcoming round, trying to control that. But I think it comes down to the confidence as well. Just maybe even slowing things down, taking a break for a little bit. But that's the same thing for UCAM. They can take that break as well. Now they're up a round win. They get a second chance. Well, actually, a fifth one.
Yeah, but who's counting?
I have the spike.
We are.
Yeah, exactly.
We are counting.
"32 rounds. Was enough in split. gonna give a task for the analyst desk. After this match, check how many first kills Bisk had. Please.
Well, Prox has got an opportunity to get a first kill again. This is not the first time he's been in a position like this. It will be pre-fired this time. Lime there to do damage, but no one drops. Look at both Bisk and Famzy. Less than 30 HP on all of them.
Spike planted.
So here come the rest of the cavalry. This will be first contact. Due to the smoke covering the rest of the angles. Oh, Magnum. What a shot to throw in to the mix. Olizera far away, but the job is done by Ilori. Enterprise are able to give it another go. All due to the damage dealt by Lime and Prox at the first exchange.
UCAM had everything they needed. The entries, cleanup of the side. But like you said, multiple players on such low HPs makes it harder. And Olizera in that position cannot do anything. Sure. Different time, different place. Maybe a different circumstance. Olizera could have clutched that one out, but not this time. And once again, Enterprise on the forefront. One round up, they have the chance to close it out. A different approach going towards B.
Quasi in first blood. Now, do you maintain your composure? That is the question we're all looking at right now. Or can UCAM rip this round right off their hands? Let's see. Quasi goes in. Only had 10 points of health, so was a simple collection. Paranoia out. Famzy plays aggressive, only good for the one, but Lime is stuck. Doesn't matter. Assistance from Prox, 2v2. Prox on the one end. Magnum walks in. Bisk is there to assist his teammate, but Prox has done the damage. Jesse holds on and yet another time. What is going on? One surviving, and the game must go on.
We go again. 30 HP to separate us from having Enterprise in the grand final and having another overtime. Yet another chance for UCAM. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think script writers could write something like this. Once again, we have to highlight the interviews we had yesterday with Olizera and Lime. Both highlighting how they are each other's scrim partners. They've scrimmed so many times. In the past month, I think, it was the timetable.
Take flight.
And this is why they're so close. They're so even in skill. And yet another attack from UCAM.
Whoa. Nice counteraction from Ilori, but it won't be able to survive for too long. UCAM with the upper hand. They don't feel confident to get the spike down, and that's for good reason. Quasi's still around, and he's so influential this game, this series. Enterprise to get on top again. Unless Olizera can do something about it, you're mad. You're mad, Olizera. Lime. Oh. He's probably got the shakes after that one, because I definitely do.
That was almost a different circumstance, different time for Olizera that I was talking about. 1 versus 3 situation once again. This time more successful, but not quite successful enough. And Enterprise, once again, have a chance to take it all home. I mean, at this point, is it Enterprise's game to win or lose? I think if they lose this, it's their game to lose. Olizera continues.
He wants this so bad. He wants this so badly, dude. Famzy as well through the smoke, connects with a headshot. Prox trying to see if he can get it back, but it's sporadic. It's chaotic. It's detached.
That's a kill.
The duo.
2v3
Lime
looks
and Ilori.
a lot more doable than a 2v4 does.
This duo, they've spent their fair share in Mouse together. They know exactly how to handle these situations. It's quite a feat, especially when UCAM is just following them down.
Oh my god, this is so damn scary. UCAM have got them dead to rights.
And how do you read this as
30 seconds left.
Hillary or Lime?
Oh, Lime!
No way!
There is no way you hit that shot first. Back to safety, over to spawn. You can pop there now. 2v2. Breathe in.
Last player
Shoot!
standing.
Away. Lime gets away. He's done so much for the team, but he also has an Armageddon available, getting them off the spike. He's got to realize that they are closing up against a gap against them. Connects one with the ult, the other with a bullet. Lime, the play of the match is the final play of the game. You've got to be kidding me.
Did you see that?
I did.
Armageddon! What? The duo from Mouse, Hillary and Lime. I think the experience point of this team, the IGL and Lime from the interview yesterday, being the duo to clutch it out. What a read from Lime to check behind and in the end win that one out. I don't know what happened there. Do you know? Analyst Desk, take it away.
There's a bit of a split feeling towards what has been going on here. We're not going to lie to you guys. We've been sat here wondering how long the night is going to go on for us, but unbelievable finish there from Enterprise, who seem determined to keep us going for as long as possible while still getting into the grand finals. What a win. It's just so back and forth between these two teams. I would love to see a best of 5 between the two of them, but that does now mean that UCAM are going to have to win their next game against our French representatives mandatory in the lower bracket. It's been so long since that last game that I almost forgot who won it. What a ridiculous game. I just, so many times it had to go on the backs of somebody on one of these two teams, Echo.
It did, and like, I mean, look at the kills. We're not in the 40s, which you'd potentially expect after a 17-19. This was the entirety of both of the teams stepping up when it mattered. And Bisq, you know, 32 kills, only person above 30, wasn't able to drag it over the line, but EP just looked so shaky at times and unstoppable at others. It was so back and forth.
It became so hard towards the end, especially. I mean, you know, during regular playtime, we could have this conversation of what's happening there, what's happening here. But to be honest, it was a pure test on how resilient you can be. Enterprise won it by the smallest margin.
Yeah, look, I'm going to say goodbye to you guys for just a second while I go talk to the man of the hour, essentially. I mean, Lime, that 4K at the end, congratulations, man. How good does that feel right after that series? What, like 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours?
Yeah, honestly, just so I didn't have to play a third map, it feels so good. Like I
think we're all a bit happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, congratulations, but look... my first question, because I started writing these questions midway through that series, was Split was a really tough map for you guys, but both of them turned out to be. But like, from your end, what made those maps so much more difficult than they usually are for you?
Well, I think first map we just honestly just started very slow. We didn't have the same energy we brought in, for example, yesterday, and we just had a very slow start in terms of just energy and communication within the team. So I think that was like a rough patch on the attack for us. And then I mean, they're also a good team, so I think credit's due. I mean, it's always tough.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You mentioned yesterday that you scrim against UCAM pretty often. Do you think that's a big part, or maybe even just a small part of why your games tend to be so back and forth against them?
Nah, I think they're just a good team. We're a good team, and we just have some close battles, that's all.
Okay, well, I mean, look, your next game is going to be a best of 5, of course. It may be against the same team. If we get a best of 5 of that kind, that would I'd worry for you guys a little bit in terms of just mental health, physical health, everything. But
5 OTs coming in.
Yeah, oh God, please, no. I can't. Do you think your last two best of fives as a roster were 3-0, obviously, in the Northeast region. Are those a particular strength for you, or do you think you just haven't been tested enough in a best of five yet?
Hard to say, really. I think you could say it's tested, but I think it doesn't really matter for us. Best of three, best of five. I think if we play good, we just win all the maps. That's as simple as that. And if we start off slow, for example, Spet, sometimes we can drop a map or two.
All right. Well, I mean, first off, you've earned yourself a day's break, so congratulations on that. I think you might need it after that one, so I'll let you go now. Thank you for having a chat to me live, and congratulations.
Yeah, thanks a lot. See you later.
All right. Yeah, I think he's going to definitely want to get a good sleep after that one. What a ridiculous game.
Very much indeed. I mean, look, right? We started with a 4-0 from UCAM where they really figured out their strength in that first half. And I think it was great to see the adaptation from Enterprise. At the same time, I think UCAM kind of broke their own neck by deciding just after one round, after the timeout, where suddenly Enterprise was going more aggressive as a defender in A main. They decided, let's step back. Go B. That didn't work out at all. And so it really shifted in a sense where it was once more possible for me, in my eyes, for UCAM to take this home earlier. But I think this can be said about both sides. You know, Lime just said it, a bit sleepy on split. One round more, overtime, evaded. So this was really a great game to see where both teams can take a lot from it. And at the same time, both teams could have pretty much won that series.
All right, let's take a look back at that final map just before we end things up for you guys. And look, we highlighted a player, I think pretty early on, honestly, compared to, like, well, early on, towards the end of the game, but not towards the end of the overtime, for sure. It was still a good half hour we had left. But we highlighted Iluri, right? Echo, talk me through why we picked this player out.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a player that up until this moment hadn't really kind of stepped up to the plate the same as the rest of the Enterprise lot had, right? He fell short a couple of times throughout most of the series in groups and even beforehand in the regionals as well, but he felt like he really stepped up on that final map. The early parts of the regulation, right, the first 24 rounds, ignore the rest of them, he was right there up at the top with multi-kills after multi-kills to keep his team in it and to get them to overtime in the first place.
It's so important, because listen, I know Iluri and I know how his teams play and so on for quite a while, and he never was a top fragger, but credit where credit is due, because this guy had a rough patch in terms of performing, and he really stepped up in this game, especially, as you said, on the defense side. Was insane. He was like rocking the 250 ACS on that side. I respect it, and I hope he can get back onto this kind of level to also support not only by his calling, but also by his fragging when EP needs it.
All right. Well, I mean, look, let's take a quick look back at how that series went. You might be tricked into thinking that was a best of 5 or 3 mapper. It was not. It was a 2-0 for Enterprise, but it went the distance. 17-15 and 19-17 across Split and Abyss. I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get to see Bind. I'm not too sad because I actually want to eat and go to sleep. But I'm a little bit sad because every time we've seen Bind from this team, again, they don't seem to think they're that good on it because they never pick it, but they've won it by a ridiculous margin. So I'm sure we will see it in the grand finals, no matter who they're playing against at some point. But I mean, yet to be seen. So you guys are going to be left in suspense for that one. Let's take a look at where we stand after today's proceedings as well. Up in the upper bracket there, Enterprise move to the grand finals. Our game today will game tomorrow will be a best of 5 between UCAM and Mandatory to decide the grand finalists. And the thing is, Mandatory, you got to step up to the plate, because not only have you got to beat UCAM there, who have proven themselves to be a tough test, but also look, you'd be depriving us of what could be the best of 5s of all times. So if you're gonna win, you better do well in the grand final as well. It could be. Imagine 5 maps all go to that much overtime. Imagine.
Sure.
God, you're gonna lose your mind.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be there on Sunday. I'll be fine.
Okay, well, good for you then.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, guys, I will leave you with that. Thank you so much, Echo and Zesh, for joining me on the desk today. It's been a wonderful, wonderful time. Any closing thoughts from you, Echo?
No, just I cannot wait to see who makes it into that grand final, because if it is UCAN, we know that's going to be a banger series. Best of all time might be a bit of a stretch, but it's definitely going to be banger.
Well, Zesh, to you?
Yeah, that's a good question, Twiggy. I think I will think about it tomorrow, and
Okay.
I will definitely come back with an answer. But I'm ready when you are for talking about any further topics.
Well, no, we're not going to talk about anything at all. I'm going to talk about
Sure.
saying goodbye. So good night, everybody. Sleep well, and I mean, get ready for what could be 2 incredible, incredible days of Valorant. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Three gone.
One enemy standing.
Ouch.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
3 down.
Enemy kill. Spike down A. One. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike.
Too easy.
One enemy remaining. Slow you down. Someone now. Too bad. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day again. Why am I losing. Either way, I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace, and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're all so alive. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're all so alive. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.